It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies. A new home for mankind, where people are born and raised and die. 9 months ago, the cluster of colonies furthest from the Earth, called Side 3, proclaimed itself the Principality of Zeon and launched a war of independence against the Earth Federation. Initial fighting lasted over 1 month and saw both sides lose half their respective populations. People were horrified by the indescribable atrocities that had been committed in the name of independence. 8 months had passed since the rebellion began. They were at a stalemate. The 1-Year War is the single most important story in the entirety of the Gundam franchise. Today, we begin going through the entire thing. We're going to explain exactly how this whole thing began and how it ended. Now, before I get into the beginning, one thing that I need to mention is that I am not going to include any of the retcons from Gundam Unicorn in this video, because I'd prefer to discuss those changes and my issues with them whenever I get around to reviewing that OVA series. As we begin our explanation of the 1-Year War and its various complications, we will primarily be focusing on the major political players of the conflict, though I will be making a point to show when certain events from the side stories take place. So, at one point or another, I'll reference events from MS Igloo, the 08th MS Team, Rise from the Ashes, the Blue Destiny, and more. This is going to possibly be a 4-part video series as well, so buckle in. We're going to begin with the events that lead up to the war, and then we'll break down the war into 3 sections: the journey to Jaburo, Soldiers of Sorrow, and finally, encounters in space. So, let's begin, shall we?
Amuro, let's do it!
Part 1. Prelude to War. The catalyst of the 1-Year War and the events within it start with one man, Zeon Zun Daikun. He was born in the year 0009 of the Universal Century, and had a wife and 2 children. Zeon Daikun was a philosopher, who developed 2 specific philosophies on top of a theory of human evolution. The 2 philosophies were Elsheim, which is the idea that Earth is sacred and that mankind was always meant to leave it and move into space, and Sidism, that all space colonies should be independent from the Earth Federation. He was also the pioneer of the New Type theory, which believed that humanity would eventually develop a 6th sense to communicate with one another in a much more superior manner. Given how colony citizens were often treated like second-class citizens by the Earth Federation, these philosophies resonated with people within the colonies. This was especially true of Zeon Daikun's home of Side 3. Now, he was eventually elected to lead Side 3 in 0053 of the Universal Century, and at that point he declared Side 3's independence. The new nation was established as the Republic of Zeon. As you can imagine, the Earth Federation wasn't too pleased with this, responding with what was called the Bardo Policy, which halted all resources to the colony from the Earth. Then, Zeon Daikun responded by creating a colonial guard, just in case the Federation decided to attack. So, within a short order, not only did Zeon Daikun declare independence for Side 3, he also began to militarize it as well, though his logic for that particular maneuver is understandable. Now, we've already established one of the major families in Zeon with the Daikun family, with Zeon Daikun, his wife, and his 2 children. Now, there's a couple others of note in regards to the story of Mobile Suit Gundam. A minor one is the Rahl family, where Jimba Rahl and his wife were close friends of Zeon Daikun and his wife. Now, they do have some significance, but I will come back to them. The major family to keep in mind, aside from the Daikuns, is the Zabi family. Now, the patriarch of the family was Degwin Soto Zabi, who was another close confidant of Zeon Daikun. Daegwon served as the chief of staff for Zeon Daikun from the Zeonic origin of 0058 all the way to 10 years later in 0068. Now, in 0068, Zeon Daikun suffered from a heart attack, and then Daegwon Zabi claimed that he was named as his successor. Now, this is when Jaburo comes in. Now, it's flat out stated in the non-canon Gundam The Origin that Jinba knew from the get-go that the heart attack was BS, and that Zeon Daikun was assassinated. Now, I'm of the opinion that the canonical version of Jinba probably felt the same way, which is why he and his wife harbored Zeon Daikun's two children, Casval and Artesia. If that indeed is the case, it was the right call because Daegwon's oldest son, Gihren, very quickly started his own Night of Long Knives. He initiated a purge of Daikun loyalists as soon as he got the chance, as Daegwon declared Zeon was switching from a republic to a monarchy, rechristening it the Principality of Zeon. From here, Zeon continued to mobilize its military forces. The main commander and self-styled Führer of these forces was Gihren, the eldest. His younger brother, Dozle, who's a mountain of a man, was made the head of the space forces. Their sister Caecilia Zabi would command the mobile assault force, and then the baby of the family, Garma, would gain a command position as the war continued onward. Now, we're still a good distance away from when the first shots were fired in this war. While all of this political mumbo-jumbo happened, there were technological changes that bear mentioning. The first is the creation of the AMBAC system. AMBAC stands for Active Mass Balance Auto Control. What made the AMBAC system so special is that it allowed near thrusterless maneuverability in space just by simply changing the center of a machine's mass. Now, the second major technological discovery was that of the Minovsky particle by Dr. T.Y. Minovsky. Now, the generators that would use this subatomic particle that he discovered could be as small as a quartet of refrigerators. Now, that might seem big, but considering that we're talking about machines that would use these would be about a minimum of 10 meters tall, it's a significant development considering anything from the size of a mobile suit all the way up to a battleship. However, the Minovsky particle specifically in these generators could block out certain types of radiation, including both radar signals and radio signals. The reason that this is significant is that in space combat, or really combat in general, with machines as they are presented within the series, couldn't be some sort of super long-range shooting gallery that you might see in another science fiction franchise. Instead, combat has to be done within a visual range, forcing much more close-quarters battles. From here, a revolutionary machine would be developed, the Mobile Suit. Essentially a humanoid robotic suit that would become the most lethal combat technology developed in the Universal Century. Now, there are 3 mobile suits worth mentioning in Zeon's creation of the technology, though it took more than 3 to actually get it in a working, stable place. Now, the first of the 3 is the MS-01 Crabman. Now, this was a pretty humble mobile suit, and in reality was just a proof of concept, showing that, yes, we can make this. The first version stood only 10 meters tall, and then the finalized version was 13.5 meters. Now, once this proof of concept was done in 0073, Zeon started working on suits that could be used in combat. The first one of note, developed in 0075, was the EMS-04 Zuda. Now, as seen in MS Igloo, the Zuda was a pretty effective mobile suit, but it had a fatal flaw. If you pushed the engine too much, the suit would blow up. So, the first truly mass-produced mobile suit that Zeon would put out would be the MS-05 Zaku, later called the MS-05 Zaku 1. And then, 2 years later in 0077, Zeon would roll out the upgrade, and its most iconic mobile suit, the Zaku 2. Now, the initial intention of the Zaku 2 was for this to be the workhorse unit of the Zeonic forces. Building on the Zaku 1's frame, it received much better armor, improved thrusters, and a much more powerful thermonuclear reactor. This machine could take off at a full sprint of 85 kilometers an hour, could leap 100 meters into the air, and lift around 80-ish tons with one hand. It could be equipped with a 120mm machine gun with 100 rounds per drum magazine, a 280mm bazooka, and a weapon called a Heat Hawk, which is exactly what it says on the tin. It's a hand axe with a superheated blade for close combat. It also had grenades, and could also be fixed with disposable rocket launchers called Sturmfausts, or with a pair of 3-tube missile pods, one on each leg. During this time period, a couple of blonde children were being raised by a family with the last name of Mass, after Jaburo got these children to Earth. These children were renamed Sayla Mass and Eduardo Mass, but in actuality were Artesia Daikun and Casval Daikun. In 0074, the two youths split up. Sayla would move to Side 7, keeping her new name. Eduardo, however, would infiltrate the Zeon Military Academy, taking on the new name of Char Aznable. During his time there, he declared his revenge on the Zabi family, and began hiding his face, saying that he had burn scars that he would prefer not to impose on the public. He graduated from the Zeon Academy in 0078, first serving in Kycilia Zabi's Teaching Mobile Battalion, and then later was reassigned to Dozle Zabi's Space Assault Force. Then, war came.
Sign here on the dotted line, Patriots, and I'll give you your discount cards.
Just out of curiosity, we could use the cards to buy gum, then immediately quit the army, right?
You know, playing you off for chumps.
Correct. There's no obligation. Unless, of course, war were declared.
What's that?
War were declared.
On January 3rd, UC 0079, the Principality of Zeon declared war. And 3 seconds, let me repeat that, 3 seconds afterwards, they launched a surprise attack on Side 1, Side 2, and Side 4 simultaneously. This was the coming out party of the Mobile Suit in wartime application, and the Federation didn't know what hit them. The Zeon forces would go in and eliminate the Federation forces within those areas, then would slaughter the civilian inhabitants of these colonies with poison gas. Oh, by the way, these are the same forces that say they represent the Space Noids, and they're already genociding Space Noids. Way to win the PR war, Giran, you dumb fuck. Also, keep these events in mind for when we get to Unicorn in the future. Now, during this time, Side 6 wisely declared its neutrality in this conflict. Now, during the attack, Zeon forces secured Island Ifish, which is one colony within the cluster of colonies known as Side 2. Now, by secured, I mean what I had said a moment ago. After they defeated the Federation troops, a Zaku 1 that was piloted by one Sima launched a G3 gas container into the colony, killing most of the civilians. She was lied to, being told it was sleeping gas. One of the Federation soldiers on this colony who saw the slaughter that was put on by Zeon was Ensign Shiro Amada, who would develop a deep-seated hatred for the Principality of Zeon after this event, and for good reason. Sima Garahao and her forces would remain traumatized from the genocide that they carried out, and would carry a cynicism about Zeon and its intentions during their entire service history during the war. The colony itself would end up armored and reinforced, on top of installing nuclear pulse engines on it. This plan was known as Operation British, and was the brainchild of both Giran Zabi and Dozle Zabi, though it's up for debate whether or not Dozle ever knew about the gassings, or if his brother kept him in the dark about his genocidal actions. On January 4th, the retrofitting was complete. Federation interception fleets fought Zeon forces several times between January 6th to January 8th, when they realized that the Federation headquarters of Jaburo was going to be the likely target of this haphazardly put together colony bomb. The mobile suits would be the difference maker in this battle. Now, normally a Zeon mobile suit costs about 3 times what a tank would, but given that they had the numbers disadvantage and still managed to win these space battles, with these suits as a trump card just showed how much of a difference maker the Zaku's development was. It's hard to argue the superiority of a fighter jet when these things carry more firepower and can tear through entire battleships, along with punting fighters if they get in the way. Now, despite their attempts, the Federation could not stop the colony from falling. However, they did do enough damage to it so that it broke off and actually did not hit Jaburo. Now, unfortunately for the people of Sydney, this colony didn't have a high opinion of the former prison colony and landed right on top of the Australian capital, destroying it. This impact created shockwaves of damage as well, with secondary damage from disasters such as tsunamis and other storms lasting for an entire week. Afterwards, 16% of Australia was flooded, with a 500-kilometer wide crater now sitting where Sydney used to be. There would also be abnormal weather phenomena on Earth for 6 years, and the impact of the colony slightly accelerated the Earth's rotation. Now, what's funny about all this is that Zeon considered this a major failure. Their Vice Admiral actually committed suicide when he found out that they didn't hit Jaburo, and Zeon immediately began planning their next offensive. They wanted to do Operation British 2, Electric Zakulu. On the 13th of January, Dozle Zabi took command of the 1st Zeon Combined Fleet at Solomon and headed for Side 5. Now, a part of that fleet and its actions can be seen in the first episode of MS Igloo, where the Jotunheim, see I got it right this time, brought in a prototype beam cannon called the Jormungand for battle. As with most experiments that the Jotunheim brought around, it was basically good for one shot. Now, this subsector that Zeon was headed towards was called Loom, and the Federation mobilized under the command of then Vice Admiral Johann Abraham Revel. Revel mustered a fleet 3 times that of Zeon, with 308 combat vessels and 84 support vessels, with a backup fleet remaining at the Earth base of Luna 2. When the battle commenced, as you would expect, Dozle Zabi ordered all mobile suits to be scrambled. One of these mobile suits was a red Zaku 2, piloted by none other than Char Aznable. Now, the Jotunheim was taken by surprise with all of this because they weren't expecting all of these mobile suits to come out of nowhere. Char Aznable, being the team player that he is, took the time to warn the Jotunheim that a mobile suit attack was going to be commencing, and yes, this was part of the plan. During the battle, several Zeon pilots made their names legendary here. Ramba Ral, the son of Jimba Ral, was one of them, alongside Shin Matsunaga, the Red Lightning Johnny Raiden, the Black Tri-Stars. It's also possible that the future Nightmare of Solomon, Anavel Gato, could have been there as well, but it's never really been confirmed. He was there during Operation British. But most importantly, this would be where Char Aznable would get his famous nickname of the Red Comet. During the battle, Char single-handedly destroyed 5 battleships, an incredible feat, considering at this time he was only 20 years of age. Over 80% of the Federation forces deployed to Loom were lost at the battle. Of the original 392 vessels that were deployed, only 42 survived. Zeon, on the other hand, only saw 8 of its battleships destroyed. Side 5 was completely destroyed during the battle as well. As such, another Operation British was not going to be attempted. However, the Black Tri-Stars managed to capture the escape craft of one Vice Admiral Revel after his ship got sunk. After seeing the damage that the mobile suits were able to do, Daegwon Zabi ordered a propaganda broadcast on the 17th of January that was broadcast to all of Earth, showing off the battle results, the fearsome mobile suits, and the fact they captured General Revel. Now, at this point, Zeon began to move towards a total surrender from the Earth Federation forces. Had they managed to pull this off, they would have essentially defeated the entire Earth military with minimal forces, almost completely on the backs of mobile suit development. Just as a side note, let's think about that for a second. The war had only been going on for 2 weeks. Zeon had a very small military force, and they about had Earth in a checkmate, simply because of the development of the mobile suit. Let me just say, once again, that anybody that thinks that mobile suits like this, if this tech was possible, would be a waste compared to tanks and jets, can suck my dick. Anyway, on January 31st, Federation and Zeon representatives met at an Antarctic research station to sign what Zeon assumed was going to be that very surrender. However, the fortunes of the Earth Federation changed forever. During the negotiations, word got to that very Antarctic base that Revel had been freed by a group of Federation agents and Zeon defectors. From there, he gave the following speech. Fellow citizens of the Earth Federation, I speak to you now not only as General Revel, commander of our armed forces, but as Johann Abraham Revel, a survivor, like many of you here, of this horrible war. Despite the innumerable losses, despite the state our Federation is in, I appeal to you all. Zeon is exhausted. They have become low on ships, weapons, and troops, and even ammunition. Why then should we surrender to Zeon? Let us not forget the arrogance of the Degwan Soto Zabi who had usurped power within Zeon. Proclaiming the people of Zeon as the chosen people, he justified the idea that we of Earth are bound by Earth's gravity, stuck in archaic ways of thinking, incapable of grasping the new changes of life. And because of this, Zeon has no right to listen to the Earth Federation. However, although Degwan Zabi may be wrong about us as a whole, I will admit to him that if there were any true evil within our Earth Federation, it is the weak-kneed bureaucratic leaders of our government, unable to ever think for themselves, sinking into their own corruption. However, this does not excuse Degwan Zabi for attempting to start a dynasty of Zeon dictators. Even if we do the unthinkable and recognize the principality of Zeon as a sovereign nation, we will never sink to our knees in surrender. The Earth Federation was founded on the ideals of individual rights, the epitome of knowledge in our short history. Also, if it weren't for the Federation, the colonies would have never come into being. But now, Degwan Zabi's son, Giran Zabi, wishes to take his father's vision a step further. By saying the Federation is weak and backwards in its ways of thinking, Zeon has the right to slaughter everyone who stands in its way of progress. Does this excuse the death of 4 billion people? No! The Federation will not excuse his monstrous actions. And so, fellow citizens of the Earth Federation, will Giran send Luna 2 into Earth? No. Does Zeon have the ability to make troops from nowhere? No. Does Zeon, despite these facts, have the capability of defeating the Federation? No. Giran is hoping that by bluffing and sleight of hand, coupled with the loss of 4 billion lives, that the Federation will surrender to him. However, because of my good fortune, I witnessed the truth and I shall reiterate it. Zeon is exhausted. Now, more than ever, we mustn't falter to their demands. We must rise up as one unified Earth Federation and defeat Zeon. Long live the Earth Federation. After this speech, the terms of the agreement changed. Instead of creating a surrender, we had the Antarctic Treaty, which had the following terms. 1. Use of NBC weapons, nuclear, biological, chemical, as well as large mass weapons such as colony bombs, is prohibited. They would also make the blueprints of nuclear weapon republic. Number 2. Attacking the Jupiter energy fleet, permanent lunar cities, and other neutral zones are completely prohibited. This would mean combat in places like Side 6 airspace were not allowed. But however, the area of Granada, which was already occupied by Zeon, was not included in this. Number 3. Prisoners of war must be treated humanely. However, this required these soldiers to be captured in uniform. If they were out of uniform, they were considered unlawful combatants and not protected by the treaty. This, by the way, does have significance a little bit later that I'll explain during the Soldiers of Sorrow section. Now, this obviously took colony drops and nukes off the table, but Zeon still had mobile suits as a trump card. As you could see in MS Igloo 2, trying to bring down one of these behemoths without a mobile suit of your own usually ended up with entire squads being decimated. So, Zeon began to directly invade Earth under the command of Garma Zabi. Zeon used the captured materials on the Earth to their advantage. After 3 months, Zeon controlled most of Europe, Asia, and North America. Though some Federation troops were able to stem the tide of the Zeonic forces through Mobile Suit killer units and even stealing Zaku's of their own, the Federation realized they were going to have to develop their own Mobile Suits if they were going to win this war. Thus, the Federation began the planning of Operation V, which would include the prototypes of future mass production Federation Mobile Suits. Under the supervision of the scientist and chief engineer Tim Ray, 3 mobile suits were developed. The first was the RX-75 gun tank. This mobile suit was equipped with 2 main weapons. The first was the 120mm low recoil cannons mounted on the shoulders. These have a range of up to 260 kilometers. The gun tank's arms had 2 4-tube BOP missile launchers, which is a mouthful, and they also fire anti-aircraft missiles with a 20-kilometer range. Now, obviously, by its design, this mobile suit wasn't quite the bipedal death machine that a Zaku 2 could be. So, though it could hit hard, it didn't have the necessary mobility to really hang with it. However, it did have a core block system, like a lot of suits that the Federation would develop, where the central cockpit could be occupied by a Federation core fighter, allowing the pilot to switch to a different mobile suit on the fly, or make an escape in a desperate situation. The next mobile suit developed was called the RX-77 gun cannon. This 2-legged mid-range mobile suit was the first one to show that the Federation was not screwing around when it came to their response to Zeon's technology. As you can see on the gun cannon's shoulders, it sported 2 240mm cannons that could fire about 40 shots and could be fired as rapidly as a Zaku's machine gun. That's insane firepower when you consider that 240mm is the size of a Zaku bazooka. On top of that, it had head-mounted Vulcans. Now these are just 60mm guns, which don't have a ton of offensive power, but they can be used to lay down suppressive fire, destroy enemy mobile suit cameras, and then of course shoot down opposing missiles. The real kicker, though, was the rifle that the gun cannon holds in its hand. You see, beam weaponry was not something that mobile suits were using at this point in time. These types of weapons were reserved for ships, because the initial thought was that you couldn't miniaturize the tech. Except you could. And Tim Ray and his team, well, they did. However, the beam rifle on the gun cannon was quite powerful. Tim Ray didn't have something that could really surpass the mobility of the Zaku 2 on top of the firepower. They did develop a third suit, and all 3 of these were moved to the colony of Side 7. It's at this little slice of space that the Federation's fortunes would finally change. It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies. A new home for mankind, where people are born and raised and die. 9 months ago, the cluster of colonies furthest from the Earth, called Side 3, proclaimed itself the Principality of Zeon and launched a war of independence against the Earth Federation. Initial fighting lasted over 1 month, and saw both sides lose half their respective populations. People were horrified by the indescribable atrocities that had been committed in the name of independence. 8 months had passed since the rebellion began. They were at a stalemate. The 1-Year War is the single most important story in the entirety of the Gundam franchise. Today, we begin going through the entire thing. We're going to explain exactly how this whole thing began and how it ended. Before we get started on this next installment of the 1-Year War Explained, I do want to thank everyone for watching the last one. Today, we're going to be going even more in depth in regards to Gundam and its lore, because I really didn't feel like I properly explained a few things in regards to the universe last time out. Not to mention, I alluded to the beginning of Operation V and actually skipped a few months between January up to the start of Mobile Suit Gundam as a series. So what we're going to be going over is what the Universal Century is and what I mean when I talk about sides in regards to colonies, things of that nature. So today, we're going to go through the Gundam timeline of the Universal Century up until the end of the first third of the animated series, and talk about a bunch of really cool lore stuff. So, let's go ahead and get started on part 2, shall we? Part 2, Journey to Jaburo. So, last we left our story...
Sign here on the dotted line, Patriots, and I'll give you your discount cards.
Just out of curiosity, we could use the cards to buy gum, then immediately quit the army, right?
You know, playing you off for chumps.
Correct. There's no obligation. Unless, of course, war were declared.
What's that?
War were declared.
Zeon had killed billions of people and were dominating the war with the Earth sphere, all thanks to the development of the mobile suit. However, Earth had began development of their own mobile suits with Project V, headed up by Tem Ray. Now, the bulk of what we discussed in regards to the war really happened just in the month of January of Universal Century 0079. Now, what exactly is the Universal Century? To put it simply, it's a new enumeration of years in the normal calendar that we're all used to, following BC, before Christ, and then AD, Anno Domini, meaning Year of Our Lord in Latin. I know there's some weird other way that the enumerations are done by whiny atheists, but this is my response to that.
What are you doing? No!
In the first year of the Universal Century, humans started living in space, which is why a new enumeration was created. Each of the clusters of colonies is at a Lagrange point around the Earth. On this handy map that you're seeing in front of you, thanks to Shirt Dude, we can see that Side 1 and Side 4 are close to one another, as are Side 2 and Side 6. That's part of the reason why Zeon targeted them, given their proximity to Side 3, which, as you can see, is on the far side of the moon, and why Side 6 declared neutrality as fast as they did, since they're so close to the conflict. Side 5 is where the Battle of Loom took place. With that, I think we're all caught up on that part of the lore, as we should understand it from the first episode. Now, between all of the action that happened in January up until September, the war was largely moving to Earth itself, as Zeon invaded during February of UC 0079. This was put under the command of Commander Garma Zabi, who is the youngest member of the Zabi family. His initial invasion was very successful, with the Earth invasion forces capturing most of Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America. They performed 2 more drop operations after an initial one, and by March they had managed to capture the Federation's California base, which ended up becoming the new stronghold of the Earth Attack Force. One of the teams that was instrumental in the capture of the California base was headed up by Lieutenant Commander Garrett Schmitzer, and was dubbed the Midnight Fenrir Corps. This team would be involved in quite a few operations throughout North America, but this particular battle was their big coming out party. Quick side note, as we go on, I will be bringing up other small one-year war teams as the story goes on, just to kind of give you an idea of where they were when big events were happening. So if you're curious if I'm going to bring up side stories, hopefully this answers the question, because it's a resounding yes. Anywho, during the third landing operation, Zeon moves up the Oceania region as well. It's in April of 0079 that the Federation begun its development of Operation V, like I mentioned in the last video. Now in May, Federation forces had started to steal Zaku 2s in order to fight back on Zeon's terms. This is where we see a couple of instances happen where Zeon forces would basically clash with their own mobile suits. It was at this time that the 603rd Technical Evaluation Unit, our friends over at the Jotunheim, were testing a mobile tank unit called a Hidolfer in an operation to counter such a mobile suit theft. Though the mobile tank managed to successfully repel Federation forces, the Hidolfer project in and of itself was scrapped, which surprises no one because Zabi was kind of a dumbass to build the thing in the first place. The Noisy Fairy team also encounters a similar group of Federation, pilots at this time who had stolen Zaku's. Now in June, Zeon completed its defensive line in space. by establishing a few specific bases at Lagrange Point 5. Now, what's notable about this is that this was also the time that Zeon started scientific research into the concept of new types. Now, I mentioned new types with the last episode of the series, and now we're going to go a little bit more in depth into... Oh, shit. I have to explain what new types are, don't I? This is going to suck. Okay, look, new types are hard to explain because, to be honest, what new types are and what they can do has never properly been defined that clearly within the Gundam franchise. What I'm going to stick with is an explanation that I've come up with that is based around what we see specifically during the 1 Year War. And then as time goes on and I go on talking about other Universal Century series, we'll talk about how new types and the technology around them manifests when we get to that point. If there's a simple way of describing this, it's that new types have a sort of sixth sense about them, almost as if they're empaths. They can sense emotional shifts and changes, even over long distances. They can also sense when other new types are near as well. This feeds into Zeon Daikun's theory that as humanity went into space, the humans would start to evolve in a way that would facilitate better communication. Well, of course, if you can literally read someone's emotions, and even in some cases project thoughts to them, you're going to be able to communicate on a much deeper level much faster. However, since we've got a military involved with the research, that genocidal fuck Garen Zabi, of course, is going to go, how can we use this to kill people? Thus, there was development on a couple of key projects. The first was the Saikamu system, which would allow new types to manipulate weaponry that uses their unique brainwaves. The other was the exam system, which was a system which would be developed with the hopes of allowing old types to battle on equal footing with new types, given that a new type's abilities in combat would theoretically be superior. In July, the mobile suit that would change the tone of the war was finally completed by this Federation at Side 7's research base. After the completion of the RX-77 gun cannon, the RX-78-1 was completed and given the name of Gundam. Now, the prototype of the Gundam, which we'll call Unit 1, was initially rolled out in a black, white, and red color scheme and wasn't as well armored as its successor. After they tweaked things a bit and improved the armoring and things along those lines, the most famous unit of this line, the RX-78-2, was completed. It was given a red, white, blue, and yellow color palette instead, and then Unit 1, which at this point was almost indistinguishable from Unit 2 because of the armor additions, was recolored as well, to the point where the units were basically identical to one another. The Gundam used armor called Luna Titanium, which is a lightweight alloy that also is considerably more durable than the alloys that were used in Zaku 2's. Like the gun cannon, this mobile suit was also able to use beam weaponry. However, the main difference between the gun cannon and the Gundam was the fact that the Gundam was meant for close to medium range combat, meaning that this thing was meant to be incredibly nimble and hard-hitting. This thing could move at a land speed of 165 kilometers per hour. So imagine essentially a 60-foot giant sprinting at you at that speed. It's kind of a scary thought. Now, from range, the Gundam used a similar beam rifle to the gun cannon, but this weapon also had an underslung option called a super napalm launcher. It's a 4-tube rocket launcher that basically does exactly what it says in the tin: fire napalm powerful enough to melt a mobile suit. Now, sadly, it's not seen often in the series. The Gundam could also use a hyper bazooka, which was essentially the Federation's answer to the 240mm bazookas that the Zaku 2 uses. Aside from the beam rifle, the Gundam also uses 2 beam sabers contained on its back. Now, yes, these are obviously meant to be like lightsabers from Star Wars. For anyone who doesn't know, Gundam is sort of like Japan's Star Wars, in the sense that it's their most famous sci-fi franchise from their region, and Gundam obviously takes a good amount of inspiration from George Lucas's work. Regardless, the Gundam could easily dual-wield these weapons in combat. Another thing that the Gundam could do is merge the 2 sabers into a larger weapon called a beam javelin, giving the machine another option to use in close-quarters combat. It also sported a large, thick shield for protection, which obviously would keep the main unit protected, but would also assist the Gundam should it find itself needing to re-enter Earth's atmosphere on its own, which a Zaku 2 was not capable of doing. In a lot of ways, the Gundam is a form of escalation. The Federation completed a mobile suit that essentially made the Zaku 2 into a joke, and used its technology that was much more devastating than anything Zeon had in their mobile suits. At this point, mass production was made a priority. The RX-79 Gundam ground type was commissioned at the same time, alongside the RX-78 NT-1, which was being developed at the Augusta base on Earth, starting in September of that year. We'll talk more about that one later. What was commissioned at this time was also the very first Pegasus-class carrier, called the White Base. Now in September, our old friend Lieutenant Commander Char Aznable managed to spot the White Base as it made its approach to Side 7, seemingly by chance, where it was meant to pick up Units 1, 2, and 3 of the Gundam. It's at this point that the animated series finally begins. The first few episodes of the show are an event that goes down in history as the attack on Side 7, which, given the location of things, I suppose would make sense. It would be kind of weird if they called it Zeon's Quest for Italian Sausage, now wouldn't it? Now, let's talk a little bit more about what Side 7 exactly is. So here's our map of the space colonies. Side 7, over here, is also known as Noah, spelled N-O-A, and at the time was actually just one colony instead of a cluster of them. Hidden here was the R&D base that was responsible for Operation V testing and development, alongside the Earthbound counterparts that it had. It also had a close proximity to Luna 2, which was the Federation's last major stronghold in space at the time. It would remain a stronghold for decades, and we'll probably mention it more as we continue to work our way through the Gundam catalog over the years. As the White Base arrives at Side 7, we see a couple of notable things going on. First is that Side 7 is secretly infiltrated by Zaku 2s. Now you might be asking yourself, Micah, Zaku 2s are huge, how do they infiltrate a colony? Well, I'm glad you asked, dear viewer. You see, the average size of a colony in Gundam is about 6.4 kilometers, or for those of us who, speak freedom, a little under 4 miles. In length, they're about 36 kilometers, or 22 miles. Now, it probably doesn't seem that big to you, but I'll just say as someone who used to get around the city I live in only via walking, you get a new appreciation for how big 1 mile is. Now, to put it into maybe a more numerical scale so that you can just see it here on your monitor, let's just convert this into feet. Once we do that, it becomes a little bit more understandable as to why a Zaku could infiltrate a structure like that, considering a Zaku is around 60 feet tall, which is by no means anything to sneeze at, but a colony is 116,000 feet long and almost 21,000 feet tall. Okay, enough of the numbers. During the opening, we're introduced to some key characters that I honestly haven't spoken at length about yet. One notable conversation is between Lieutenant Tem Ray, the lead developer for Project V, and, at the time, Ensign Bright Noah. This conversation, while brief, gives the idea of just how bad the war is going. Bright, who is, oddly enough, only 19 years old at the time, has only been in the military for 6 months. They note that guerrilla fighters around Bright's age and younger are fighting down on Earth. One good example that we will actually see as this goes on in Asia is a young lady named Kiki Rosita, who, under her father's command at the time of this particular instance, would actually be on the ground in Asia fighting Zeon forces via guerrilla tactics. It's here that we're also introduced to our hero, Amuro Ray. He's a bit of an engineering nerd like his father, and we see that Amuro is a bit withdrawn, antisocial, and just prefers to focus on the stuff that he's working on rather than honestly pay attention to much else. Now he's made aware of a military action by his friend Frau Bo, who is accompanied by Haro, a robot of Amuro's design. As they finally start to leave, Frau takes a second to lecture Amuro's across-the-street neighbor, Hayato Kobayashi, who seems a bit miffed about shuffling that had to be done while Project V was being conducted, and since Amuro's dad is in charge of it, you can kind of understand why there'd be a little bit of resentment there. Regardless, during this sequence, one of the Zeon pilots that infiltrated the colony breaks rank, and begins to open fire in the colony, despite prior orders just to do recon. He manages to destroy a couple of Mobile Suit prototypes, and a counterattack from the Federation forces begins. The next result is horrifying, which in hindsight really made this series way ahead of its time. There's a lot of death here, both in civilian numbers and military, and you realize right out of the gate that this is no Super Robot story. Not that Super Robot stories couldn't have more mature themes. Tamino, the creator of this show, was actually really, really good at it, alongside, of course, Go Nagai and Ken Ishikawa, and then, of course, Osamu Tezuka could also introduce more mature themes into some of his work, and he's actually who Tamino studied under. Regardless, though, the first episode basically starts with death and pain. However, as this goes on and an explosion happens, Amuro sees a manual that's flown next to him that's from Project V. One thing to note during the horror of this is the performances of 4 voice actors, depending on which version you watch. Now, as you saw when we showed you the characters, of course, as they show up during the episode, and you see who their voice actors are, praise needs to be heaped on Toru Furuya and Brad Swale for their portrayal as Amuro, and both Suichi Ikeda and the recently, sadly departed Michael Kopsa for their portrayals of Char Aznable. All 4 VAs really do a great job of showing Amuro's fear and nervousness during these scenes, and I really enjoy the subtle annoyances that Char's voice actors show when he hears about his men attacking the colony against his orders. It's the little things that matter. Now, the tide of the battle turns after a bunch of civilians get turned to ash in a really chilling sequence that honestly pulls on your heartstrings, especially when Frau sees her mother's dead, mangled body, and she's understandably in hysterics. It's also a character-defining moment for Amuro. Not just the show's first slap, mind you, but he immediately knuckles down and realizes that he has to take on the burdens of the situation. Now, you might ask yourself, why Amuro slaps her? Well, my friend Wu Fei has an answer.
'Cause she's a woman!
In all seriousness, he begs Frau to go. And despite all of the tears and pain of what she's seeing and he's seeing, they do exactly what they need to do. Frau gets moving, and Amuro sprints into the cockpit of his father's machine that was designed. And it's from here that Amuro finds his destiny. As you can see, the 120mm Zaku machine gun does nothing to the Gundam's armor. Though the Gundam runs out of ammo for its Vulcans, Amuro uses the immense physical power of his mobile suit to ragdoll a Zaku 2. Now keep in mind that a mobile suit weighs over 70 tons, fully armored. And the Gundam just shoved it over like he's a bully. I mean, he might as well thrown that Zaku in a locker. From here, he makes mincemeat out of the Zaku as it tries to retreat, carving it in two before it can really react. Now the problem is that the reactor to the Zaku detonates, which is nuclear, and that of course blows a hole in the colony. This of course adversely affects Amuro's own father, and the consequences of that will be felt later. Now Amuro is much smarter in dropping the second Zaku, stabbing it through the cockpit, and killing the pilot. Now even after this, the colony is in a desperate situation. Char's Musai has begun to attack the colony to cover for its one retreating Zaku. There's civilian and military casualties as Amuro does what he can to try to aid the White Base in recovering mobile suit supplies. Unfortunately, the White Base's captain is badly wounded by shrapnel during Char's attack as Ryu Jose tries to take his position on the guns to relieve him. The captain is tough as nails though. He's still running the ship while he's being sutured up. Losses are devastating, and I'll let Bright give the damage report.
I regret to report that every soldier and engineer on Side 7 is gone, all destroyed by only 2 Zakus. Of the survivors, only 10 men are combat ready, so it's looking bleak, sir.
During the sequence, we're also briefly introduced to Sayla Mass, who I'll talk about here in a minute, just to reiterate everyone who exactly that is, and then of course Mirai Yashima, who volunteers to aid as the helmswoman since she has experience with cruiser-class ships. The captain also alludes that her family is one of standing, though we don't know the extent of such, not until later. On the Zeon side of things, we have a conversation between Admiral Dozle Zabi, who is the head of the Space Forces, and, of course, Captain Char Aznable, which shows exactly the kind of commander that Dozle is. He is practical, to say the least. When Char tells him about finding Project V, which is a huge discovery, and the damage that the Gundam could do, Dozle immediately understands what the situation is and its severity, dropping any gripes he has about Char missing a party, and gets his captain exactly what he needs to continue to press the attack. From here, White Base continues to try and recover from the assault and become combat ready. Frau Bo and Sayla take off to try and find more survivors, but not before Sayla meets up with Ryu and they meet Kai Shiden. And Kai finds out what the Five Fingers said to the face when he reveals that he was basically hiding from everything instead of helping out. It's here that I need to reiterate something from the last episode of the series. It's at this point that Char infiltrates the colony himself and comes face to face with Sayla. Now, if you haven't watched the first episode of the 1 Year War Explained, I'll fill you in on the relationship between these two. Both Sayla and Char aren't really Sayla and Char. Their real names are Artesia and Casval Daikun respectively, and they are the only children of the founder of Zeon, Zeon Zum Daikun. They have not seen each other in years, by the way, thus Char's disbelief that that's actually his sister in front of him. From here, Amuro's got to torch the remaining MS parts to make sure that they don't get into Zeon hands. This is smart, considering the advantage that the few mobile suits that the Federation has at this point are going to make a big difference. Not to mention, you also have to consider that, they don't really mention this, but part of that wreckage that's there is what's left of Gundam Unit 1, which would be a nightmare if Zeon gets their hands on it. So he uses an underslung grenade launcher called the Super Napalm Launcher to destroy it. As I mentioned when we were breaking down the Gundam beforehand, basically this is napalm that's able to burn through the type of material that these mobile suits are made out of, Gundanium. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a sub-weapon that gets used again, and I really wish they had because it would have come in handy in some scenarios. But that's just me griping. We actually wouldn't see a weapon like this in Gundam until the RX-78's much later successor in the RX-0 Banshee Norn, which would have a similar underslung grenade launcher under the beam magnum. And just as a side note, the Banshee Norn is actually my favorite of the three unicorns, but sadly it's piloted by an absolute shithead. We'll get to him another time, though. Anyway, from here, Char narrowly escapes the colony after everyone opens fire on him, but Amuro gives chase in the Gundam to try to catch him. 2 Zaku's get launched, one of which is approaching at 3 times normal speed. The captain immediately recognizes that that's Char's machine, and it's here that we get our first battle between 2 men who would essentially change the future of the Universal Century. All things considered, it's a pretty even fight, with Char's mobility giving Amuro trouble, but the Gundam's specs and its armor helping him to keep up. Amuro then fires his rifle at the other Zaku, and Char is in absolute horror at the power of that weapon, considering it blows up a Zaku in one blast. After Char retreats, the ship begins to head towards Luna 2, and the crew finally gets to meet Amuro face to face. Now, Bright does lay down the law to Amuro about his new responsibilities, and we start to see the first bits of what would end up being a much larger clash between the two later on. Now, things continue onward, and the pace of the series does start to move a bit quicker. Episode 3 starts by showing Char's uncertainty after fighting the Gundam for the first time, in shock of what he had seen. It's here that a Papua-class ship is deployed to take care of any resupply that Char needs. Now, at the time of this battle, the Papua is actually starting to become a little bit outdated in the Zeon military, but these humble ships could actually resupply up to 2 Musai-class cruisers simultaneously. They were also effective as mobile suit carriers, meaning that they were pretty versatile considering most Zeon military strategy centered around mobile suits. In this case, it's under the command of Captain Gaddam, who was part of some of the very first mobile suit combat to ever be seen in the Universal Century, using his trusty Zaku 1. On the White Base, they notice that Char's ship is going to be resupplied. They take a vote, and they decide to attack during the resupply to catch their enemy off balance, as opposed to using the advantage to flee to Luna 2 that much faster. The battle honestly kind of goes as you'd expect, with a few little details that emerge from it. The first is that Amuro actually does have a knack for strategic thought, realizing that he and Ryu should attack with the sun behind their back, as opposed to putting themselves at a disadvantage. For Char, you can tell that he's actually still shaken by exactly how capable the enemy is, the specs of the Gundam, and what kind of a monster he's up against. For the first time in his military career, he feels like he's on the back foot. Oh, speaking of foot... Now, side note, I actually have to say that I really like the fight in this episode. It's one of my favorite in the series. Plus, they do a great job of showing just how chaotic surprise attacks are in a wartime scenario. There's an obvious desperation that Char has in fighting the Gundam, plus the Musai having problems with the resupply. There's also communication issues with the core fighter that Ryu's piloting, leading to the first launch of Kai and Hayato in the gun tank to provide long-range support. The battle ends with Gadam asking Char to leave now that he has his supplies, but since Gadam's ship is toast, he charges the Gundam to try to buy Char some time. He seems to have a little bit of luck in melee range, but sadly loses his life in the process. The White Base retreats as well. After the battle, the White Base heads to the Federation base of Luna 2, and they get met with some crappy news. First, Luna 2 is not able to take civilian refugees, meaning all of the civilians on White Base are still stuck there. They're going to get sent to Earth, basically. Given the situation and how little they know, Luna 2 begins to detain the White Base's crew, considering that it's a secret project. Top secret. So, the fact that civilians were actually on this thing and piloting and running the damn thing, it's kind of a worrying thing for the Federation military. Granted, one thing I will admit completely, though I can understand why the Commandant of Luna 2, Joaquin, does what he's doing, he's being a cocky idiot with some of his strategy and honestly dismissing some of the things that Bright is saying just because Bright's an ensign. He thinks that Char's not going to attack Luna 2. Well, take a wild guess where that assumption leads. One interesting note right before the attack is that Amuro, for his compatriots on the White Base that are in his cell with him, it does a bit of an explain like I'm 5 on the Gundam's learning computer. The basic idea is that it retains combat information from battle to battle, allowing the machine to adapt to combat scenarios from what the machine has learned previously. This basically gives Amuro the tools he needs to keep up with his opponents, combined with the Gundam's superior armor and weaponry. It's one thing, essentially, for a pilot to learn from fight to fight. It's another thing for his machine to learn with him, giving the two a combined pool of knowledge. And then, of course, this is in tandem with the Gundam's superior armor and weaponry. Now, as a fun note, this sort of thing didn't actually stay standard with Gundams after this. Now, the RX-72, of course, has this feature, but other RX-78 models didn't have the same functionality. In the Gundam Expanded universe, however, this idea would be put on steroids in the After Colony timeline, where the Zero system and the Epion system would go so far as to enhance the pilots of their machines with a thinking computer on a level to where they were basically operating with a second brain. And it's even debated on whether or not Wing Zero and the Epion were actually self-aware. Discussion for another time, though. Back to Bright, Ryu, Amuro, and Hayato. They actually manage to break out of their cell after Char attacks. They get back to the White Base, but Char manages to catch a Magellan-class ship with a trap, because, again, the Commandant was being an arrogant idiot. From here, we have a little bit more conflict between the Commandant and Bright, but thankfully Captain Paulo manages to talk some sense into the Commandant so that the White Base crew can defend Luna 2 from Char and his men. They're unfortunately forced to destroy the Magellan to get the White Base out. Now, to explain something, Magellan-class ships are big, expensive ships that, honestly, they can't afford to lose at this point. So it kind of emphasizes just how desperate their situation is, and why they're a bit hesitant to do it in the first place, but they realize that they honestly don't have any options here. Now, out on the battlefield, this is the first time we see Amuro use a dual-wielding method for Gundam beam sabers. But, unfortunately, the animation in this episode kind of blows, so it's a bit of an underwhelming moment. This is actually where we get the first appearance of Fat Gundam, So, yeah, this is one where apparently they weren't budgeting quite right, or they had to rush some things. Anyway, after this, the white base prepares itself to descend to Earth. Now, one cool part is that we get some great character moments with Amuro and the civilians. You start to really realize that Amuro is just a humble, sort of antisocial kid who just has a knack for engineering. I mentioned that earlier, but I feel the need to emphasize the humble part because he's really doing the best he can with what he has, and to be honest with you, he's kind of shouldering a lot of burden considering, despite not having any piloting experience before this, is the best pilot with the best machine, and because he is the best pilot with the best machine, there'll be a lot put on his shoulders as it goes on, and his tendency to take burdens on his shoulders might start to collapse him. Anyway, after this, the white base prepares for re-entry, as you would expect them to do, considering what I just mentioned, and Char attacks them while they're vulnerable, because that's what Char do. We start to see the inexperience of the general white base crew here, and sadly, in the midst of the battle, as they're trying to figure out how to run machine guns on white base, as Amuro is doing what he can, he runs out of ammo in his bazooka. Now, he does manage to nail a Zaku 2 with his Vulcans, showing that those Vulcans can actually drop a mobile suit at close range. It's also here that we're introduced to one of my favorite Gundam weapons ever. Ladies and gentlemen who are watching this video that should hit the like button and subscribe if they haven't already, and smash it like this Zaku is about to get smashed, meet the Gundam Hammer. Yeah, it can deflect bazooka shots. It's awesome. I kind of alluded to this already, but you want to see what happens when it hits a mobile suit? Check this out. Another thing to note is that Amuro is basically soloing Char and several Zaku 2s at the same time. He's getting better at a very fast rate. Now, Char aborts the mission alongside White Base, but unfortunately for him, he loses a soldier in the process. We also get to see what the Gundam is able to do when it comes to re-entry, and then it can actually survive it, which is nuts considering what happens to the Zaku that Amuro was fighting beforehand. I mean, let's have a look.
Commander Char!
Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Anyway, after re-entry, we're introduced to Captain Garma Zabi. Now, I mentioned him earlier in the episode, so I'm not going to go too much into detail on him. Unfortunately for White Base, they've basically entered Earth right in Garma's territory, specifically in the western part of what we would know as the United States of America. As Char and Garma get to talking, we get the history between the two of them. Basically, both men studied at the same military academy that I mentioned in the first episode of the Explained series, and they formed a friendship there. Over on White Base, the lieutenant that's taking command of the ship after his ship wasn't able to re-enter properly in the last episode is being a prick. Partially because of his injury, partially because he's leaning way too much on his command and not enough on actual combat experience in dealing with Char and Zeon forces. Anyway, the pilots are ordered to deploy in their mobile suits again, and Amuro, despite not really getting nearly enough rest, decides to gut it out. Amuro and Hayato launch in the gun tank under Amuro and Hayato's, suggestions, but sadly they have to switch out after some time due to the inability to punch through the aerial attack. Fact is, they just need more forces on the ground. The resistance that they're facing from Zeon is a Gao attack carrier, DOP snub fighters, and Magella attack tanks. Now, the Gao attack carrier is both a bomber and a transport craft meant specifically for terrestrial warfare. These things are big and slow, and are basically designed by a bunch of idiots who never set foot on the Earth, and you can tell because their maneuverability sucks. However, it at least could carry the function of mobile suit and snub fighter transport fairly competently. It's just bad at getting out of the way of things. Even so, it did have rudimentary defenses, being equipped with 3 twin megaparticle guns, 4 beam cannons, a bomb bay — it would be a pretty shitty bomber if it didn't — alongside anti-aircraft machine guns. As for the DOP, these were your typical Zeon snub fighters. These, like the Gao, were developed by a bunch of people who had never been on Earth before, so everything was put together via simulation. These things could be quite speedy, hitting up to Mach 5, but their range was shit, so they relied on quick deployments, usually from Gaos. Now, the Magella tanks are actually kind of neat. Now, these little guys have your typical tank weapons. They were equipped with a 175mm cannon that could also be pulled off and put onto different mobile suits, and it also had a 3-barrel 35mm machine gun. However, what makes these things unique is the top of the tank is actually able to separate from the bottom using VTOL engines. It could really only do this for a few minutes, but if nothing else, it gave the tank a little bit more versatility than the Federation's Type 62. Amuro then heads out in the Gundam, and the gun tank has Kai switch with Amuro for the gun tank crew. Ryu then heads out in the core fighter. It's here that we start to see Amuro's demeanor get a little bit more frazzled, mostly due to his lack of rest. Garma deploys 3 Zaku's, but Char's not going out. Instead, he's letting Garma take the brunt of the assault. Amuro's assault in the Gundam starts to pick the Zeon apart, so they switch tactics and decide to attack from range, which puts Amuro on the back foot and rattles him. So, in response to their switching tactics, Amuro switches tactics to a tried and true classic. It's called Fuck You. At this point, Amuro's pretty fucking worn out, to the point where he just crashes in his pilot uniform in his room. You start to realize that this kid has been fighting battles almost daily after seeing his home colony wrecked. So on top of having to witness a bunch of civilians get wrecked in combat, he's got to fight in a fucking war. So he's having a rough time. So rough, he didn't even want pie and soda. Personally, I'm of the opinion that pie and soda is a great de-stressor, but that's just me. Anyway, Char's in the shower. Aside for some fan service of the ladies, you get the sense that Garma really does have a lot of admiration for Char, in what I'm assuming is a non-gay way, but regardless, the big motivation for the purple-held nepotism beneficiary is to impress his sister Kycilia. The next day, both he and Char are spending time trying to analyze the Gundam and its capabilities. Elsewhere, there's issues on the White Base. Again, the civilians on the ship are basically fed up with being on a warship and just want to land on Earth and leave. As for the White Base crew, they're debating how and when to let the evacuees off, and the fact that there are basically 100 people that are a drain on rations. They're also looking to modify the catapult on the ship so they can launch the core fighter at a much higher altitude to try and contact Federation HQ for reinforcements. And, shit. The old people took hostages. How did that happen? And also Kai's being a dick. Well, anyway, Amuro goes ahead and takes off to try to contact the Feddies, and because of the G-forces, he passes out. Garma and Char, of course, notice the launch and try to pursue. As for the old people, Bright, Sayla, Ryu, and Hayato go to deal with the geriatric impatience among the civvies, and you realize pretty quick that hostages wasn't even what was happening, and they really just wanted a status update. Well, you old geriatric fucks, why not just go request to go to the bridge? Anyway, Mirai's trying to contact Amuro and getting no response. Sadly, this is probably the best sleep he's got in a while. I wonder what he's dreaming about.
僕を助ける。
そう、アムロは本当は戦いたくないんでしょ？争いはやめよう。みんな友達だもの。話せばわかるはずよ。
Wow, that was weird. Anyway, Amuro wakes up to find Char in pursuit of him, which ends with him shaking around his joystick like a 4-year-old about to crash while playing Flight Simulator. Then his brain wakes up and he realizes he's got a maneuverability advantage, considering that Char's fighter is just a re-entry capsule instead of something that's actually meant for long-term dogfighting. Now, even though he manages to hit Char's fighter, Dops show up. Amuro gets recalled to White Base, and Kai gets kind of shitty about it.
I just knew it
Falcon Punch!
Okay, that was satisfying. Bright even threatens to chuck him out of the ship. Fucking A, man. Anyway, they convert the core fighter into the Gundam for an aerial fight, but not before Amuro starts to lose his nerve. Thankfully for Amuro, Sayla does a really good job of giving him some confidence. Amuro, after that, starts shooting down Dops like he's playing fucking Duck Hunt. And then Amuro and Char once again clash. Now, as that fight goes on, those dumbass old people literally come out in the middle of a goddamn combat situation to throw a fucking tantrum on the bridge. These are the most selfish old people ever. Okay, I don't know if we're keeping a tally of who wins in these Char/Amuro fights, but if we are, sure dude, are we? Ah, there it is, thank you. We gotta give this one to Char, given he forces Amuro to retreat during the freefall. Even though he's doing well, Char's asked to retreat by Garma after revealing that he's figured out that the Gundam's a modular weapon that can swap out to different mobile suits and things of that nature. Back with the geriatric fucks, these goofs just want off while they're in the middle of Zeon-controlled territory. Yeah, that'll go over well. Now, Amuro rightly tells them off, and then they finally leave after Mirai asks him to send back Frau Bo. Now after this, Lieutenant Reed is being a dick again. Bright has the white base flying low through a mountain range, and both Char and Garma deduce that they're doing this to effectively use Minovsky particle density in a way so that Garma's forces couldn't use radar-reliant weaponry to pound the ship from range. So, from here, they'll have to set up an ambush if they hope to bring the ship down. Thing is, Bright understands that as well, so Gundam's about to be in another fight. Then the old people come by again, and just say, drop us off at a nearby town. Though it is a little bit of an ask, especially considering, once again, they're in a potential combat situation, Bright goes for a middle ground solution and asks for a ceasefire with the Zeon forces. Char and Garma agree to it, largely to give themselves a chance to prepare an even bigger ground force to bring down the white base. The thing is, Char is once again completely fine with Garma taking the blame here if the plan fails. Hijinks continue to ensue as Kai blows a hole in the transport carrier to try and fool the enemy with something. Once they get airborne, and they've got the civilians on the way, at least a small amount of them, they are approached by a Zeon Lugum. Now, the Zeon Lugum are reconnaissance aircraft that are pretty minimally armed. They only carry twin machine guns and a couple of missile launchers. It also has a small bay for bombs, too. One neat little thing about this craft is they can actually transport Zaku 2s over short distances. And that's really all there is to say about that thing. Anyway, Kai and Frau push smoke out of the hole that Kai made earlier with an explosion, and the ship goes down for an emergency landing. Then a few of the White Base crew head out in jetpacks to lure the Zeon pilots away. It works for a little bit, but one of the Zeon pilots has a bit of a bleeding heart, and then heads to check on the mother and her child that were part of the civilian group. From here, the Gundam is deployed from the transport rather sneakily. Now for a split second, Amuro thinks the ship is going to see him. He ends up right, but not at that exact moment. The ship turns around after seeing a glare from his mobile suit, and it forces Amuro to shoot him down. Well, at least before they spotted Amuro, they gave the woman and her kid some supplies, so there's that. Back at the White Base, they're under attack. The gun cannon deploys, and Kai does what Kai does best, and gets beat up a bit while freaking out. Luckily for him, the gun cannon is a beast of a mobile suit. Now, while Kai fires back, and has a little bit of success, he sadly runs out of ammo. But then, luckily for him, Amuro comes in from behind enemy lines, right as Char figures out what they were going for. From here, the gun tank and the Gundam start shredding Dops left and right. Amuro even pulls a Captain America and takes out a Magella top tank with a shield throw. Then he does it again to a Zaku. Kai also uses Shove Fu to take one out as well. It goes without saying Garma's strategy ended up being a failure. As for the young woman, her son, and the two nice Zeon pilots, they revealed that the town her husband was raised in, St. Angus, was destroyed. The next day, there's more issues going on. The White Base is low on ammo, Kai's throwing a fit about the pilots getting bigger rations, and Amuro is dealing with a bit of shell shock from all the fights he's been in. He's in fact having trouble sleeping and eating. Lieutenant Reed actually suggests abandoning the White Base because they're low on ammo, but the discussion really doesn't go that far. Bright tries to send Amuro on patrol, but Amuro throws a bit of a tantrum. Realizing that the kid's tired, Hayato and Ryu take his place, with Ryu noticing that With as tired as Amuro is, he doesn't need to be going out, and considering how much he's done thus far, he kind of deserves a little bit of rest. On Garma's ship, they notice the white base's patrol, and Garma's getting ready to head out personally. Now, Char tries to convince him otherwise, and Garma wisely listens after Char points out that they should just wait for the scouts to head back to base, then pursue them. You really get the sense up to this point that Garma's worried way too much about impressing his sister, and not enough about being a wise leader. Now, Garma is well liked within Zeon for his actions in the invasion, but the fact is that this is the first time that his forces have fought anything that could really fight back on even footing. So he's not really thinking smart, on top of never really facing someone that he can't bully into submission with superior tech. The attack commences and Amuro's in a rough spot. He doesn't want a sortie due to all of his prior issues I mentioned beforehand. While Kai, Hayato, and Ryu head out in the gun cannon and gun tank respectively, Bright and Amuro have an argument. This leads to the infamous Bright slap. And then he hits him again, this time with a backhand. At this particular moment, even Frau tells him to stop being so pathetic. Now, Amuro, oddly enough, gets shaken up by this. But not so much by the blunt force trauma, but rather their disappointment. Because they both admit that they see something in Amuro. They believe in him. They respect what he's done, but what he's doing right now by throwing a tantrum is beneath him, to be honest with you. The thing is, this is war. Your options are fight or die. Now, one thing I've been asked in the past from other Gundam fans is whether or not I feel like this was the right thing for Bright to do in slapping Amuro. In a word, yeah. Some people might think that Amuro is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, but at this point of the story, that's not really the case. I hate it when people use that term willy-nilly. I have friends that are war veterans that have suffered from PTSD, and throwing that term around where it doesn't really apply is just kind of sickening, to be honest with you. Not to mention, if you look at the list of symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, Amuro is actually only suffering from a couple of them out of the myriad that exist. On top of that, he snaps out of his issues pretty quickly. People with post-traumatic stress disorder do not snap out of their issues quick. The fact of the matter is that he's a teenager thrown into a war and has a lot of burdens on his shoulders, and sometimes when you burden yourself too much, you're gonna break under the pressure. That's basically what's happening here. Not to mention, this kind of spoils the future for Amuro Ray, but in later series he appears in, he doesn't have any symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder whatsoever. So no, he doesn't have it here. Slapping him was the right move. Anyway, back to the battle. Mobile suits seem to be having some issues with the fighters. Now, Amuro switches up the strategy a little bit. Basically, the Gundam starts jumping like Amuro is doing his best Michael Jordan impression, and he's shooting dops out of the air while he's doing it. He even starts counting the ones he's shooting down. Hell, he fucking boots one out of the air, just punt kicks it. And even after he runs out of ammo, he just starts jumping again, and this time uses his beam saber. Because, like I said, fuck it is a proper strategy. Also, Garma asks for cover fire from the Gao, and they're not talking back because Char fucked with the communications earlier. Anyway, somebody shows up in a Federation vehicle and, God damn it. Redhead addiction's flaring up again. Anyway, Lieutenant Matilda's here. Lieutenant Matilda Ajan here is the head of the Medea Supply Corps, and comes in to resupply the White Base, get the wounded lieutenant out of there on top of a good chunk of the civilians as well. One thing that's distinct about this is that she actually wasn't sent on general order from the Federation, but rather straight from General Revel. That actually does factor in later. Now, one thing that gets debated here is when Lieutenant Matilda is heaping praise on Amuro, trying to boost his spirits a bit. Lieutenant Matilda calls Amuro a psychic, or in the Japanese translation, Matilda calls him an Esper. And people tend to think that this is an allusion to new types. I never really thought that was the case, to be honest. I more or less think she's just commenting on how good of a pilot Amuro is. Not to mention the concept of the new type wasn't something that was widely known by the military at that point. There had been, of course, the philosophies of Char's father, but it still wasn't something that had been scientifically researched on a big level, especially in the Federation, at least not yet. Alright, back to Char and Garma, and we find people kissing Garma's ass. Now, Char, on the other hand, is more interested in getting his drink on. Now it's here, at this party, that we see that Garma is actually dating the daughter of the mayor of the town that they're in. There's some star-crossed lover stuff going on, where Garma thinks that if he captures White Base in the Gundam, his dad will let him marry the Earth Lady. If not, fuck it, he's just gonna leave the military. Though it's nice and romantic and stuff, the fluffy romance gets interrupted by the fact that his forces need to mobilize, or the White Base is gonna escape to Federation airspace. White Base parks itself inside the remnants of an old stadium to try to let enemy forces pass by them. The old people are being stupid again, and Frau tells them to stop. Back with Garma's booty call, she tries to leave even though she knows Garma just went into a fucking battle, and her father slaps her for her trouble. Now, why did she do something so stupid?
'Cause she's a woman.
Anyway, back to the fight. Char volunteers to Sortie this time to lead the ground forces. Well, ground forces is just 3 Zakus, so there's not much to say there. It's more of a scouting party. Amuro heads out to draw them away. During the fight, Char notices what Amuro is trying to do, and takes this opportunity to get out his people I need to kill list that he came up with when he joined the Zeon military, and uses White Base to scratch Garma off of it by luring Garma's Gao straight into enemy fire.
Hey, Garma, you read me? Blame this on the misfortune of your birth.
Don't take it personally. You can thank your father.
You double-crossed me, Char! I'm a son of the Zabi family. I'll go down with honor. Glory to the Principality of Zeon!
It's here that Garma goes down in flames, and though the White Base don't realize it, they just took out the commander of the invasion force. The Zabi family are obviously pretty taken aback by the whole thing, but while they're discussing goings-on, it's pretty obvious that that shithead Giran has his own plans for how Garma's funeral is going to be approached. He continues to push for a state funeral even though his father wants something more private. And the family also blames Char for his death as well. Which, I mean, they're not wrong, but they don't know why. Either way, Degwin relents and tells Dozel to relegate Char to another unit. The next day, there's another attack. This time from 3 Gao carriers. Ryu and Amuro head out in the gun cannon and Gundam respectively. Now, there's not really a whole lot to say about this fight, except that Iselina, Garma's aforementioned booty call, is on one of the Gaos, and we see the debut of the beam javelin. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a pretty cool sequence. I just wouldn't call this episode one that has a ton of long-term plot consequences. It's mostly action, and it just kind of fills in a blank. Anyway, Char shows up in a Lugum, starts to even the odds, damages White Base, and then they have to do an emergency landing. Then the refugees do a dumb and try to leave during a damn attack in the middle of nowhere. Then the refugees realize that if you fuck around at a 10, you find out at a 10, and Char opens fire on them as they approach, probably thinking that they were enemy combatants. There was a sandstorm, after all. The battle continues, and Amuro, of course, brings out that Gundam javelin, piercing it into the wing of one of the Gaos. The other Gao gets spanked by ground fire, giving Amuro a chance to cut his Gao in half with the javelin, which is fucking stylish as hell. The other Gao manages to ram the Gundam as it crash lands, but it doesn't destroy it. Garma's booty call tries to shoot Amuro, but she ends up fainting instead, then falling to her death. Or she died before she fired. Either way, she's dead. After this, Char retreats. Amuro and the other pilots give her a burial, and then the refugees finally fuck off. Now, all cursing and jokes aside, this is actually a pretty sad ending to this episode. Garma, despite being a Zabi, never really committed any atrocities during his military service. At least nothing compared to the military actions his brothers pulled off. In the end, like Char said, he was a spoiled rich kid that was only betrayed by Char because of what Degwin did to Char's father. This drove his lover to try and get revenge, and it ended up killing her and more of Garma's men. His final recording to his father showed that Garma did want to earn his station. Showing his desire to please his family might have blinded him a bit, but it did come from a place of love for his father, and he just wanted to make him proud. As Zeon prepares their state funeral for Garma, and Char is inevitably going to be reassigned, we're introduced to another one of Zeon's heroes from the Battle of Loom. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to my favorite Zeon pilot not named Haman Karn, the Blue Giant, Captain Ramba Ral. We see him briefly on the same day as Garma's funeral, mostly to just show that his job on Earth, the reason you're seeing him now, is to avenge Garma's death. As for Amuro, he's still having a rough one, not sleeping well and just fidgeting with electronics to try to keep himself occupied. He at least does take some time to chow on some sandwiches, though. Now, granted, being worn out is kind of going around the white base, with Bright obviously being a bit high-strung too, to the point where he actually yells at one of the war orphans for cleaning. Now, you might be asking yourself, Micah, why are the war orphans still here but the rest of the civilians left? On a storyline level, I'm going to assume that the civilians, because they've been assholes up to this point, were assholes again and forgot them, but in reality, Tamino just needed comic relief. Regardless, Bright apologizes to the kids, and then tries to get a little bit of rest, but sadly gets called back to the bridge pretty quickly afterwards, even though Mirai's trying to help him relax. Not in that way, stop being perverted. They don't make Hathaway yet. Anyway, with White Base being attacked again, they're in a bit of a rough spot considering they have to deal with vehicles that have gained speed due to re-entry. They can't get away from them. So White Base is forced to land, and as they're getting ready to fight, Ryu finds Amuro in a spaced-out state, something fierce, and wakes him up. He actually has to be guided by hand to the launch bay. He's that tired. Ramba also heads out to fight alongside two Zakus. Now you might be asking yourself what this blue behemoth is that he's piloting. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the MS-07B Goof. This mobile suit is a melee powerhouse. It was developed for a couple of specific purposes. First, it's built first and foremost to be a ground unit, so battles on Earth, essentially. It features a much improved backpack from the Zaku, on top of leg thrusters as well, making it considerably faster and much more maneuverable. For its armaments, it has a 5-barrel 75mm machine gun built into the fingers of its left hand. It also has a shield mounted onto the same arm. In its right forearm, it has what's called a heat rod, which, when it impacts its target, it delivers high-voltage electrical shocks. And as you'd expect from a weapon called a heat rod, it can be superheated as well to cut into targets. Now, its most notable weapon is its heat sword. Like the Zaku's Heat Hawk, it's a superheated blade, but it runs a bit hotter than the Heat Hawk and can cut through tougher materials. The mobile suit's left hand can also be switched out for a normal hand, and the mobile suit can even use any weapons that a Zaku 2 can, on top of weapons that other Zeon suits that we will see later are also able to use. Now, thankfully for Amuro, getting launched into battle wakes him up a little bit, and he runs right into the goof. He tries his best, but between the exhausted and Ramba Rawl's ability to strategize on the fly and his piloting skills, Amuro takes a beating. When Ramba gets into close range, he's able to trash the Gundam's bazooka with his heat rod and little to no trouble. Now, thankful for Amuro, he gets back up from the white base. So, everybody splits up and Ramba and Amuro go one-on-one. And Amuro finds out that the goof is, well, I'll let Ramba tell you.
This is no Zaku, boy! No Zaku!
Now, the fight does end in Ramba and his forces being forced to retreat, but it goes without saying that Ramba has established himself as a threat that could easily be as dangerous as Char was. As Amuro returns, he gets in there in time to watch Girin's speech at Garma's funeral.
We have lost a true hero to our glorious and noble cause, but are we defeated? No! For us, this is a new beginning. It's been over 50 years since the elite of Earth, consumed by greed, took control of the Earth Federation. Our citizens have seen nothing but oppression. We want our freedom. Never forget the times when the Federation has trampled us. We, the Principality of Zeon, have had a long and arduous struggle to achieve freedom. Our fight is sacred, our cause divine. My beloved brother Garmazabi was sacrificed. Why?
The spoiled brat.
The war is at a stalemate. Garma has opened your eyes to the blinding truth of your complacency. We are finally in a position where victory is within our grasp. Zeon thirsts for the strength of its people. Once again, our most cherished nation will flourish. Victory is the greatest tribute we can pay those who have sacrificed their lives for us. Hail Zeon! Hail Zeon! Hail Zeon! Hail Zeon! Hail Zeon!
Now, Bright knows what's going on, and he calls it perfectly. Girin wants to turn Zeon into a world dictatorship, and Amuro and company realize that they're in for one hell of a fight going forward. However, on the Earth, they are not alone. In the jungles of Southeast Asia, Ensign Shiro Amada would take command of the 08th MS team, which consists of Master Chief Petty Officer Karen Joshua, Chief Petty Officer Terry Sanders Jr., and Petty Officers Mikhail Nienrich and Elidor Massis. Alongside these forces, Shiro, Karen, and Terry would be issued 3 RX-79Gs, also known as the Gundam ground type. This mobile suit would be primarily comprised of surplus parts for the RX-78, and did not use a core block system alongside any space use equipment. Under gravity, it easily rivaled the performance of the RX-78. This mobile suit would introduce multiple mobile suits to the ground war with Zeon that were beam weapon capable, on top of having superior performance to the Zeon Zaku. Over in Australia, several ground teams are sent in to reclaim the nation that was so devastated by Operation British. It's here that we find the White Dingo team, headed up by Master Pierce Rare, as they attempt to take back the nation for the Federation. This team would roll out with the Federation's very first mass production mobile suit, the Jim. In the Gobi Desert, Captain Bork Cry is forced to defend the base that he is stationed at from a Zeon incursion led by the Zeon Wolf Gar team. Hopping into a stealth melee specialized RX-78 called the Gundam Pixie, he manages to fight off the team, but sadly loses his friends in the process. Elsewhere, the Federation's guinea pig team, headed up by 2nd Lieutenant Yu Kajima, was given possession of an experimental Gundam ground type known as Blue Destiny Unit 1. This unit possessed the exam system, which would allow the pilot to have enhanced abilities that would rival those of a new type. On top of that, it also possessed the ability to use beam weaponry, alongside any other weaponry that the Gundam ground type would be able to use. The Federation also deployed the Slave Wraith team. This group was made up of court-martialed Federation soldiers repurposed to sniff out traitors to the Federation. This team was also assigned a custom Gundam ground type known as the Slave Wraith, on top of being issued RGM-79G units, the GIM ground type. Across the entire world, a counterattack was being waged, new weapons were being developed, and the Federation was finally ready to begin their counterattack across the entire world. At this point, it is October 4th in the year 0079 of the Universal Century, and it is here that the tides finally turned. It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies. A new home for mankind, where people are born and raised and die. 9 months ago, the cluster of colonies furthest from the Earth, called Side 3, proclaimed itself the Principality of Zeon and launched a war of independence against the Earth Federation. Initial fighting lasted over 1 month and saw both sides lose half their respective populations. People were horrified by the indescribable atrocities that had been committed in the name of independence. 8 months had passed since the rebellion began. They were at a stalemate. The 1 Year War is the single most important story in the entirety of the Gundam franchise, and today we are going to continue through the entire shebang and explain exactly how this whole thing began, how it ended, and all of the cool stuff in between. Today we'll be discussing what we can call the center part of the war, beginning in the aftermath of the death of Garma Zabi, and ending with Operation Odessa, and the process in which the Earth Federation chased Zeon back into space, for the most part. So, let's begin, shall we? Episode 3, Soldiers of Sorrow. When we last left our friends in the White Base, Garma Zabi had died and the state funeral for him had been held, where Girin Zabi used the funeral for an opportunity to try and bolster Zeon's forces, much to the chagrin of his father. At the time, multiple teams of Federation forces were being sent into the conflict. While Amuro and the White Base were listening to Girin's speech, Ensign Shiro Amada was listening to the exact same speech, while descending to Earth to head up the 08th MS team in Southeast Asia. In Australia, the White Dingo team were assigned to special tasks to drive Zeon out of Australia, the very nation where the colony from Operation British had been dropped. The Federation's guinea pig team, headed up by 2nd Lieutenant Yu Kajima, was given experimental mobile suit called the Blue Destiny and was unleashed on Zeon. Then there was the Slave Wraith team, which was a team of court-martialed Federation soldiers repurposed to sniff out and destroy traitors. As each of these teams, along with the White Base, started their missions, they did so with new technologies meant to essentially wipe the floor with their enemies. Since Operation V was a smashing success, the mobile suits that were mass-produced were starting to be deployed. So we're going to have some fun to start off and talk about these exact mobile suits, because to me they're cool as heck. So let's start with our very humble friend named Jim. Yep, we have here the mass production unit that would essentially be the foundation of most mass production Federation mobile suits from here in the One-Year War all the way up until Victory Gundam, which takes place over 70 years later. Yep, mass production mobile suits started with the RGM-79, or JIM for short. And it's pretty unassuming when you look at this thing. Then again, when you look at its basic weaponry, you start to realize why such a humble mobile suit ended up making such a difference. What the Federation had accomplished with the JIM was mass-producing a mobile suit that was beam weapon capable. Its default weapon, the beam spray gun, was essentially a beam pistol. It didn't pack the same punch as the Gundam's beam rifle did, but it could still drop a mobile suit without much trouble. It also had a beam saber exactly like the Gundam's, Vulcans like the Gundam did, and a shield like the Gundam did. Now, one thing worth noting about the JIM is its customizability. Though the JIM was the base model, it had quite a few offshoots that essentially used similar parts, but had small modifications or just more weaponry. The one that you would most commonly see would be the RGM-79G, or the JIM ground type. But there were also others like the JIM Dominance, the JIM Aqua, the JIM Sniper, and then later on the JIM Sniper 2, and the list goes on. Each of these mobile suits had their own kits and customizable bits, on top of having an incredible amount of versatility that a lot of Zeon mobile suits just could not boast. The next MS worth mentioning that came from Operation V that was a big difference maker was the Gundam ground type, also known as the RX-79G. This was basically what it says on the tin. It's a Gundam that was built for ground combat. Essentially, any of the spacefaring equipment was stripped from it alongside the core block system. On Earth, this was a huge boon because it made the unit considerably lighter, allowing its performance to rival that of the Gundam itself. Granted, this is a mobile suit that was basically made from Gundam surplus parts. This was also the first Gundam in the timeline of the Universal Century to have a yellow V-fin instead of a white one. This mobile suit had a plethora of weaponry as well. Though it didn't have the head Vulcans of the Gundam itself, it instead had Vulcans in the chest, alongside a multi-launcher, which could fire net guns, flares, grenades, and other projectiles. Like the Gundam, it could also use a beam saber and a beam rifle, which probably scared the bejesus out of any Zeon soldier that saw it. Now granted, beam rifles were expensive to make, so it used a lot of ballistic weaponry as well. It could equip a 100mm machine gun that could be carried in one hand, a 180mm cannon, which used several different ammo types and was great for long-range combat, a 6-barrel missile launcher, a rocket launcher, a rail cannon, a Gundam hammer from the Gundam itself, and it also had a much smaller shield, but it could also equip a much larger shield from the standard JIM should the need arise. Now, there were 3 notable variations of this particular mobile suit in the RX-79G. Shiro Amada would pilot a bit of a hap-dash heavy armor version called the Easy-8 near the end of his military service. Another more armored version of the suit was called the Slave Wraith, and was piloted by Travis Kirkland of the Slave Wraith team. Then we had Yu Kajima piloting Blue Destiny Units 1 and then later 3, with the main distinction of his Gundam ground type having the exam system installed in it, which allowed the pilot to compete with new types in combat on equal footing, provided that the exam system didn't drive the pilot insane and or kill them. More on that later. One thing that deserves mention about the Federation here is that it had one advantage over the Zeon design philosophy when it comes to mobile suits aside from just having beam weaponry, and that design philosophy was an emphasis on versatility. As we go on this episode, you're going to see that Giran Zabi was kind of an idiot when it came to ordering MS development. He constantly felt the need to make new mobile suits designed for one specific purpose, which, as you can imagine, would cost a lot of money. The Federation, on the other hand, didn't develop a lot of suits. They essentially had 4 that had variations on each design. You had the Gundam, you had the Jim, you had the gun cannon, and you had the gun tank. All of them had mass production versions of themselves, and all of those were deployed during the war. There were even 7 Gundams, just normal Gundams, developed during the 1-year war as well, aside from the ground types, and we'll go over those later too. With the Gundams and the Jims, many of these suits could share weapons with one another, allowing for extreme versatility in just about any sort of situation. Why develop a bunch of marine suits when you can just slap some parts on a Jim to make it perform better in the water? Why develop a mobile suit specifically for melee combat when you can just give your mobile suit a javelin, a sword, and a goddamn flail? It made mobile suit production a lot less expensive for the Federation, and they already had a lot more resources to play with than Zeon did. Essentially, to sum it all up, the Federation had a much bigger bank and they were smart with their money. Zeon had a much smaller bank, and Giran Zabi's a goddamn retard. As you can imagine, this would factor in quite a bit when it came to the next phase of the war. Now, let's pause for a moment to pull ourselves out of the lore for a second, because let's face it, these are mostly just lore videos. But let's talk about the real-world reason as to why this was. Toys! Yep, that's the long and short of it. It's effective, too, considering that Gunpla effectively is the reason that this series became the global juggernaut that it is today. Hell, it's what saved the series, and honestly helped establish Gundam as something that could be a big moneymaker in the future. The real-world reason we see so many Zeon designs is that they needed a monster every week for the hero to defeat. So, Yoshiyuki Tamino, being the creative genius that he is, was more than happy to provide. And by the way, I say that with sarcasm. There's a manga about the creation of Gundam. Just read it sometime. Tamino's, he's a trip. We'll just put it that way. Even so, working this necessity for merchandising into a war story was pretty clever on his part, and it's one of the many reasons that I've been a fan of his. And honestly, I think it goes to show you that a really clever creator can work merchandising into their story plans, or in Tamino's case, can work it in whenever there's a demand from the publisher to essentially have things that they can sell. Anyway, that's enough of me bragging about my love for Tamino and stuff like that. Let's get back to the war. So let's pick back up with Amuro and company. So you remember the great episode we ended on last time that had the infamous Ramba Rawl come in and kick Amuro around? Quite literally. Well, here's the thing. We're not going to see Ramba again for a few episodes. Sorry. Yeah, this is one section of Gundam where I'll freely admit that there's a few episodes that come across more like one-off little adventures that are good for seeing how the war is operating. I'll give a pretty quick synopsis of them. Immediately after the fight with Ramba, Amuro gets the chance to try and find his mom since they're not far from where he used to live on Earth. It's here that Amuro gets a good dose of the problem that General Rebel mentioned in his address after being rescued. The Federation has a corruption issue. First thing Amuro sees is that Fedi soldiers have waltzed into his mom's house and basically took it over for themselves, like a bunch of filthy communists or something. I guess it's not his home, it's our home, or some bullshit. Anyway, they've also started bullying the locals for free shit. You know, like communists. Pretty scummy, yes, but as scummy as it is, it's not the same as dropping a fucking colony on a planet after gassing that colony's inhabitants, then getting the bright idea to fucking do it again. Anyway, Amuro manages to find his mom, and they have a pretty tearful reunion. The thing is, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. When Zeon soldiers try to accost the clinic she's helping at, Amuro takes a shot at one of them with a concealed pistol. His mom's not too happy about how the whole scenario plays out, and is downright ashamed of Amuro and who he's become in her eyes. Now, I say in her eyes because I feel like my opinion of Amuro at this point of the story, both when I originally watched it years ago and rewatching it now, is that I'm more reflected in Bright Noah's description of Amuro. The kid's a fucking hero, and he's done what's expected of a soldier despite health issues, mental issues, breakdowns, and essentially carrying the whole goddamn ship on his shoulders. He has saved a ton of lives, and I feel like treating the kid like a monster, especially when what he's doing in a wartime scenario isn't really monstrous, especially when compared to his enemies, is just unfair. I can understand the mom's perspective too. It's never an easy thing to see your child have to do things like that. But at the same time, look at the fucking context you're in. But it is what it is, and it's effective storytelling. It is one of those great things in stories that Tamino does, where he really gives you two people that have positions you can completely sympathize with, and you're kind of torn between the two of them. You might side with one or the other, but you've at least got enough development to see why the other person would feel the way that they would. Anyway, after all that drama, Amuro and company are informed by Lieutenant Matilda during a resupply what the ins and outs of their mission are at this point. For better or worse, they are guinea pigs. Now, Bright is obviously a bit disturbed by the revelation, but Matilda informs him that he's A, now an ensign, and B, if it wasn't for General Revel, Bright would have been executed. Now, this is one of those interesting little differences between the dub and the sub, because in the dub, Matilda puts it a little bit more lightly, and says that Bright and company would have been court-martialed. It's an interesting switch because execution is the sentence and court-martialing is the trial, for those who don't know. The trial would most likely lead to them all being killed, but in English it kind of seems like Matilda is not being as blunt as she is in Japanese. Amuro and company then encounter a Zeon patrol team that try a unique method of trying to take out a Gundam by flying by and planting explosives on it with anti-gravity bikes. It doesn't work, but points for creativity. Now, a quick little breakdown of what these neat little bikes are, because they will probably show up again. This is the WAPA, which stands for Wheelless Aero Palletized Personal Actuator. It's a one-seat hovercraft developed by Zeon and was widely used during the One-Year War for recon and patrol. It's a neat little thing that basically serves a good purpose of getting your troops around. It's not exactly something that you're going to see used super offensively, except for, well, recon, as I mentioned earlier, or attempting to sabotage mobile suits, as you see in this. You also see them in MS Igloo 2, the Gravity Front, as well, during their first landing operation. Not really a whole lot to say about these things, but that's what they are. After this episode, we have the infamous Kukuru's Dones Island episode, and to be honest with you, I don't really want to give too much of a synopsis on this one. Just know that it's infamous for having really, really bad animation, and there's kind of a reason as to why they gave it a complete and total restart with a movie that wasn't released too long ago that is in the Gundam The Origin canon. It's a lot more in-depth and gives the character of Done, which really could have been really interesting in the original, a lot more to him. So, in reality, at some point, if I ever review that film, that's going to be a standalone film that I talk about as opposed to really talking about it here. Just know that it's an episode that exists. It was so bad that it actually never got translated into English, at least in regards to the dub, and more often than not, it's not even considered canonical within the normal Gundam storyline. Even though you will actually see Done make an appearance in certain Gundam video games, kind of as a joke. For example, he's actually a playable character in Gundam Versus and Gundam Extreme Versus Maxi Boost On. Yeah, that's a long-ass title. By the way, if you've never played the Gundam Versus series, nowadays they are basically like Gundam Virtual On. So if you miss Virtual On, go play those games, especially if you're a Gundam fan. You will have a blast. As the next episode starts, we see the White Base crew chowing on some burgers, and we hear that they're low on salt. Guys, for those of you who don't cook, if you're gonna be making burgers without salt, you're in a fucking doomsday scenario. Trust me. Anyway, a very weakened messenger from General Revel arrives at White Base, with his vehicle basically torn to bits, and he is in very bad shape. While he's in the medical area, which is basically the guy's deathbed at this point, he informs Bright that Odessa Day is coming soon, and the White Base's orders are to make their way to its location in Europe, where they're going to retake the mines that Zeon have been using for raw materials since invading Earth. The forces there are led by Kaisilia Zabi's subordinate, Mikuve. Now, let's talk about this purple-haired goofball for a second. Colonel Mikuve is a douchebag. The ins and outs of this guy come down to the fact that he's more of a bureaucrat than a military commander. He's also got a massive ego, and tends to assume that his plans are going to work just because he's the one who made them, and he's rarely prepared for the worst-case scenario. Those elements are largely going to come into play as the story goes on. As for the mines, Zeon wasn't exactly in a position to send anything from space to Earth at that point in time. The Earth military knew this, which is why after the death of Garma Zabi, they prioritized the recapture of the mines, knowing that if they were going to be able to pull this off, it's going to be the beginning of the end of the war. Now, the biggest obstacle between the mines and the White Base was obviously Ramba Ral. Last time around, we talked a little bit about Ramba, but it was more of a discussion on his mobile suit, the Goof. Let's talk a little bit more about Lieutenant Ral himself, shall we? On a personal level, Ramba Ral is my favorite Zeon pilot not named Haman Karn. Now trust me, we will get to Haman Karn someday. Keep watching the videos, folks, and we'll do stuff like this series for Zeta, Double Zeta, and so forth. So, real quick, like, share, subscribe, the whole 9 yards if you haven't already. Also, one thing to mention, if we get to 20k subscribers, which we're very close to, we're going to do a review of 30-something Office Lady Haman-sama. So, look forward to that. Anyway, back to Ramba Ral. Ramba is one of the Zeon heroes of the Battle of Loom, and was one of the most famous pilots within Zeon. At that battle, and in subsequent battles until he got his Goof, he piloted a blue and gray Zaku 1 with great success. Funnily enough, this same paint job became the official paint job of the Goof. I'm not sure if in the lore that's the reason that the normal Goof colors are the way they are, but fuck it, I'd like to think it's because of Ramba being awesome. Well, awesome is sort of relative when you're working for Zeon, but I like this guy. He's also the son of Jimba Ral, who you might remember us talking about in Part 1. To reiterate what I mentioned there, Ramba's father was a very close friend of the founder of Zeon, Zeon Daikun. So yes, Ramba was close to Char and Sayla when they were much younger. In a lot of ways in regards to his attitude, Ramba is a really good example of a good man in a bad military. In this continuity, Ramba's attitude can basically be summed up as, my country, right or wrong. He's never really super gung-ho about avenging Garma's death, and both his Japanese and English VAs do a really good job of communicating that through his tone. Thing is, that's what he's been ordered to do by his admiral in Dozal, so that's what he's going to do. He fights for Zeon, not so much the Zabis. At least that's the impression I've always gotten from him. However, in the origin and in the novelization, neither of which are canonical and neither of which are continuities that I like at all, his character is completely different, and he's more of a Zabi loyalist. Fuck that. You can see why I'd like the show version better because, you know, Girin is kind of Hitler. Anyway, Ramba is also very well liked within the Zeon forces as well, and aside from his family ties to the Daikun family, he's also a close friend of Lieutenant Commander Garrett Schmitzer of the Midnight Fenrir Corps. Also, if you play Gundam side story games, he'll tend to get mentioned and it's always in a positive light. His men are also fiercely loyal to him, alongside his common-law wife, Lieutenant Crowley Hammond. Heck, this guy is so popular, he's actually been used in fast food advertisements in real life in Japan, and is also a prominent character in the Gundam Build Fighters series, as a mentor to the main characters. Anyway, back to the war. With the White Base having their assignment, and with the salt problem, things march forward. Frau goes to make sure Amuro eats like a good boy, and gets him caught up on the news. So as the base goes to search for the internet's most plentiful resource, Ramba is on the move to intercept. Oh, and Mikuve's playing with a vase because he's a chud.
Le ding.
But sir...
I said, le ding.
Mikuve is doing shady stuff, and he knows that an honest soldier like Ramba Ral is gonna be trouble. Not to mention, they're not under the same command of the same admiral, with Mikuve being under Kaisilia, who tends to do more shady shit, and a lot of the guys that are under Dozal's command, like Ramba, or someone like Shin Matsunaga, Much more straightforward guys, much more honorable guys, so on and so forth. Anyway, a lake that the White Base thought was gonna have salt isn't there anymore. So they have to check another area, and as they get ready to do so, Ramba's attack begins. Also, for some reason, Sayla's launching the Gundam. Why, you ask?
'Cause she's a woman.
Yeah, she lands right on her fucking face. Quite literally. She almost passed out from the G-force of the launch bay. Nice job, lady. Also, to add insult to injury, she gets outflanked because, lo and behold, she wasn't ready for this. She thought simulations were going to be enough to get her prepared. Nope! Not happening. Thankfully, Amuro's here to save the day with the gun cannon. This is also where we get the infamous fat goof animation. But apparently, Sayla, because, yeah, she is being stupid. She doesn't even have a radio on. And Ramba pulls a 300 IQ move, burying himself under the sand to give the Gundam the worst pedicure ever. And we get a round 2 of Amuro versus Ramba Ral. Kozun, one of Ramba's men, tries to get an MMA bout with the Gundam using his Zaku.
To try to get a matchup with it. Oh! Goes the Reap!
Regardless, the White Base team has done a good job of spreading out Ramba's forces, and the two teams seem evenly matched until one of Ramba's guys runs out of ammo and gets wrecked by Amuro. Ramba's forces begin to retreat, and Amuro is not too pleased that Kozun tried to molest his Gundam.
Oh my god. He is broken in half!
Also, after the battle, can we just speak to how badass this shot of the gun cannon dragging a Zaku 2 by its face is? Anyway, the crew of the White Base takes the pilot hostage, and lo and behold, Kozun's taken to being captured pretty well. Also, the crew is fucking pissed at Sayla for good reason. So, off to the brig she goes. However, she asks Kozun where Char's at before her time in the cell, and he lets her know that Char is off the front lines. Now, as you would expect, Sayla is relieved by this news, considering there's less of a chance that there's going to be a scuffle and Amuro kills him or something. Anyway, the crew is going to get their salt, which is awesome because, as I mentioned, eating meat without salt is just fucking awful. Also, in our official Team White Base versus Team Ramba Ral count, we have to put this at 1 win each. Yeah, Ramba's team did do a number on the Gundam, but they lost 2 Zaku 2s in this fight, with 1 pilot captured and another killed. So that evens up the board. Back on the White Base, Amuro goes face first into Mirai's bra and has to fix the tap water in her room. And over in other areas, interrogations of Kozun aren't really going that great. Over with Ramba, they managed to get 1 Zaku 2 to substitute the 2 they lost. Not that great of a trade-off. Ramba reveals the reason he took the mission. To summarize, it's purely to secure the livelihoods of his men and his wife. And this is what I mean by Ramba basically being a soldier's soldier. Actually, wait a minute, I didn't say that yet, so I'm saying it now. Ramba Ral is a soldier's soldier. He knows the situation he's in, and he's just doing his job because it's what he has as his lot in life. So, he'll do the best he can with what he has, even though the scenario is far from perfect. Anyway, Kozun tries to make an escape and makes the assumption that Sayla is loyal to Zeon, which doesn't quite work out for him. White Base runs into a Zeon base that they weren't expecting to find, and Amuro admittedly gets a bit reckless in the combat, wanting to start out in the gun tank and then switch to the Gundam via a mid-air conversion. Now this episode is basically a 2-stage battle. One half is trying to track down Kozun inside the ship, and White Base's battle against the base that they ran into, plus, of course, fighting Ramba Ral's unit as well, who shows up. The basic narrative here is that Amuro's acting like he knows it all, and his know-it-all attitude cost them dearly. Also, Kozun quite literally gets booty blasted. White Base manages to win the day, but just barely. Amuro basically learns a lesson in perspective, because he actually made a similar mistake to what Sayla did, in assuming that simulation data is going to be able to substitute for real life, which is why, since that isn't reality, you need an officer to survey the field and make the calls and adjustments accordingly with the good of the team in mind. Downside to this conversation is that while Amuro is chilling out with the Gundam in the hangar and just kind of figuring things out, Bright and Mirai come into the hangar and don't notice that he's there, while Bright is floating the idea of taking Amuro off of the Gundam while he's talking with Mirai. Now, Amuro gets rightfully pissed off and then steals the Gundam. Then, I shit you not, he says, "Fuck Odessa Day, I will do this myself." Frau Bo tries to convince him to come back, but that doesn't work. The dude's in his own feelings. And to be honest with you, he was starting to realize his mistakes, so when Bright came along and said what he did, it was literally wrong place, wrong time to have those thoughts that he may not have even acted out on after a good night's sleep. But regardless, Amuro's give-a-fuck meter is currently sitting at 0. Frau keeps trying to follow, and oddly enough, in trying to follow Amuro, she gets sent out of her Jeep through the front of it when Amuro stops suddenly, basically rear-ending him. So just so you know, Frau, if you're going to file an insurance claim, rear-ending someone is your fault, always, in law and in insurance. So, hopefully you're ready to pay the premium on that car. Okay, all insurance jokes aside, you might ask yourself, why the fuck would you drive that close to a 60-foot robot? Well,
'cause she's a woman.
Anyway, Amuro manages to stumble on a Zeon mining facility, and we get more of the zombie plan. According to Kycilia, they don't just want to win a war for independence. At this point, they literally want to just conquer Earth. Now, how, pray tell, are they going to do that when they're just one cluster of colonies? I have no fucking clue. And neither does Girin, because he's a fucking idiot. But at the same time, controlling an area of precious resources would be necessary if you're going to do it, and Kycilia knows that. Amuro sends Frau back to the White Base to let them know about this mining facility. And then after that, Amuro starts doing Gundam things. Makuve and Kycilia launch in the Adzam mobile armor. And let's talk about this thing for a second. The MAX-03 Adzam is the very first Zeon mobile armor, and was pretty ahead of its time in design. It actually had a Minovsky flightcraft system in it, though it couldn't fly for extended periods of time. That sort of technology actually doesn't get perfected until about 20 or so years after this. But regardless, this 25-meter tall and 56-ish meter wide behemoth had 8 two-barrel megaparticle cannons on it, and the placement on these things give it 360 degrees of firepower protection. It could also launch a weapon known as a leader. It's basically a hovering drone with wires that generate electromagnetic waves, basically existing to disable enemy mobile suits. So, how well did it do? Well, Makuve being Makuve, he underestimated the fucking Gundam, and predictably lost. This fucking idiot thought that the Gundam could be compared to a Zaku too. If the idiot did his homework, he'd know that Gundams eat Zakus for lunch. So, he and Kycilia leg it and blow up the mine, and then Amuro, who assumed that this was the mine for Odessity, finds out that it wasn't. And now, since he did what he did, Kycilia knows that they're going to be gunning for the mines. The next day, we finally get the famous meeting between Ramba Ral and Amuro Ray. I'm not going to run through all the details. I do want people to watch the show. But rather, I want to talk about how Ramba and Hammond act here. The fact that they're willing to assure the bartender there's not going to be any fighting in the town, on top of buying Amuro a meal because he looks like he's struggling, really goes to show their character as people. Heck, the Zeon crew actually just try to crack jokes with Amuro while he's there. Well, about him, but they're not being mean, if that makes any sense. But Ramba figures out that Amuro is an enemy pilot out of uniform. And there's something to consider there. He figures this out whenever Frau Bo comes in and they recognize each other, so 2 and 2 equals 4, blah blah blah. But back in episode 1 of this series, I talked about the Antarctic Treaty. Part of that treaty is that you have to treat any soldier in uniform with a level of dignity and respect. Amuro, at this point, due to his actions, is actually a deserter. If Ramba killed Amuro right here and now, basically had his soldiers just turn their guns on him and fire, he would have turned the tide for Zeon in one move, and, technically speaking, would not be in the wrong from a military perspective, but in his eyes, not a moral perspective. So why doesn't he do it? Well, Ramba made a promise that he would observe the neutrality of the town, on top of the fact that he actually respects Amuro for keeping a gun close to protect himself, always staying prepared when he's surrounded by the enemy, even though Ramba doesn't seem like he's gonna hurt him, and to be honest, he wouldn't have. The thing is, this shows that Ramba Ral is a man of honor. He's still a soldier, and a soldier who doesn't like to play fast and loose with morality, so it makes him very admirable. Anyway, when Frau takes off, he has her followed because he is a soldier and this is still war. He's just, gonna fight it honorably. Anyway, I'm badgering on. Let's keep going. You get the sense that when it comes to the Zeon forces, Ramba and his men aren't bad people, just stuck in a shitty war. Regardless, a fight breaks out between White Base and Ramba's men a little bit afterwards. This time, when Ramba and Amuro fight, Amuro is rested and ready to go. So this is the first bout where both men are honestly on equal footing with one another. Now, just as a side note, I think that this is also the first time we see a Zaku 2 in the show with a dual missile launcher loadout on its legs, though I could be wrong. Before Amuro gets there, Ramba's team has the White Base on the run. Elsewhere, Amuro's fighting Ramba's mobile fortress, and then Ryu goes out there to switch with him so he can take the Gundam to defend White Base. As you can imagine, it's a big difference maker. Though before he gets there, Mirai pulls off a pro-gamer move by taking out a Zaku with the White Base's engines, and then shakes off the Goof, which is attacking White Base, by just rotating the ship. We finally get the battle between Ramba and Amuro, and it's a great fight too. Ramba is, as you'd expect, ridiculously skilled, especially in regards to predicting where Amuro's shots are going to be. However, it comes down to a duel of sabers, and though it's a close fight, Amuro manages to pull out the win by cutting off the Goof's arms and then impaling it after he used his shield as a distraction. Ramba survives and flees the battlefield as the Goof blows up, leaving behind words to Amuro to keep in mind that the reason he won, at least in Ramba's eyes, was because of the machine, not necessarily Amuro. Which is up to interpretation. I actually kind of agree with Amuro that Ramba's being kind of a sore loser here, but whatever. After his actions, Amuro ends up in the brig and does get an appropriate dressing down. Admittedly, he's getting off lucky, because, as is mentioned in a previous episode, Amuro could have been shot on sight for being a deserter. Now, unfortunately for the White Base crew, the struggle continues. Ramba's team is promised 3 mobile suits that I'll talk about later to make up for the destruction of the Goof and the Zakus that he's lost in the fight. But Mikuve sabotages it, even though the request was passed through Admiral Dozel. So, no resupply for our good friend Ramba Ral. The desperation leads them to attack White Base without mobile suits in an attempt to capture it. Well, without mobile suits. They have mobile suit. They have 1. Over on White Base, 4 guys that are part of the crew try to jet off. Ryu goes out, calls them a bunch of bitches, and then they go back. After this, Ramba's forces launch their last remaining Zaku with the idea that between that and the gallop, it'll serve as a distraction while Ramba's ground forces assault the ship. Speaking of which, those ground forces launch in these little things called QEs. Now, these little bastards have kind of a goofy name, and there's not a whole lot to them, but let's break them down real quick. The QE is basically a troop transport. Its only weaponry is a 2-barrel machine gun, likely meant to provide cover fire for soldiers as they deploy from the transport. Oddly enough, there's actually a space type for this vehicle that ditches the treads and has thrusters. Oh, I actually haven't talked about the Gallop yet. Well, the Gallop here is basically a land warfare craft that emphasized movement speed and mobile suit transportation over firepower. It's a hovercraft, and propels itself with jet engines carrying up to 3 mobile suits. In the front of the hull, there's a hatch that can launch MS, which is directly connected to the hangar, and as we see in this episode, can also launch, well, QEs and other such things if need be. On top of that, the navigation bridge is there in the front of the hull and can actually be ejected if need be whenever it's in trouble. It's also equipped with a coupler for towing a cargo unit on the stern, and the unit can be used to transport supplies and would also actually function as a camping trailer, basically letting people stay out in the field for that much longer. So after launching the troops from the Gallop, the battle becomes brutal, to say the least. Zeon units are able to get inside of the base and engage in close quarters combat, ending up with a knockdown drag-out fight between the White Base crew and Zeon forces. Amuro ends up deploying in Gundam despite his punishment. Now earlier in the fight, Sayla had been deployed, but they realized that when it comes to using the Gundam, Amuro is always going to be your best bet. Regardless, after Bright saves Amuro from a Zeon soldier, he gives Amuro simple instructions. If things get to it, you have to destroy the second bridge if it's taken by the enemy. On entering White Base, Ramba Ral actually spares Frau Bo's life, and ends up running into Sayla. And he recognizes her immediately. Tries to get her to remember him, because he likely would have known Sayla before she was sent to Earth by his father Jimba. This, of course, is also the very first episode where we find out who Sayla really is, and that she is, well, the child of the founder of Zeon itself. Now, the unfortunate thing about the conversation, because you honestly wonder what Ramba's actually going to do with this. Is he going to surrender, realizing that he can't attack somebody of such importance, that maybe this isn't the best idea, the best anything, really? Before anything happens, to be honest with you, Ryu shows up and then the two exchange gunfire, and both hit each other very badly. After he's wounded, Ramba instructs his men to retreat, calling the mission a failure. As the white base crew corners him, he tells them that they all fought splendidly, and he's going to show them the fate of all warriors. It's here that he pulls the pin on a grenade and leaps out of the white base's second bridge, where his grenade takes his life as he leaps into the palm of the Gundam. Amuro cries out to Haman, trying to tell her that Raul is dead, to stop fighting. Because, let's face it, Amuro and Raul liked each other. There's nothing but sadness in a fight like this, and he doesn't want it to keep going. Regardless, he's forced to destroy part of the gallop, and but Hammond manages to eject the bridge in time. The next day, Hammond plans to launch another attack. This time, it's essentially a suicide run. All she has at this point are 1 Zaku 2, 4 Magella top attack turrets, and what's left of the gallop. It goes without saying that the white base crew isn't in great shape either. Aside from the damages from Ramba's attack, Hayato's in very, very bad shape due to the gunshot that he took from Ramba. Don't believe me? Well, ask Haro.
You are in bad shape. You are in bad shape. You are in bad shape.
Granted, that doesn't stop Ryu from being Ryu and trying to help out. He goes to the bridge and talks to Bright about his current methods in regards to disciplining Amuro and why they may not be working. Now, Bright, being Bright, and not being a total pighead, basically, he considers what Ryu's telling him. But still, he wants Mirai to take Ryu and get him back to bed. But that still doesn't stop Ryu, because on the way he stops by Amuro's cell to chat it up with him. In their conversation, Amuro tells Ryu that he gets why he's in trouble. He's not mad about it anymore. And Ryu just lets Amuro know that when it comes right down to it, Bright is actually a little bit intimidated by Amuro and his skills, comparing the kid to a tiger. Anyway, Hammond's team attacks, attempting to take out White Base while it's off balance. Funnily enough, she almost succeeds. Her plan is really, really good. Gundam is still in need of repairs, so Amuro can only launch in the core fighter, though you've still got the gun cannon and the gun tank out there. And as you would expect, Bright's not too happy about this particular chain of events, but what can you do, right? Now, even though the White Base is able to launch to try and retreat, the fighting is still tense, and it's not really gaining altitude as quickly as it could. It's here that we see Ryu at his best. This dude goes out in a car to try to get the gun tank moving after it gets damaged, all the while that Gundam is doing a mid-air conversion. Amuro realizes, as the rest of the gallop starts coming in, that it's likely packed with explosives because it's on an intercept course at ramming speed. Now, he does his best strongman impersonation and manages to stop this thing from moving forward, but the problem is he's still got 3 more Magella tops to deal with on top of a Zaku 2 attacking him at the same time. Amuro has apparently been playing Gears of War, though, and uses the Zaku as a human shield. Well, not a human shield, I guess a mobile suit shield, but that doesn't really make sense because a mobile suit shield is already on the Gundam's back, and fuck it! Not gonna confuse myself, let's just keep going. He flips the thing to stop the thing from hitting the thing, and yeah, he kills 2 pilots with 1 fucking Zaku, whatever. Anyway, Hammond starts giving the Gundam more back trauma than a professional wrestler gets in a lifetime, and out of fucking nowhere, Ryu comes in a core fighter. Thing is, to save Amuro's life, Ryu hits Hammond with a kamikaze charge, killing both of them in a blaze of fire. Amuro now gets his chance, manages to stop the incoming vehicle, and saves the day. Battle's over, but at a very heavy cost. After everything that they've gone through, everyone is broken. Job John blames himself for Ryu's death, as does Hayato and Bright. Everyone has broken down crying because Ryu was basically the glue that held everyone together from the get-go. He was one of the few people on the ship that actually was already a part of the military, and he was the team big brother, and now he's just gone. in a puff of smoke. So, after all this, and after all this tragedy, let's take a break for a sec to just talk about everything that happened. The Ramba Ral arc of Gundam is honestly one of the most emotionally heavy in the show. Every death hurts, and it effectively shows two things to the audience. The first is that this is a Tamino show. Anyone can die. Just because you're a named character doesn't mean that you are gonna make it to the end credits. Tamino is known as Kill 'Em All Tamino for a motherfucking reason. You best believe some people are gonna bite the fucking dust, even if they're heroes. Second is the complication of war. Though Char was by no means an evil guy up to this point, Ramba Ral, in comparison to him, comes across as much more honorable in a lot of ways. This is a guy who outright refused to fight in a neutral zone after giving his promise, even though he had an advantage in the scenario, and he could have killed the Gundam pilot, or had his men shoot him in that bar since Amuro was out of uniform. But he didn't. He and Haman were honorable soldiers, and by no means bad or evil people. In a different scenario, you could see people like this, like the White Base crew and the crew of Ramba's Gallop, sharing a meal together, being friendly. In fact, a lot of the Zeon soldiers that we have seen in this part of the story have not been bad guys at all. They're just dudes doing a job. Thing is, soldiers like Ramba Ral and Haman were honorable soldiers, and by no means evil or bad people. They were just on the side of the war that was run by an evil man named Girin Zabi. Ramba just wanted to do right by his soldiers. That's it. This is why I've always loved Yoshiyuki Tamino's approach to telling a war story. He's got no problem having leadership of militaries be genocidal nut jobs. I mean, look at Girin. But the thing is, he doesn't do the bullshit that we see in so many anti-war shows and films where everyone except for the protagonist comes across as puppy-kickingly levels of evil. He portrays characters just as people, and he lets you come to the realization that war is always a tragedy because it cuts lives short when people could have had so much more that they could have been able to do with their lives under better circumstances. This sort of thing is why I say Gundam's writing is still ahead of its time, because there's a lot of things that Tamino gets right about telling a war story in a sci-fi setting, no less, that should have set a standard for the arts as a whole. But people are honestly too hard-headed or too ingrained in political dogma to realize that the world is not as black and white as they think it is. Then again, that's what the power of art is. A humble Japanese man named Yoshiyuki Tamino, who insists that Sayla's nipples are pink, by the way, can take a story about giant robots in a war and make you rethink the nature of war itself. As we say farewell to Ryu, Ramba, and Haman as they head off to the afterlife, let's take a little time to see where everyone else is at this point, shall we? Alrighty, let's start moving towards Odessa Day, considering that's where much of the side stories will start to kick off afterwards. After the battles with Ramba Ral, the White Base starts making its way across Central Asia towards Europe, taking out Zeon mining bases along the way. As you'd imagine, M'Quve isn't too happy about this, but it's kind of obvious from the conversations he has with his subordinates that he is constantly underestimating the White Base. Which, by the way, is the dumbest thing that Zeon could do at this point. You have mobile suits on a mobile base that oppose you, that are fully capable of taking apart your workhorse units in the Zaku 2 with their bare hand manipulators. And you're not putting all hands on deck? Honestly, I wonder how guys like Ramba Ral, Char, Johnny Wright, and others didn't go fucking insane working for this military. I mean, for God's sake, this sort of mentality is what gets Ramba Ral killed in the long run. Christ. Anyway, when it comes to Zeon, I have to quote the great philosopher Dave Mustaine in his wonderful, wonderful piece de resistance known as Hangar 18, when he says that military intelligence is just two words that can't make sense. At least when it comes to the Principality of Zeon. Well, Zeon's always dumb, but we'll get to that in later series. At this point, Bright is getting a bit exhausted from a fever that he caught. Amuro finds himself fighting a variation of the Goof that trades one of the finger guns for a normal hand, which this version of the Goof became a bit more standard at this point because it's honestly more practical for these things to be able to use Zaku 2 weaponry. And then you have the gun tank mopping up the rest of the base that they're currently attacking. Well, Bright collapses from exhaustion, and later on we find out that there's missing replacement parts for the Gundam. At this point, Mikuve's forces look to sabotage White Base while they're a little bit drawn out, and draw them away from the mines that they've been attacking. Admittedly, Mikuve comes up with a pretty good plan to draw them away. What he plans on doing is using White Base's radar against them by having men that have 0 metallic implements on them whatsoever place explosives on the White Base in a guerrilla tactic, and then steer them towards artillery emplacements. At this point, Hayato and Amuro fight off more goofs with some really fucking impressive teamwork, and this poor pilot gets scared out of his fucking mind right as the beam saber for the Gundam runs out of juice. After doing his best Ultimate Warrior impersonation to the goof that he was fighting, Amuro and Hayato retreat to rearm, but the White Base is struggling, with Mirai now attempting to keep control of the ship in Bright's absence. White Base gets steered into a massive mega particle cannon that blasts it and then grounds it, heavily damaging one of the engines. Now, at this point, General Rebel does receive their message about needing a resupply, but also has Lieutenant Matilda get them upgrades as well. Now, Mikuve has a man on the inside, and this man on the inside tries to sow a bit of dissent in regards to Rebel's decisions, basically trying to make him question a move that makes 100% sense from a military perspective, but Rebel, of course, being a wise leader, stands his ground so that they can join the Odessa offensive. In the meantime, Mikuve sends more forces to strike the Medea Supply Corps with the information given to him by his mole. Now, at this point, Matilda picks up on what's going on, because only a Federation official would have known that they were deployed and be able to time an attack against them. White Base sends forces to try to reinforce the Medea squadron, but Mirai's still struggling with command, largely due to a lack of self-confidence, making her second-guess everything. Matilda's crew takes substantial damage and is forced to land in the fight, and it's here that we see the rollout of the G-Fighter after their landing. No, not that G-Fighter. I'm talking about the actual ship, the support craft called the G-Fighter, not Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Anyway, the G-Fighter is meant as a support fighter for the Gundam, meant to serve both as a snub fighter for the White Base, but also act as an atmospheric craft that the Gundam can stand on in aerial combat. It's equipped with a mega particle cannon, a 2-tube missile launcher, and a 4-tube missile launcher. This machine also has the ability to combine with the Gundam to create crafts that are essentially modifications to the original purpose of the G-Fighter. The G-Fighter, as normal, can actually operate on the ground or in the air. And the combinations that are available are the G-Bull, which is effectively a tank craft, the G-Sky, which is a fighter-bomber configuration, and then the G-Armor, which was a multi-use configuration of both the G-Fighter and the fully assembled Gundam combined together. Now, in the compilation films, the White Base is just given the FFX-7 core booster. Similar to the G-Sky, the core booster was a unit attached to the core fighter, making it a much more capable weapon system. This machine still maintained the Vulcan cannons of the original core fighter, but also had 2 beam cannons mounted on the top of the booster section that were fully capable of destroying a mobile suit. It also carried 2 missile bays and a bomb bay as well. One thing I should note really quick, for those of you who are watching this, you're going to start to notice that I'm actually deviating away from the compilation films. Now, which of the two is more canon is debated, but as we go on and discuss both the films and the series, which I'm prioritizing the series here because I honestly think that's a lot better, I will mention some of the details that are changed between the two. That way you guys can understand the things that they truncated or switched around for the compilation films. But we're going to go through everything here. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, that's right, the battle. Well, at this point, Amuro and the G-Fighter, piloted by Hayato now, take to the skies during an intense fight and manage to win the day. Matilda, of course, thanks the crew and flatters Kai to the point where the goofball manages to get all Twitter-pated. Lieutenant Matilda talks a bit with the boys on the white base, taking a group photo with them after Kai once again puts his foot in his mouth. Repairs continue on the white base with Matilda helping supervision. It's at this point that Matilda also talks with Amuro about her reasons for joining the Supply Corps, wanting to be part of a group that's meant to help build things rather than just destroy. Now, over in Zeon land, Caecilia is not too pleased with how the war is going, go figure, and she instructs more mobile suits to be sent to Earth as reinforcements. One of the groups sent to assist are the Black Tri-Stars. Now, if y'all are wondering what these darn gentlemen are, these three folks, their names are Lieutenant Gaia, Lieutenant Junior Grade Ortega, and Lieutenant Junior Grade Mash. These fine fellers are known as the Black Tri-Stars, and they are what you'd call heroes of the Battle of Loom. These fellers were some of the first mobile suit pilots in Zeon, part of the same mobile training battalion under Caecilia Zabi that Char was a part of later on. Like I mentioned in part 1, these folk were formed into a team before Loom happened, and switched to piloting Zaku 2 early production models before that there battle. They managed to sink 5 ships as a team and even captured that there darn General Revel, making them... Oh, sorry. You're probably wondering why I went full hick right there. Well, listen to their voices in the English dub.
Hey! I ain't no goddamn springboard!
Either way, these guys being deployed spooks General Revel, causing him to move up Odessa Day's plans. Makuve's men inside the Federation military relay the info to the purple-haired douche. At this point, the 3 mobile units that were supposed to go to Ramba Ral for his final assault on the white base were actually given to these guys. This mobile suit is called the MS-09 Dom. Now, these suits are big, big boys. Standing at a little under 19 meters tall and weighing in at over 80 tons, these behemoths are deceptively fast. The reason being is that they have a feature other Zeon suits don't have. Each Dom was fitted with thermonuclear jets and rockets under the feet, letting it move quickly across the ground. Their max speed was 381 kilometers per hour, or for those of us who speak freedom, 261 miles per hour. These things were basically the Brock Lesnar of MS development for Zeon at the time, meant to be incredibly fast and very deadly, on top of being multi-use. These could actually be refitted for space combat in a model that was called the Rick Dom. Now, for their armament, the normal Dom could use any weapons that a Zaku 2 already used, on top of their own equipment. You would primarily see Doms using the 360mm giant bazooka, which is what we will see the Black Tri-Stars use in these battles, and it carries a 10-round magazine. They could also be seen, though, fitted with 880mm Rakuten bazookas, which, as you can imagine, had increased firepower given the size of the shell, but of course also because of the size of the shell, they only had a 5-round mag. It also had a scattering beam cannon in the chest, which could blind human eyes and mobile suit sensors. In some circumstances, it could also dissipate eye fields, meaning that some weapons, like a beam saber, could be rendered inert. As for melee weapons, the Dom used a massive heat saber that was more like a heat longsword, which had, as you would expect, a much longer reach than the saber that the Goof used. So, with such beastly mobile suits, you'd think that the Black Tri-Stars would have Amuro's number, right?
Right? Wrong.
White Base deploys the G-Armor, gun cannon, and the gun tank, with Sayla, Amuro, Kai, and Hayato hitting the road respectively. Now, Sayla struggles in piloting the G-Armor due to the sheer power of the damn thing, and the Tri-Stars admittedly have some early success in their fight because of some of these struggles. After the Gundam separates from the G-Armor, though, things change pretty quick. At this point, the Tri-Stars try their infamous jet stream attack on that there mobile suit. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work. On the second attempt, Amuro turns MASH into mashed taters. Unfortunately, in trying to help Amuro out, Lieutenant Matilda loses her life as Ortega crushes the Medea's cockpit as it rams him, taking her life. The Gundam team is victorious, but obviously they feel the cost of the battle. On November 7th of 0079, at 0600 hours, Operation Odessa officially begins, as as the White Base crew salutes the sacrifice and service of Lieutenant Matilda and her Medea Supply Corps. As this occurred, over 3.7 million combat personnel from the Federation were mobilized in the offensive. Federation air squadrons sortied from bases in Kiev, Istanbul, or to some of us, Constantinople, and Sofia, alongside forces on the other side of the Black Sea conducting non-stop bombardment on Odessa using missiles and rockets. During this battle, the RGM-79 was finally deployed in combat in limited numbers, alongside the RGM-79G, which is the ground-type version. On top of that, the assault gun tank was deployed as well. This mobile suit makes its debut in Gundam MS Igloo 2, the Gravity Front. The RTX-440 is a modification of the anti-MS tank RTX-44. It has machine cannons equipped on the left manipulator and also have an improved 2-tube model, which has longer range than the older 4-tube of the original gun tank. On top of having a BOP gun and a 220mm cannon, the RTX-440 also has numerous optional weapons, including a multi-launch rocket system, rocket launchers, heavy mines, and a fucking flamethrower. It does have a little bit more flexibility compared to its predecessor, and also has what's called an assault gun mode that lets it deploy secondary caterpillar treads and crouch, basically. Sort of like a conventional tank. What the purpose of this is basically to make it considerably faster when need be. On top of that, it also has smoke dischargers on the torso and movable sensor units, so that way you can blind the opponent when sensors are jammed by Minovsky particles. Of course, these were, first seen in Operation Odessa. These mobile suits were deployed by the 44th Mechanized Composite Regiment, which suffered setback after its advance was bombed by artillery from Zeon's Dobday land battleships. Now, over on White Base, Amuro's feeling a bit on edge after losing Lieutenant Matilda. The G-Armor takes off for recon, and on the Zeon side of things, the Tri-Stars mourn the loss of MASH, and the Midnight Fenrir Squadron joins the defensive, having been previously involved with reconnaissance of the White Base. General Revel gives the White Base orders to advance to Makuve's base from the rear flank. Given that White Base has had so much previous success in taking Makuve's mines, it goes without saying that this type of maneuver is going to be devastating. Now, at the same time, a Dragonfly is spotted leaving Zeon airspace, confirming to Amuro and the White Base that there is indeed a traitor within the Federation that had been feeding intel to Makuve. Right as they figure it out, the Zeon attack the White Base. Amuro lands on the big tray and confronts the traitors alongside the rest of the crew of the big tray, bringing them down and essentially saving the offensive for the Federation, and also getting justice for the Medea Supply Corps' deaths, considering that the traitors that are on the big tray are the reason that they had so many problems, and that the Medea Supply Corps ended up losing all of its members. Anyway, Amuro begins to head back to White Base to assist. And funnily enough, in my opinion, this is largely where we start to see Amuro have more of what I'd call a soldier's attitude, feeling like he's more of a part of the Federation military than he did before. It shows a shift in his character, where he's accepted that piloting really is his lot in life. Now, over on White Base, it's a brutal battle. The gun tank takes some heavy hits and has to come back in for repairs, and thankfully for them, the G-Armor has returned in time. Kai tries to do what he can to stop the Tri-Stars, having a little success, but he does lose a foot in the process. Not his foot, the gun cannon's foot. But anyway, it's now up to Gundam to take out the Black 2 Stars? Or would it be more like the Azure Texas 2-Step? I don't know, but the fight is on. Sayla takes a hard hit in the G-Fighter early on and returns to White Base, having Hayato take over. On the front lines of Zeon, even with the Midnight Fenrir present, Zeon still struggles and the battle goes poorly for them. It's at this point that Makuve actually threatens to break the Antarctic Treaty and use nuclear weaponry. Now, while this happens, Amuro actually drops Ortega like a bad habit, leaving the Azure Texas 2-Step as a solo act. Gundam has to go try to stop the missile with Gaia on his heels, because Makuve's not bluffing, even though that the Federation obviously called the bluff. So after Makuve launches the missile, Amuro kills Gaia and manages to stop the nuke with his remaining beam saber. On the rest of the front lines, the Midnight Fenrir are able to bring down a big tray warship and manage to defend a disabled Dobday-class ship from Federation troops until it evacuates. After this, the Midnight Fenrir withdraw from the battle. Soon afterwards, the battle is over. Makuve thinks that this massive loss isn't actually a big deal because Mikube's a fucking moron. And in reality, the Federation has just completely turned the tide of the war in its favor, taking out one of the biggest supply points that Zeon had on the Earth and forcing them to retreat big time. With the Federation turning the war in its favor, General Revel personally shakes the hand of Amuro Ray, meeting with the White Base. Several Zeon forces begin retreating back to space, taking tremendous losses during the course of the battle. However, in another part of the world, the Red Comet himself, Char Aznable, has joined the Mad Angler Squadron and will be returning to the lines. Over in Southeast Asia, the 08th MS team find themselves in a roundabout alliance with guerrillas, who have also found themselves in conflict with Zeonic forces in the area. Aina Sahaline, the Zeon pilot that Shiro both battled and saved before descending to Earth, has been reunited with her brother, Gineas, and they have begun testing the mobile armor known as the Absolus. Admiral Yuri Kellern has also fled with his forces to the same region, reuniting with the Sahalines and also Colonel Norris Packard. In Australia, the White Dingo team, which consists of Lieutenant Junior Grade Master Pierce Rayer, yes, that's a mouthful, Second Lieutenant Lung Li Fai, and Second Lieutenant Maximilian Borger, as they have their first encounter with Zeon ace pilot and Nick Fury lookalike Vish Donahue. As mentioned before, it's also at this time that the Guinea Pig team begin operations with the Blue Destiny Unit 1, and the Slave Wraiths begin operation as well to root out Federation traitors. In space, many of the HLVs that were launched after Zeon's defeat at Odessa Day were under attack by several Federation ships, looking to eliminate as many Zeon soldiers as possible before those soldiers could re-enter the fight. It's at this point that our friends over at the 603rd Technical Evaluation Unit's ship, the Jotunheim, sortie 3 EMS-10 Zudas to defend the Zeon soldiers. These troops managed to wipe out an entire squad of balls and save several Zeon soldiers. However, test pilot Jean-Luc Duval sacrifices his life to lead several GIMs away from the conflict. On November 10th, Zeon officially announces that they are withdrawing from the mines completely and that they are lost to the Principality of Zeon. After the Federation's victory at the Battle of Odessa, the White Base moved on to the British Isles to meet with General Revel and be debriefed on their mission and learn about the next steps of the war. The next few episodes of the animated series center on a couple of things. The first is Char Aznable re-entering the fight with the White Base. Keep in mind that this video has essentially gone over almost half of this show. You haven't seen Char since episode 13-14-ish, and we're now almost at the 30s. Needless to say, it's been some time since Char has been in a fight with the White Base. At this point, to Char, it is essentially becoming his white whale to his Ahab. So his assault on the White Base at this point is twofold. The first wrinkle of his attacks is the direct approach of using aquatic mobile suits and mobile armors to try and bring White Base down. The second method is using a young woman named Miharu as a spy to gain more information on the ship and its mobile suits. Miharu, in the process, ends up getting close to Kai Shiden, as he struggles with his role on the White Base and his duty to the people he's fought with up to this point. He does leave at one point, but he ends up going back even quicker than when Amuro did. At this point, as he's on White Base after one particular battle, he sees Miharu spying. But as the conflict goes on, Miharu has a change of heart about what she's done, and in helping the White Base try to fight back against Zeon, at one point, the young lady loses her life. What makes this situation worse is that she had two younger siblings back home that relied on her. There's no record in Gundam canon on what happened to them after their sister's death. Well, fuck, that's depressing. You know, let's talk about robots and why Zeon sucks ass when it comes to mobile suit development ideas, shall we? Okay, so the mobile suits which Char sent out are the GOG and the Zagak, and then later on, he gets the Grublo mobile armor involved. And let's break these down real quick. So the MSM-03 GOG is the first generation of Zeon mobile suits built for underwater combat. It's very heavily armored and does have a very powerful set of mega particle guns in its torso, alongside a pair of torpedo launchers. It's also a very physically powerful mobile suit, with its claws having enough sharpness and power behind them to actually do damage to Luna Titanium. It also introduces us to the Freezy Yard, which is a type of webbing that the suit will launch from its head unit to move through underwater minefields without the mines detonating. Now there's just one problem with this big behemoth. It's big, and it's slow, and even though it's got thick armor and has a really, really powerful reactor that, to be honest, has to be deployed underwater, or else it could overheat during deployment, well, how does it do against a Gundam? While fighting the Gundam underwater, where the GOG, an aquatic unit, should have an advantage. Yeah, if that shot isn't making it obvious enough, the GOG is basically the Mia Khalifa of mobile suits. It exists to be penetrated, and that's about it. That leads me to its successor, the Zagak. The MSM-07 Zagak is a second stage amphibious mobile suit, and a much better one at that. Unlike the GOG, the Zagak is very fast and very nimble, both in and out of the water. Its design considerations are much more multi-purpose. It carries a 240mm missile launcher on its head, which can be used against ground targets and as an anti-air measure. Plus, it also has 2 megaparticle cannons in the palms, quote-unquote, of its claws. This, of course, gives it a lot more versatility in combat because instead of having to just stand there and shoot like the GOG does, the Zagak is able to move and fire much better. It also sports claws of its own that, given its advanced speed and the sharpness of them, can actually punch through the torso of a gem. Now, one thing I can't do is talk about the Zagak without talking about a channel favorite mobile suit that was developed around the same time, the MSM-04 Akai, which we will see a little bit later, but it bears mentioning here because, like the Zagak, it also carries a hand megaparticle cannon, shocking physical power, a 6-tube missile launcher, and head-mounted 105mm Vulcan cannons. I have to mention them both together because between the Zagak and the Akai, Zeon did have some very capable underwater mobile suits that seem to be worth a damn in combat, both on land and in the sea. Oh, I forgot to mention the mobile armor. Shit. Okay, the MAM-07 Grublo, a big underwater mobile armor with claw arms, a torpedo launcher, and a missile launcher. There it is. You can see it. How'd this thing do against the Gundam? Underwater.
Fire, you son of a...
Oh, so you did a little bit of damage to White Base, you got a leg, but you still lost to a one-legged Gundam while you're underwater, where you had the advantage. What the fuck was the point of this goddamn thing? And now we get to me ranting about something. I mentioned very early on in this video that there's a distinct difference between Zeon design philosophy of mobile suit development and the Federation's. The Federation stuck to a few units, like I mentioned, and either made them customizable or had variations between the two. If there was going to be a mobile armor made, usually the central element of that mobile armor would be a suit that could be detached from it, as we see much later on with a later couple of Gundams in this franchise that happened to be created after this war. The thing is, the variations are pretty simple. Federation mobile suits are Gundam, Jim, gun cannon, gun tank, and then the ball also acts as artillery support, but it's not considered a mobile suit. It's pretty simple stuff, though. Now, let's list all the mobile suits that I've talked about on the Zeon side thus far. We have the Zaku 1, the Zaku 2, the Zuda, the Guf, the Dom, the GOG, the Agai, and the Zagak, and then there's about 6 more suits I'll be covering between this video and the next. Then there's mobile armors as well, which, as you've seen up to this point, have just been money sinks. You'll notice that the base amount of mobile suits for Zeon is double that of the Federation. And on top of that, only 4 of the Zeon mobile suits that I just listed can go into space with minimal modification if they weren't already space capable. As much as I like the designs of the Guf, the Zagak, and obviously the Akai, Zeon didn't need a bunch of mobile suits that are aquatic. This is the problem with Zeon in the lore. In a lot of ways, they basically spent themselves into the damn ground whenever it came to this sort of thing and their resources. They constantly developed mobile suits that really didn't need to be their own thing. And as you look at all the offshoots of the main mobile suits, a lot of the modifications were absolute flops or didn't really serve much of a purpose. I mean, when you're losing to a land-based mobile suit underwater in a mobile suit that's meant to be great underwater, it really doesn't speak to the creation of it in the first place when you could have just done what the Federation did and just develop a version or standard equipment that could be latched onto these mobile suits to allow them better maneuverability in other places. Oddly enough, Zeon in the lore started to do that at one point, but because they failed a couple times, they just said, fuck it, we'll just make specialty underwater things, assuming that they're just going to conquer the Earth. It was a really stupid idea made by GRINDSTONE, who is a fucking idiot. Because think about this. You have a military that doesn't have the money or the resources of the Federation, building twice as many or more mobile suit designs than their opposition, many of which that, if you go back out to space, are going to be fucking useless. Like I mentioned before, GRINDSTONE is dumb. He's charismatic, but his military strategies basically amount to, if you believe in Zeon hard enough, we'll somehow win. Never mind logistics, never mind military strategy, design philosophies, or anything like that. Next thing you're going to tell me is that crop rotation is a good idea. What are you, an Earthnoid? People wonder why I say Zeke with a hard R. The second element about all of this trip to the British Isles is the reality of military service. Now, General Revel, as I've mentioned before, is very high on the white base. And as for General Revel himself, he is respected pretty highly by most of the Federation forces. Not all of them, but most of them. And he, honestly, is one of the few people I would say that is in Federation leadership in the entirety of the Gundam franchise that is a person that never, ever gets replaced. Like, in any way, shape, or form. The only person that really can match his honor and respect is Bright. Everybody else, not so much. At least when it comes to leadership in that military. The thing is, when it comes to the white base, Revel probably treats these guys with more dignity and respect than most people in the Federation military have up to this point. The thing is, there's a reality to the situation that the white base is in. Your options are that you continue your military service now that you've been on this thing, or you're going to have to spend a year in jail to protect the Federation's secrets. Now keep in mind that the white base is a top secret project. Mass production Federation mobile suits have literally just started hitting the field. And they're more than what Zeon were ready for. Not to mention, though there are more Pegasus-class carriers out there, there's less than 5 of them total that are deployed during the 1-year war. So yeah, the Federation's not going to just let you leave. It sounds harsh, but this is war. Some people are going to think that I'm a dick for saying this, but I completely understand Revel's perspective here. Maybe it's because I grew up raised by a former assistant drill instructor for the US Army, but I find it easier to understand military perspectives than others, I guess. That or I'm just evil. I'll let you guys decide. But anyway, after all the hijinks in the British Isles, the crew finally gets the chance to start to head for Jaburo in late November of 0079. Now in South America, the white base isn't aware that Char's Mad Angler Squad is literally right behind them, meaning that Zeon's gonna finally get a shot at Federation HQ. Unfortunately for them, they don't realize that the Federation's actually counting on this. Now, there are 3 stories that converge here at Jaburo. We of course have the white base team who are coming here under orders from Revel to begin preparations for the next phase of the war. We also have the Federation's Slave Wraith team, on top of Zeon's Midnight Fenrir. At this point, Amuro and Bright meet Lieutenant Woody, the fiancé of the now departed Lieutenant Matilda. It's a sad situation, and Amuro at one point tries to blame himself for the loss of Lieutenant Matilda, but Woody won't hear it. He basically tells the kid, look, you did everything you could, and that's all that a pilot can be expected to do. Now, since the next step for the white base crew is physical exams and other such business, let's get caught up with the other players that are going to be here in the Slave Wraiths and the Midnight Fenrir. Since the death of Garma Zabi, the Slave Wraith team, which I mentioned earlier in the video, has largely been operating as a Federation Black Op team underneath a pro-General Revel group known as Grave. Now, believe it or not, despite being such an excellent leader, General Revel did have his enemies in the Federation military, especially when he publicly called out Federation corruption during his speech before the signing of the Antarctic Treaty. The thing is, Revel didn't know Grave existed, so all of their operations were off-the-books ops to keep the Federation forces in line. The Slave Wraiths were composed of Travis Kirkland, aka Fixer, and the pilot of the titular Slave Wraith ground-type Gundam, Fred Reber, aka Ripper, who was one of the 3 people in the war to pilot a Gundam Pixie, Marvin Hero, aka Bomber, who piloted a Jim ground-type weapons rack and then later on the gun cannon Heavy Type D, and then Doris Brand, aka Diver, who was their intel specialist, and then Edward Lee, aka Hire, who was their vehicle specialist. Before they had been asked to head to Jaburo, the Slave Wraith team did actually have some involvement during the Battle of Odessa. They were ordered to lure a group of Zeon forces to a Federation team led by someone from a military family that was very anti-General Rebel. So, Grave had the team resort to underhanded tactics despite that team leader being both very capable as a soldier and a war hero. As such, even though his team managed to win the day against Zeon forces led towards them by the Slave Wraiths, Bomber sniped the Federation officer with a Magella-top cannon, completing the mission. Now, the interesting wrinkle to this story is that Travis Kirkland, the head of the Slave Wraith team, actually has a long-lost son named Vincent Gleisner in the Zeon military's Marcosius team, led by Captain Doug Schneid. This team would actually clash with the Slave Wraiths on more than one occasion. Now, over with the Midnight Fenrir, this unit was led by Lieutenant Garrett Schmitzer, who I mentioned earlier was a friend of Ramba Rawls. His team was a special operations team under Kaisili Azabi's command, and they had several back and forths during their deployments, in between their recon done during the Battle of Odessa, facing off against a Lieutenant Agar of the Federation. Agar, who oddly enough has the same voice actor as Domon Kashu from G Gundam, is an artillery expert, who actually gave Schmitzer an injury that kept him from being able to stay as a frontline commander, instead having to retire from piloting mobile suits. Lieutenant Agar has been called to Jaburo at the same time that Amuro has, and is tasked to the new Pegasus-class ship to be deployed from that location called the Blanc Raval. What's also being constructed and outfitted at Jaburo is another Gundam as well, known as the Mudrock. The RX-78-6, also known as the Mudrock, or just Unit 6, is meant to be an answer to the problem that the Gundam would often have in the field of running out of ammo for its beam rifle. As such, this unit was meant to be made for much more sustained deployments. Now, if you're looking at this thing and saying, hey, that looks like a Gundam and a gun cannon had a baby, well, you'd be right, because it's basically what it's supposed to be. This suit sports heavier armor than the standard Gundam, plus advanced leg thrusters and a higher output reactor that allows this suit to hover. Like the Gundam, the Mudrock carried 60mm Vulcan cannons, a beam saber, a pair of 300mm cannons on the backpack, plus grenade launchers in each forearm. It also used two types of beam rifles during its lifetime and deployments. The first was a beam rifle that was the same as a Gundam ground types, but another one that it would use was a prototype beam rifle that didn't get much usage in the field. That prototype was what would blaze the trail for what was called CPAC technology. Essentially a beam rifle that had magazine-style reloading instead of having to return to the ship for a recharge. As for the Midnight Fenrir, they'd been pulled from the California base in North America, along with several other Zeon teams, for a push to try and take out Jaburo. Back with the White Base team, you hear one thing that's peculiar in regards to Amuro's physical exam. Specifically how they were running both X-rays and brain scans on it. Now, an X-ray would probably be something to expect for anyone piloting these advanced mobile suits, so that you could see if the G-forces from the constant deployment and movement negatively affect the body, and to what degree. The brainwaves, on the other hand, indicate something different. This is the first time that we get a hint that Amuro is a bit different than other pilots. It's a subtle hint that he's a new type. Now, in the film, it's a little bit more obvious that that's what's going on because new types get mentioned earlier in the film series than they do in the animated series. During a meeting with the CEOs, we also find out that Mirai, being well known early in the story, was because her father was a well-known politician in the colonies who passed away. Regardless, the first wave of attack comes in the form of Zeon coming in from both the air and underwater. In the air, Zeon has multiple Gao attack carriers begin pounding the area with missile fire and bombs, and several aquatic suits head in to try and infiltrate Jaburo and destroy it from within. The Federation scrambles everything it can to try and repel the attack. White Base's crew deploys as well, deploying the G-Bull, the gun cannon, and the gun tank. Amuro and Sayla also spot Jims being scrambled for the defense as well. From the Gao carriers, after the initial missile salvos, Zeon sends everything that they can. All of the mobile suits that were able to be deployed from California base to this particular attack have been. They send everything, and I mean everything. DOMs, GUFs, Zaku 1s, Zaku 2s, anything that they could send out that wasn't a specialized piece of equipment, they do. Part of this deployment is the Midnight Fenrir, who's sorting in a varied setup of mobile suits. While on patrol, as the attack begins, the slave wraiths find themselves beset by Zeon forces as well. Char Aznable deploys in a custom-painted red SAGA, Natch, to aid in the underwater infiltration. He loses both of his men that are flanking him pretty quickly, so in response he just joins the advance team. Oh, and by the way, the command center is fucking lazy. They didn't even deploy the ramp so that the white base team could go fight. Regardless, as Zeon's attack commences, we get to see another underwater unit in action. This is the MSM-10 Zok. To be honest though, calling this thing a mobile suit is a bit of a stretch. It's really more of just a mobile gun platform. One soldier in the Zeon military actually tried to tell Char that this thing has good jump capability, only for him to mock the idea. Anyway, this clunker has 8 mega particle cannons, giving it 180 degrees of suppressing fire, a pair of claws on the forearms, and a phonon maser gun as a cruise weapon during underwater movement or as an anti-air measure. But as I mentioned before, this thing's about as mobile as Stephen Hawking. Now you might be asking, alive Stephen Hawking or dead Stephen Hawking? Yes. I'll mock it more later, but this is another mobile suit that is honestly a complete and total waste of MS development that you could have just spent the money on other units with more mobility and just give them heavy weapon equipment. Anyway, back in Jaburo, another GOG gets booty blasted after detonating the ramp in front of the white base, this time by Kai and his gun cannon. The G-Bull, during the defense, turns to defend another entrance where Zeon forces have actually broken through, and is ordered to convert to Gundam. In response, Lieutenant Woody deploys in a hovercraft to try and help out. Now during the battle, Amuro immediately realizes that the red SAGA is Char, and for the first time in several months, Char Aznable and Amuro Ray are set to tango once again. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Woody tries to help and dies in the process. In pursuing Char to kind of show how worthless the Zok really is, Amuro drops one with one blast. So yeah, those things aren't worth shit. Elsewhere, the Midnight Fenrir have a small team infiltrate Jaburo while the rest of the team fought on the surface to help with distraction. The infiltration team ran into both the Blanc Rival and the Mud Rock, and in a fierce battle were actually able to damage both of them heavily before the order to retreat was given. Though to be fair to the Gundam, it actually wasn't complete during the fight. The Marcosius team, on the surface, finds the Slave Wraith team and begins a battle with them. But they run into a problem. Specifically, that problem is another Gundam. This one, known as the Pale Rider. The RX-80PR Pale Rider was the ace in the hole for Grave, deployed specifically to clean up the teams that had previously been used for Black Ops operations by Grave. This mobile suit is meant to be a next-gen prototype, following the success of both the Gundam and the Blue Destiny. It's equipped with standard Gundam armaments, such as Vulcan guns, a beam saber, and can use other weaponry that you saw in other Gundam units, except for the mounted 300mm cannons that the Mudrock and Gun Cannon use. It also had a beam gun mounted on its forearm that was enough to drop a mobile suit with a direct hit. However, what made the Pale Rider such a frightening force was something that it inherited from the Blue Destiny. Sort of. As I had mentioned before, the Blue Destiny Gundam series uses a system called Exam, but I didn't really explain it. What Exam is it was developed by a Zeon new type researcher named Chult Moses, who defected to the Federation. Somehow, Chult Moses was able to bind a human soul of a new type, named Marion Welch, to the mechanical system of Exam, allowing for the simulation of new type abilities for old type pilots, although it would cause extreme stress to the pilot and of course extreme stress to the woman that was essentially acting as this thing's operating system. Now the Pale Rider, on the other hand, used a system based on Exam called Hades. Hades stands for Hyper Animosity Detect Estimate System. This was developed at a lab called Augusta, which will come up more as we discuss Gundam throughout the years, and this Augusta lab was undertaking new type research. The Hades system forcibly deactivates all mobile suit limiters inside of the suit, making it perform at a very high level at the cost of a very limited deployment time. The system, instead of relying on a new type's soul, instead uses a learning computer to transmit optimal solutions to the pilot, and even take over piloting at points if it needs to. Now you might be saying, hey, doesn't that sound a lot like the Zero system from Gundam Wing? Yeah, pretty much, it's directly inspired by it. But in this case, the pilot has to be enhanced by drugs to even survive the use of this damn thing, and in using the Hades system, they will suffer terrible memory problems as a side effect. Now in the battle, several gyms get wiped out by this Gundam, but the Slave Wraith team do manage to survive the attack from the Pale Rider and drive it back. But now, they're fugitives from the Federation. As the battle rages on over the next day, Char mobilizes once again in his Zagak, after the initial assault is a failure. This time, he's flanked by our good buddies, the Ak guys. The plan, while the Zeon forces bomb the landscape, is that they're going to plant bombs within Jaburo to destroy it. As for the White Base crew, more military reality comes in for them. Each of the crew receive official ranks, with the most notable being Bright being promoted from Ensign to Lieutenant Junior grade, Mirai attaining the rank of Ensign, Sayla becoming a Petty Officer, Amuro becoming a Chief Petty Officer, and both Kai and Hayato given the rank of Corporal. The War Orphans find out that they are not going to be allowed to stay on White Base for the duration of the war, and they aren't too happy about it. Frau Bo gets her assignment and rank of Private First Class and goes with one of her superiors to try and talk to the kids. Ryu and other White Base personnel are given posthumous promotions after their deaths, which is, of course, standard for a military. But Amuro, given that it's not like he really knows a whole lot about military life aside from what his dad might have told him, isn't exactly pleased with this, with the attitude of, is that it? Not really realizing that for a lot of military families, when they find this sort of stuff out, some consider it an honor. But I could still understand the frustration, because it's not like it's going to bring his friends back. Anyway, Amuro dodges a slap from a CO, and then finds out he'll get in trouble if he dodges another one, while confused by that gets slapped for mouthing off. Anyway, the kids get into kid hijinks with other kids, and Katz, Let's, and Kika run off after an argument with one of those kids, sliding down a cliff in Jaburo and then just running around like a bunch of goofs. Oddly enough, the kids actually stumble on the Ak guys and end up climbing on them, not really knowing what they are. Char manages to get some intel on the mobile suits at Jaburo, and the kids stumble into one of the gym hangars, finding that it's in the process of being sabotaged. The Zeon pilots doing the sabotage tie up the kids, and I shit you not, they leave the kids in the hangar with active explosives. Thing is, this strategy backfires, and the kids manage to free themselves. Not only that, the kids actually manage to foil their plan and grab all the bombs out of the gym hangar. Amuro, Kai, and Hayato give chase to the car that the kids appropriate. And then Amuro switches cars, and then Kai and Hayato get the kids out of there, with Amuro jumping out of the car as it goes over a cliff, blows up the bomb safely, relatively speaking, and in a weird way, all the parties involved are treating this like another day at the office, which just kind of goes to show you how far they've come as soldiers. Either way, Char's sabotage plan was foiled by a bunch of children. Char's team goes on the attack in their mobile suits, taking down some of the tanks in the area and causing a little bit of a ruckus. While the lads are headed back to White Base, Amuro spots Char, and Char spots his sister. Now, Sayla's in absolute disbelief that her brother is here. But there's not much of a conversation. Char just tries to tell his sister to quit the military as Mirai opens fire on him. Char leaves, and Sayla plays dumb to avoid having to explain that she's basically Zeon royalty. Char's team cuts and runs in their mobile suits, but Amuro gives chase in the Gundam. At this point, to try and give his men a little bit of time, Char tries to distract the Gundam and such, but he loses an arm on his mobile suit for his trouble. And after that, Amuro just keeps going on the fucking warpath. Char barely gets away, remarking that as he got away, Amuro dropped 4 Ak guys like it was nothing. Like they were barely even there. At this point, more Zeon forces are retreating back into space. Char has lost another fight to Amuro, and the attack on Jaburo was a massive failure. At this point, the Federation knew the final stage of the war was on the horizon. The 13th Autonomous Corps, which White Base is assigned to, is going to be specializing in decoy operations. Zeon's forces on Earth would be greatly diminished, with the Federation having destroyed many of the California base's forces in the Battle of Jaburo. As such, the White Base would finally head back into the starry expanse of space. Now on Earth, a combination of ground forces that included both the Blanc Rival and its Mudrock Gundam, and then the Guinea Pig team and its Blue Destiny, would begin moving towards reclaiming the California base. The noisy ferry squadron of Zeon would be driven out of their hidden base and flee to California to try to shore up the defenses after Federation forces managed to find them. At the same time, the Slave Wraith team would begin to hunt down the organization of Grave, who betrayed them at Jaburo. In Southeast Asia, Gideon Sahaline and his sister would continue working on the Absolus program, in the hopes of deploying the superweapon to annihilate Jaburo. However, the Federation caught wind of the project and attempts to stop it. It's at this time that Ensign Shiro Amada finds himself in the mountains after a fight in the Absolus 1 with Zeon test pilot Aina Sahaline. During this time in the mountains that the two fall in love with one another. After their romantic getaway, and after returning to their separate militaries once again, Shiro's mobile suit is repaired and upgraded to the Easy-8, the Absolus is taken back to repairs, and Shiro Amada is given a suicide mission to bring Zeon down in the area. In Australia, the White Dingo team learns of a Zeon bioweapon called Astaroth. A sample has been completed and sent to Australia from the California base, and the White Dingo team are moving to intercept it as Zeon prepares their staircase to the moon plan. Elsewhere, Gundam Units 4 and 5 are deployed into space to do battle with the Pegasus-class ship called the Thoroughbred, with pilots Luce Cassell and Ford Romfellow set to pilot the mobile suits. At the Augusta base, a custom Gundam unit specifically made for Amuro Ray is being prepared to be sent to space. The suit will be sent from the Federation's Arctic base, but unfortunately for them, Zeon forces have gained intel about this new Gundam and will move to intercept. At this point, the month of December has begun, and the final month of the war is here. Amuro and crew have suffered losses and learned exactly what it is that a soldier is meant to do. The Federation have turned the tides, but for Zeon, space is their home turf. Soon the encounters will be in space, and the future of the Universal Century will be molded in its battlefields. Next time on Gundam Explained, the One-Year War. Encounters in space. It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies. A new home for mankind, where people are born and raised and die. 9 months ago, the cluster of colonies furthest from the Earth, called Psi 3, proclaimed itself the Principality of Zeon and launched a war of independence against the Earth Federation. Initial fighting lasted over 1 month and saw both sides lose half their respective populations. People were horrified by the indescribable atrocities that had been committed in the name of independence. 8 months had passed since the rebellion began. They were at a stalemate. Well, folks, here it is. We've finally reached the ending of our One-Year War series. We've been doing it bits and pieces with reviews and then the deep dive over the course of an entire year. And though it's been a long road, it's been a worthwhile one to be sure. Well, for me and Shirt Dude as the guys behind the series, and for you guys, the audience anyway, it sure as hell hasn't been worth it for the characters fighting in the damn war, now has it? And I've been saying this whole time that the One-Year War is the most important story in all of Gundam, and throughout doing this entire series, I actually maintain that. In fact, I'm more grounded in that opinion now than I ever have been. Between all of the anime, games, and more, we got such a full and rich history of this particular conflict that I can't think of any fictional conflict that honestly has this much to it. Though I could be wrong. Either way, with this final episode, we enter the final month of the war. Let's get started with December of 0079. Episode 4. Encounters in Space. After the battles of Odessa and Jaburo, Zeon's finally on the back foot, and largely retreating to space. However, we do need to talk about where exactly everyone is at this point and where everyone's going. Then we'll start breaking down the conflict as it began to conclude throughout the month of December. So, we have the teams that are still going to be on Earth. In Australia, we have the White Dingo team, who will be starting to face down the teams that flee from the California base with a Zeon bioweapon that gets shipped to Australia with them. On top of that, trying to stop Zeon's Stairway to Heaven plan. Over in Southeast Asia, we have the 08th MS team, who have now been forced into a suicide mission to bring down the Absolus mobile weapon. This, of course, is going to put Shiro Amada at odds with his lover, Ina Sahaline, and her psycho brother. Federation forces are aware that Zeon essentially plans on using this mobile armor that Ina's crazy brother is developing to try and destroy Jaburo by deploying it from orbit straight to the planet. Which at this point, an attack like that would likely see the Federation headquarters defeated because the Federation's going to be moving their forces to take out Zeon, meaning that they're going to be spread much more thin. In North America, many Zeon forces are headed to California base, which was one of Zeon's last strongholds on Earth. Federation forces were also sending out as many troops as they could to that base, knowing it was their best chance to take it back at this point, given that it began as a Federation stronghold. On the side of the Federation, Lieutenant Agar and his Mudrock will be joining that assault, as well as the Guinea Pig team, led by Yu Kajima and his Blue Destiny Unit 1, alongside the Witch Hunt squad who had been tracking the Noisy Fairy team. Speaking of the Noisy Ferry, both that team and the Midnight Fenrir would be headed to California base to try and defend it, as well as Zeon ace Captain Nimbus Sturzen, who piloted an Ifrit with exam system capabilities. Oh crud. I haven't talked about the Ifrit yet, have I? You would figure that I probably would have mentioned at the end of the part where I talk about Bork Cry and his Gundam Pixie briefly, but I guess I forgot about it, so that's my bad. Now's as good a time as any, because this is actually a pretty cool mobile suit. The MS-008TX Ifrit was a close combat mobile suit that was developed between the development of the GUF and the DOM. Unlike the GUF, the Ifrit is more of a powerhouse unit than a mobile one, and is also one that was developed with more customizability in mind than a fixed armament like the GUF did. It had the highest thrust capability of any mobile suit that Zeon had during the One-Year War, including one particular beast that we're going to talk about when we get to space. Thing is, there were only 8 of these mobile suits made, and each was pretty easily customizable to be suited to the needs of their pilots. You of course had the long-range sniper version of it called the Ifrit Jaeger, piloted by Helena Hagel of the Noisy Ferry Squad. You had the multifaceted Ifrit Custom Exam, piloted by Nimbus Sturzen, and then the close-quarters dominant version that Doug Schneid of the Marcosius team had, with his giant fuck-off axe. Another squad out there fighting the good fight was led by Lieutenant Matt Healy, with his team known as Delta Squad. No, not the Gears of War Delta Squad, like the Gundam Delta Squad. Anyway, Shirt Dude reminded me that I forgot about them in the last episode, so I'll do my best to sum up what's going on with him. His rivalry in the war was with the Zeon Foreign Legion, with Matt Healy's main rival being Lieutenant Ken Berderstadt. Healy was involved at Jaburo, famously losing one of his pilots when he attempted to convince a damaged Zaku 2 to surrender, only for the pilot to open fire because, hey, Matt, you ever heard of a fucking zealot, you dipshit? Ugh, goodness. Anyway, after that moment, Healy and the rest of his team go from location to location, urging Zeon forces to surrender and taking those forces prisoner, convincing him that the war was essentially over, which he was correct in saying. The final Zeon team that is on Earth in December is Zeon's Cyclops team. Under the leadership of Captain Hardy Steiner, you had 2nd Lieutenant Andy Strauss, Sergeant Gabriel Ramirez, and Lieutenant Mikhail Kaminsky getting prepped to assault the Federation's Arctic base with intel that a new Gundam was going to be sent to space, but we'll talk about those guys later. First, let's go to space.
Let's go to space!
Now, out in space, we're going to have a few teams that we're going to be following. Obviously, we have our friends at the White Base, but we also have a few other notable figures worth mentioning as well. We also have the crew of the Thoroughbred, another Pegasus-class carrier that carried 2 Gundams, Units 4 and 5, piloted by Luce Cassell and Ford Romfellow, respectively. Also, in space, on the Zeon side, we have our old friends at the Jotunheim, who are still stuck doing pointless missions testing equipment that was basically a bunch of throwaways. Here's a good example from early December, the Zigok. Now you might be saying to yourself, Micah, isn't that just a Zigok strapped to a big rocket? Yes it is. You could actually give it a few different rockets, to be honest, plus some megaparticle cannons. The stats are in front of you, but I admittedly don't have much else to say about it. The basic idea behind this thing is they took an expendable mobile suit that they have no more use for because they fucked the war up in the Zagok. They strapped it to a giant rocket, put an expendable pilot in there, though that's not exactly specific when Gear and Zabi's your leader, and they used it to shoot down ships that the Federation would be launching from Jaburo as they began to head into space. Now, to be fair to the pilot, he did successfully manage to shoot down some of the ships outside Jaburo, but this was at a point where Zeon was so desperate that they were just throwing shit at the wall to see if it stuck, and just used a Zagok because they didn't have any other use for it. I kind of feel like that and another part of Igloo that we're going to talk about later sum up Zeon at the end of the war. More of that in like late December, though. Regardless, now that we know who all the players are of this segment, we're going to go back to Earth and have a look at where everyone's at when it comes to early December. Though it technically wasn't the last battle on Earth for Zeon, the biggest battle that you could consider to be the end part of the war for them was the battle for the California base. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that California base isn't actually just one little base. It's a substantial landmass of 20 naval bases that served as Zeon's last holdout in the Americas. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a huge win for the Federation to take it back, considering losing it to Garma earlier in the year was such a devastating blow to them. It's a symbolic thing on top of just, fucking up Zeon's holdout on the planet. Now, granted, Zeon had other holdouts on other continents, but, to be honest, they weren't as important as the California base was. Now, this part of the war is where a lot of one-year war side stories start to wrap up. So I'll go over them real quick, but give some quick details on who was involved. One thing I do have to admit is that I've been kind of lax in the details with some of these stories, largely because some of them I've already gone over. For example, I already did a whole review of the 08th MS team that goes over what happens in the plot. Same thing with 0080 War of the Pocket and MS Igloo, so I'm just going to be filling on the blanks on where those happen in the timeline without really going into a ton of detail into the actual plot. Now, let's talk about the players that I haven't given much detail on. Now first we have Zeon's Noisy Fairy team. They were an all-female team under Kycilia Zabi's command, led by Lieutenant Commander Killy Garrett, also known as the Killer Harpy. The field team was led by 2nd Lieutenant Alma Sterner, a new type from the Flanagan Institute that I mentioned in Part 1. Well, the Flanagan Institute I mentioned, not Alma. Anyway, she was joined by Engineering Ensign Mia Brinkman and Sergeant Major Helena Hagel. One thing notable about the team was that they piloted very unique MS variations. Helena, who was a skilled sniper, piloted the aforementioned Ifrit Jaeger, which was essentially a converted close combat suit made for more long-range combat, though it could still fight close range pretty easily. Mia Brinkman started with a Dom Tropical Test type, and then used the remains of the Hodolfer that I mentioned when discussing MS Igloo to create the Dom Nomides, which is basically a hover Dom/tank weapons platform hybrid with enough weaponry to make Troa Barton proud, but with none of the mobility that would make Troa Barton proud. As for Alma, as you would expect for a new type, she was an incredibly skilled pilot. Her custom unit was the MS-18F Titania, a sister unit to the MS-18E Kampfer. Now let's talk about both of these real quick. Now the Kampfer we're actually going to see in action later on, and it goes without saying it's a very capable mobile suit, but it was a lightly armored Zeon suit that was focused around quick maneuverability. It had a maximum land speed of 215 kilometers an hour or 113.6 miles per hour. So imagine a suit that's about the same size as a Gundam, around 60 feet tall, moving the same land speed as a Porsche. Oh, not to mention it can actually, like, hover right above the ground whenever it's, like, going at top speed. It's crazy. It's a scary looking machine. Unlike the Gundam, though, the Kampfer didn't have a lot of armor, and it didn't use beam rifles either. It's essentially a hit-and-run machine, which did admittedly use a beam saber, which is cool, 60mm Vulcan guns in the head, a 192mm shotgun, which is fucking awesome, 2 giant bazookas, and Sturmfaust rocket launchers. And then, of course, it could pick up other weapons in the field, which it does in 0080, which I'll mention when we get there. The Titania, on the other hand, was built a little bit more for longer engagements than its brother unit. Because if you look at it, especially in comparison to the Kampfer, you'll notice that there's more armor on it, especially the hip armor, which really could have been taken from a Goof or a Zaku 2 or something like that, knowing how the Noisy Fairy team would tend to just basically do the best with what they have, and most of their mobile suits look like hodgepodges of stuff that they just found. Effective, but still kind of like a, you know, hodgepodge. Anyway, to compensate for the armor additions, but maintain the speed, the Titania was fitted with a pair of thruster tanks. It also used all of the same weaponry as its brother unit, but it had 2 beam sabers instead of 1, on top of having what I'm assuming is a 90mm Gatling gun on its forearm. After the battle on California base, it would be given a beam machine gun as well, which would become standard armament for one variation of a mobile suit that I've hinted about, but again, we're going to talk about later. It goes without saying that the Titania was a fearsome machine. Honestly, you could consider it on par with a Gundam, or close to it, and there was a good reason to fear it. Now, during the war, aside from the witch hunt team that I talked about, their other big confrontations were with the Federation's Black Dog Squadron, and there's not much to say about them. They were led by a sociopath named Renato Jeremy, and the whole squad was made up of psychos. They're essentially supposed to be like an allusion or a homage to the Black Dog Knights from Berserk, and they definitely fit the profile with a lot less rape, but, you know, they're just kind of stereotypical anime psychopaths. They're there for you to shoot something. Now, the notable thing about them is that they had 2 Pale Rider offshoots, called the Black Rider, which was a stealth suit, and the White Rider, which has a big beam rifle that looks like a bow, and it's like if King Arthur had a Gundam. They're okay looking. Now, the interesting team that was coming after them was actually the Witch Hunters, because they're the more Gundam-y team in the sense that there's some moral gray areas because their ace pilot, another new type named Ensign Lilith Aiden, had lost family to Zeon. She also piloted a beam scythe using Gundam Pixie that was red, which was pretty damn cool. Lilith and her CO Barry were pretty great. I like these characters. They were actually probably my favorite characters in all of Code Fairy, which is really weird because they're not really in that much of it, but I like a good antagonist with complication. I've always felt that Gundam is at its best when it has those. Anyway, during the assault on the California base, both the Noisy Fairy team and the Midnight Fenrir ended up being assigned to the defense. During this time, the Slave Wraith team would meet up with the Marcosius team. After some initial discussion to prove that the Slave Wraiths were no longer part of the Federation forces, which, I mean, I can understand why you would think they still are, given the fact that that team had 2 Gundams, both teams would join up and head to the California base, as well to serve as part of the defense there. Other notable pilots here at the time were Neuven Bitter, who we will see in 0083, and Ken Betterstadt, who I had mentioned earlier. Now, there is something I need to mention. There's timeline issues when it comes to everything that goes on at the California base. So, for example, during the defense of the California base, apparently Alma and the Noisy Fairy team encountered the Blue Destiny Unit 1 and Yu Kajima. So, given that he actually has a cameo in another video game during that particular time frame, it could make sense, maybe, but admittedly it's kind of stretching things a little bit. So, that's kind of the issue that you run into with a lot of things with the California base, is there are so many tellings of these particular events. It's really hard to fit everything into just one particular spot where it really feels really snug, but we're going to try our best at least with this. Now, let's get to stuff that makes more sense. So the actual first deployment, as I mentioned, of the Blue Destiny Unit 1 was a night mission, where Yu Kajima was sent to destroy a nuclear missile site just outside of the northern part of the California base. Now, we know that these things are against the Antarctic Treaty, but after Makuve's bullshit he tried to pull, the Federation forces weren't taking many risks. During the battle, Kajima succeeds in destroying the missiles, goes to back up the rest of his squad, and then clashed against Nimbus in his E-Free Custom, destroying that suit and winning, but at the cost of the Blue Destiny Unit 1, which was too damaged to keep moving. Now, the Noisy Fairy squad did have a good amount of defensive success themselves, participating in several battles at California base to defend escaping GAL carriers so that they could flee the area and get injured people and other such forces out of California, because it was inevitably going to fall. Also during this time, the Midnight Fenrir would have another clash with Federation forces led by Lieutenant Agar. Now, Agar does manage to disable a few members of the team of Midnight Fenrir, but even so, they do manage to overwhelm Gundam Unit 6, so that the HLVs at their defense site could lift off and head back into space. So, 1 Gundam down. The Zeon finally did it. As for the Slave Wraiths and the Marcosius were actually aided by the Slave Wraiths in their respective retreat to space. I mean, it makes sense considering the fact that the leader of the Slave Wraith's son is part of that team. It's during this defense of California base that Doug Schneid and Fred Reber would actually stay behind to make sure everybody else could escape. Now, near the end of that fight, Fred and Doug would switch mobile suits, with Schneid taking the Gundam Pixie that Reber used and giving his life to make sure that everybody was able to leave safely. It's at this point that Fred would officially switch sides and become a member of Zeon. Another team called Machamondo would also flee from the California base and head to Australia with a bioweapon called Astaroth in tow, that I mentioned earlier. But waiting for them when they get to Australia is gonna be the White Dingo team. In their respective retreat from California bases, the Federation took it back. The Noisy Fairy team would end up having their final battle with Black Dog Squad, and managed to pull off a victory. Now, what's impressive about this is that Alma and her team managed to beat both the Black and White Rider suits. And keep in mind, guys, these are Gundams. Now, critics of the game would argue that this kind of makes Alma Sterner out to be a bit of a Mary Sue. And to be honest with you, I kind of see where you're coming from with that. Between them having her beat Yu Kajima and then this feat, it is a bit much. Granted, it's not like she did it all in one day, but still. Regardless, this fight with the Black Dogs definitely did happen, and it is impressive nonetheless to do what she did. Now, granted, on the flip side, also argue that the Black Dog Squad, skill-wise, were scrubs. They weren't good. They had a history of sending in other people to do their dirty work, and then they would just do mop-up operations. The problem is that you don't get much combat experience yourself when you're having everybody else do your shit for you. Whereas the Noisy Fairy team were very experienced, and had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations up to this point. So it's essentially sending guys that are honestly crazy lazy people to fight individuals that are battle-hardened soldiers. Yeah, they might be some cute anime girls, but you're going to get your shit pushed in. Hopefully you're into pegging. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, things were wrapping up for the 08th MS team. It's around this time that the final battle with the Absolus occurs. After an initial clash with Colonel Norris Packard, the 08th MS team manages to defeat the Zeon Ace, with Shiro Amada killing him in a tough battle. It's at this point that Shiro officially leaves the Federation military. Now on the Zeon side of things, Genius Sahaline poisons the team that worked with him on the Absolus, which he had completed by dosing all of his workers with enough stims to make you think that the construction of the Absolus was sponsored by Monster Energy. Regardless, during a battle and attempt to get a hospital ship off the ground, Federation forces shoot it down so that those same Zeon soldiers can't reinforce the Space Forces later on. As you can imagine, this creates a clusterfuck on the ground, because it's not really a good idea to piss off the giant mobile armor that's beam weapon capable sitting right in front of you. Anyway, the battle ensues between the Absolus and the Federation forces with many casualties. Though Shiro manages to talk Aina out of fighting with her brother and leaving him, they both are at that point forced to kill Genius and destroy the mobile armor forever. After this, Aina and Shiro would live through the event, with Shiro losing a limb in the destruction of the EZ-8 Gundam that he had. He and Aina would then get hitched and live happily ever after. At this point, we gotta go back to space again to touch base with Amuro and the crew and talk about what they're up to. So as I mentioned in the last episode of the 1 Year War, the expectation of the White Base was that they were going to head into space as part of a decoy operation. Then, after that, they'd begin to head towards Solomon to take part in the military action there. The Federation's goal was essentially to take Solomon's space fortress in what was called Operation Chembalo, or Sembalo, I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm going to go with Chem. Anyway, then they would force Zeon into a peace agreement after they take home the W. While they get their marching orders, one of the Federation brass mentions that Mirai is actually engaged, much to Bright's surprise. As the ship gets ready for launch, they're assigned a new officer to the team. Meet Lieutenant Slager Law, also known as Giga Chad. Now, Slager here might come across as a bit aloof and kind of a jerk, but to be honest with you, as we get to know him for the rest of the show, he's actually pretty awesome. He's coming onto the team to serve as another fighter pilot, on top of being an artillery expert. Now, as the team heads into space, sure as you can expect, Char Aznable is right on their heels. With that, Zeon's got a couple of mobile armors that they're going to throw at the White Base as well, though admittedly one fight is an accident. But we'll talk about that one later. Just know that that particular mobile armor is called the Browbro. Now, the first mobile armor that we're going to actually go into detail about at this point is the MA-05 Big Row. This mobile armor was specifically made for high-speed hit-and-run tactics, and had a large pair of claw arms, 2 quad missile launchers, and a mega particle cannon as well, in its mouth area, I guess you could say. Then you had the MA-04X Zacrello, which had a similar purpose, also having 2 4-tube missile launchers, the claws on the front, which are called Heat Natas, and then also having a mega particle cannon in the mouth area. I also want to point out the stupid face of Dimitri, its pilot. There it is, kids. Point and laugh. And yes, this is another good example of Zeon stupidity. Now again, what's the reason that we have 2 mobile armors that essentially do the same thing? Toys! But the way, of course, that Tamino wrote it, it feeds into Zeon's just tremendous ability to waste money on things. Now, there's a couple notable things in the fights that we see here before they get to Side 6. The first is that Sayla is starting to get a little bit of nervousness, and it's understandable as to why. She's incredibly worried that she's going to end up killing her brother in a battle, which is entirely possible given the circumstances of the war. The second notable bit is that we're starting to see that after the fight's down on Earth, Amuro is fighting on a different level. You know the mobile armors I mentioned earlier? You know, the Big Row and the Zacrello? He turns both of them into mincemeat. It's after the fights with the mobile armors that the White Base finally arrives at Side 6. Here we see a couple of reunions, but I need to explain Side 6 real quick. I only briefly talked about it before, if I remember right. Now, I mentioned in Part 1 that Side 6, also called RHA, is a neutral colony cluster. Now, a couple of years prior to the 1 Year War, Side 6 had the backing of Side 3, which is now Zeon, in leaving the Federation. But they still managed to keep good diplomatic ties with them after the separation. So essentially, they're friendly with both sides of this particular war. Now this comes into play here in a second because there's actually a Federation R&D base within the cluster of colonies, though it's not at the one that the White Base docks at. Now, let's get to the reunions. The first is with Mirai and her fiancé, Cameron Bloom. We learn that it's an arranged marriage, and after entering the military, Mirai is not exactly super pleased with Cameron. The basic clash between the two is that Mirai is frustrated because Cameron won't do anything himself. He's always asking Daddy or people that he hires to do things for him, just kind of throwing around money to, get other people to do stuff for him, instead of getting his own hands dirty. So it goes without saying that there's friction there, because what Mirai's looking for from him is for him to be a man that's going to do things with his own hands, put himself on the line, not have other people put themselves on the line for him. Granted, being around military guys all the time, seeing your friends die, things of that nature, it's going to change your perception of what you want in a potential partner, at least I would think so. As for the other reunion, Amuro manages to find his dad, Temurei, and notices that Dad is a little bit off. Tem is completely and totally obsessed with the Gundam now, and that's about it. He barely acknowledges Amuro's existence. When he sees him, he's just like, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, come look at this. Let me talk about Gundam. Hey, you know that Gundam thing? That thing you pilot? Yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? Oh yeah, you're my son. I forgot about that. Oh, you want to talk about your mom? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I just want to talk about the Gundam, only the Gundam, and yeah, that's about it." Then he gives Amuro what is famously known as Temrei's Circuit. Now, this is a bit of a meme in Gundam circles, and it honestly has been a joke within Gundam and the Gundam fandom forever, acknowledged several times by Bandai. However, on occasion in other media, it's actually worth a damn as a enhancement. It's actually a pretty good enhancement in the video game SD Gundam G-Generation Genesis. Most recently, the High New Gundam in Super Robot Wars 30th's DLC actually integrated the learning computer and this very circuit that Amuro's dad designed in its construction. So it's a neat little throwback and reference to this particular moment. Regardless, Amuro is understandably broken up by the status that his dad is in, because his dad is just... If you compare how he's talking here to how he was talking to Bright at the very beginning of the show, it feels like two completely different people. And as you would expect, Amuro's all busted up because he knows that the oxygen deprivation that would have damaged his dad's brain was because he took out the reactor on that Zaku 2 back at the start of the show and blew open a hole in the colony. So needless to say, he blames himself. Another thing that we know from the narration of the show is that Dozle isn't too happy that Char is still involved in the fight and basically got adopted by his sister. Now, it's understandably so, considering what happened to their little brother. Why would you trust Char at that point? Granted, they don't know that Char is responsible for his death directly, but they do believe he's responsible indirectly, which might as well be the same thing in this military. Either way, Dozle sends his own forces out there to Side 6 to assist in bringing down the White Base. There's two major skirmishes in what we could call the Battle of Baldur Bay, and they're set one day apart from one another. The first battle takes place when the White Base tries to work with a contractor to get repairs done on their ship. It doesn't work, because the instant they leave Side 6 space, they get attacked. Granted, that attack doesn't do much good in regards to taking out the White Base. The White Base team actually wipes out 12 Rick Doms, which, for those who don't know, are just Doms, but made for space combat. I'm not doing a whole breakdown on them. In the span of 3 minutes, though, 9 of those kills went to Amuro. Now, even though they won the fight, they're obviously in a frustrating situation because they're not able to get the repairs they need. Side 6 is not willing to help. It's during this time that Bright is trying to figure things out that Amuro is taking his time going around the colony. At this point, he runs into a young Indian woman named Lala Soon, while he tries to get shelter from the rain that he didn't know was scheduled. The two remark over the weather and the unfortunate passing of a bird nearby. Spending a little bonding time, I guess you could say. Now later on that same day, as Amuro is still driving around, Amuro gets stuck in a muddy pothole on a muddy road. To his surprise, the person that comes to his rescue after Lala accidentally sprays him with mud in their vehicle is none other than Char Aznable. Yeah, Char's actually there, still in pursuit of the White Base, but taking some time to relax a bit before he resumes the chase. Now, in their discussions, the little talk that the two have, Char doesn't really know who he's helping. He knows it's an enemy because he's wearing a Federation uniform, but he doesn't know that that's Amuro Ray, the pilot of the Gundam. In fact, even though he says he recognizes Amuro's name, he still can't quite place him. Now, Amuro, on the other hand, knows exactly who he's talking to. But even so, The two are very cordial with one another. But this, at least in Gundam history, is significant, because this is the very first time, despite all their fights with each other, that the two have actually met face to face. Later that same day, as White Base prepares to depart Side 6, Cameron volunteers to take his shuttle out to escort White Base so that there's a guarantee that nobody will open fire on them until they're safely outside of Side 6 base. Now, for some reason, this sparks an argument between Cameron and Mirai, and to be honest, Mirai's being a brat. Then, here comes Slager fucking Law to give her an honestly much-needed backhand because of that bratty behavior. Now, why is she being a bit of a brat?
Because she's a woman!
After this, and the dressing down that Slager gives her, that honestly she really needed, and he speaks no lies to both people in this particular regard, Cameron leads the White Base out to where the second battle commences. During the course of the fight, Amuro starts making mincemeat out of this second phase of Rickdoms that are there. Now, Bright finally takes notice, or at least notice that we as the audience see, realizing that Amuro at this point is nigh unstoppable in that Gundam. With that in mind, the White Base manages to escape, and begins to head to rendezvous with the rest of the fleet as they prepare to head to Solomon. However, as this goes on, there is an operation happening on Earth, and another Gundam is about to be sent into space towards the Side 6 cluster of colonies. So as I had mentioned earlier, one of the teams involved in the conflict was the Cyclops team. This particular team had been given information about a new Gundam that was developed at Augusta Base. This particular mobile suit still needed to be tested by Federation test pilots, but it was being sent to space to be given, eventually, to Amuro Ray. After his examinations at Jaburo, at this point the Federation had their confirmation of Amuro's status as a new type. With the knowledge that the mobile suit would be sent to space from the Federation's Antarctic base, the Cyclops team deploys with 3 Hygogs and 1 Zagak E. Oh hey, wait. New mobile suits to break down. Let's start with the Hygog. The MSM-03C Hygog was basically a version of the GOG if it didn't suck. This big beast, standing around 15.4 meters tall, with long-ass arms on top of it, was developed to address all the shortcomings of the GOG. It was considerably lighter, considerably more compact, and more than anything, was a lot more nimble. It carried 2 beam cannons with 1 in each arm, a torpedo launcher in the head, 120mm machine cannons at the waist, plus, of course, had those big nasty claws. On top of that, they could be equipped with a hand missile unit that was effective at destroying emplacements. Granted, if it's a missile that big, I have a feeling that it's probably good at destroying anything it hits. As for the Zagak E, this thing was an experimental unit meant to improve on the already capable Zagak. It sported improved beam cannons in the arm, which also allowed for rapid fire, plus the head-mounted missiles were replaced by torpedoes for more firepower while underwater. It also got a much more streamlined shape with retractable limbs and relocated thrusters, so now it can move that much faster underwater. Now, how was this going to matter at the end of a war when you just got kicked around and are fleeing Earth en masse is anyone's guess, but it was effective at least in getting into the Arctic base. Thing is, it only really worked to degrees. Though the team manages to get past many of the Gym Cold District types here, I'm not going to break these down, there's not much to say about them except for the fact that they look cool and they're built for cold temperatures. One of them manages to lay down solid suppressing fire on Andy, keeping him from shooting down the shuttle, until Andy tries to use the time-tested strategy of fuck it. With that, the new Gundam heads into space, and the Cyclops team is down a man, with their next mission taking them to space to track that same mobile suit. That suit would arrive at Rubio Colony in Side 6, and would be tested by Federation pilot Christina McKenzie. This Gundam was known as the RX-78NT-1, or more famously, as the Alex. Yep, the Gundam Alex, which stands for Armored Layer Examination, was the Federation's very first mobile suit developed specifically for new type use. It featured magnetic coating in the joints, on top of a large capacity learning computer, which was superior to the one on the RX-78-2. This suit featured 3 times the normal responsiveness of a standard mobile suit, and was designed for one pilot in mind, Amuro Ray. It also had a couple of interesting physical traits. The first was the thruster power on the thing. The mobile suit had 19 verniers on it, making it an incredibly nimble suit. It also had more thrust capacity due to one of its other features, the Chobham armor. Yep, the additional thrusters were made that, with even this much bulk on it, the Chobham armor took the weight from 72.5 tons to 90, it could still move quickly, which is a scary thought. The Gundam's already fast as it is. Imagine being able to keep that speed up, but being that much more durable. As for its armament, it was pretty much the same as other Gundams. It still had 60mm Vulcans in the head, 2 beam sabers, could be equipped with a beam rifle and a bazooka, but it also had a couple of hidden weapons in the forearms, specifically 90mm Gatling guns. Though we don't get to see it in the anime, this Gundam's shield even had a fold-out in it, where it could open and allow the mobile suit to fire the Gatlings while still having a shield attached. It goes without saying that this was a very scary mobile suit, and if it got into Amuro's hands, Zeon didn't really have a countermeasure. Best thing they could do is destroy it before it got to its intended target. So, how exactly did Operation Rubicon fare? I guess it depends on your perspective. The first attack on the neutral colony that the Federation facility was at ended in a failure, with pilot Bernard Wiseman having to trade a piece of his Zaku to a young boy named Al to keep him and his presence there a secret. Bernie was then transferred to the Cyclops team and briefed on the mission. He and the Cyclops team ended up getting help from the young boy in attempting to assault the Federation facility, with Bernie and Al basically doing intel gathering. Now, during the actual infiltration operation, because of Bernie not knowing much about Australia's weather in December, the Cyclops team gets found out, and the infiltration team gets, well, torn to shreds. Except for Bernie. Now, outside of the facility, Mikhail Kaminsky attempts to assault the colony and actually has success. The LMSD-76 Grey Phantom, a Pegasus-class carrier assigned to watch over the colony, actually deployed some very solid mobile suits to try and intercept, with a few Jim Sniper 2s and gun cannon mass production types sent in. And then, because Mikhail's a skilled pilot, they were promptly blown up. So, it ends up with Mikhail going head-to-head with the Alex, with Mikhail in that badass camphor of his. He tries to use a bunch of mines that he pulls from a nearby truck, and only manages to knock off the Chobham armor. Okay, Beam Saber. Let's try the Beam Saber. How does the attempt with the Beam Saber go? Despite this all happening, and the fact that you could put Mikhail into a bunch of mason jars, Bernie enlists the help of a child again, and they manage to rebuild his Zaku 2 Kai. Now you might be wondering, what's the difference between this and a normal Zaku 2? It's basically the same thing, but better. There's not really a whole lot to break down on this one. Not to mention, we're already 40 minutes in, and I don't want my editor to die. I mean, this is him after the last video. Now, it's at this point that Bernie is told by his CO that Zeon is willing to break the Antarctic Treaty, again, just to keep the mobile suit from ever leaving the colony, and they're gonna nuke the fuck out of it. So, at this point, he has to get the Gundam to chase him, and then try to bring it down. Now, considering that Bernie's not that great of a pilot, and the Gundam made mincemeat out of a camphor, a specialized hit-and-run mobile suit, and given how Zaku 2s don't do well against Gundams, the odds are very much against him. Now, Bernie does actually have some success in the battle by using hit-and-run tactics and subversion tactics. Now, unbeknownst to him, his CO, named, I shit you not, Lieutenant Colonel Killing, and his ships get their shit pushed in. No nuke is coming, they're all fucking dead. Now, his little buddy Al is the one who overhears this from his father, and he rushes to try to stop the battle between the Alex and the Zaku, which was a pretty back-and-forth fight between the two. But the battle ends with the Alex getting its head lopped off, and the Alex piercing the cockpit of the Zaku with its beam saber. Now with that, in an odd way, at least in my perspective, Operation Rubicon's a success. The Alex is too damaged to be sent to the front lines in time, meaning Amuro won't be getting an upgrade anytime soon. Back on Earth, we find that Nimbus Sterson has returned and manages to do something that the Federation would probably consider their worst nightmare, losing a Gundam to the Zeonic forces. Sterson steals the Blue Destiny Unit 2, which has the same functionality as Unit 1, but on top of all that is also space-capable. After assassinating Chult Moses, the creator of the exam system, Nimbus flees to space. It's during this time that the Guinea Pig team, in their attempt to get to space, crosses paths with the Slave Wraiths. As the Guinea Pig team prepares to head to space in pursuit of Unit 2, the remaining members of the Slave Wraith team cover them, as they head out to the starry expanse. After this, the Slave Wraith team would assault Graves' headquarters and bring an end to the shadowy Federation organization that betrayed them, thus ending that team's involvement in the One-Year War. As for the Blue Destiny Unit 3, it would head out to Side 5 and destroy the Zeon facilities that were still studying the exam system. After that, Units 2 and 3 would clash with one another, one final battle between Nimbus and Yukajima, and Yukajima would end up victorious, though sadly the Unit 3 would be destroyed. Sometime after this, he would actually free the young new type that served as the basis for the exam system. Now, while all this was going on, in another part of space, the Federation would begin its next major operation, Operation Chambalo, which would later be famously known as the Battle of Solomon. At this point, the White Base rendezvoused with the Third Fleet for resupply. Oh, and Joaquin's back, and less of a jackass. That's always a positive, right? Over on the Zeon side, Admiral Dozel Zabi asks a question that we all know the answer to.
Has my brother lost his mind?
The big reason he's asking this, though, is because he's been supplied with only one of what's called a Big Zom.
Hey, Big Zom!
We'll go over that later. What Dozel's remarking on is that the best mobile suits that he's got at the moment are RHAPSODYs. As we've seen up to this point, those suits don't mean dick if Amuro Ray is coming your way. Hey, I can make a rhyme anytime. Not to mention, a standard GM, a gun cannon, or a gun tank could cut one down without a whole lot of issue. So it's kinda easy to understand why Dozel's pissed. Back on Side 6, Char and Lala are still around, with Char throwing around a few threats at Cameron, because I guess you just have to bully the nerd. And we also see that Lala Soon's presence tends to change the temperaments of those around her. It's something to keep in mind about her that I'll explain a little bit later. Back with the White Base, the Federation fleet charges forward and the Battle of Solomon begins. The goal of the forward attack force is to hold the line for 15 minutes. After that, the Federation will be attacking with a new weapon. The Federation opens up with missiles that create a beam interference field, forcing Dozel to mobilize his mobile suits. As to be expected, the Federation deploys their GM mobile suits and their ball mobile artillery. White Base then launches its own fighters in mobile suits. As the battle gets moving, Dozel orders all women on Solomon to evacuate the station. As he gives the order, we see the real reason that he's doing this. It's for his wife, Zena, and his daughter, Minerva. Though Dozel says this is just a precaution, he's honestly just putting on a brave face for his wife and daughter. It's what you'd expect from a father, basically. Another person worth mentioning that you don't see here, probably because she wasn't, created yet, but was here in Gundam canon, was one of the attendants of his wife and Dozel's mistress, Marlene Karn. Her father was Admiral Maharaja Karn, and she's the older sister of Haman Karn. Zena and Minerva, alongside the attendants here, would flee to Granada under the Karn family's care, and then later to Axis. Now, regardless of all this, the battle continued as the Federation made the final preparations on what could be considered a bit of a doomsday weapon. Dozel's fleet detects it way too late, and Dozel makes a mistake by refusing to call his sister for reinforcements in the battle. At this moment, the Federation finishes setting up the Solar Ray. The instant that they fire it, it does substantial damage to the Solomon station, wiping out mobile suits and essentially burning a chunk out of it. Now, unfortunately, as it gets fired, there is some friendly fire, Hayato getting hurt during that weapon firing. At this point, Dozel pulls back his mobile suits, and Amuro pursues with gusto, annihilating a Zeon cruiser like an afterthought. At this point, Char and his Zanzibar leave Side 6 to try to reinforce Dozel. Zena departs Solomon with Minerva as Dozel says goodbye to his wife and daughter. He then enters the Big Zom to lead his final forces in one last push. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that there's a few notable Zeon aces at this battle and could have actually been there when he was giving these orders. The first, piloting a white high-mobility Zaku 2, is Lieutenant Shin Matsunaga, Dozel's right-hand man, his closest friend, and known as the White Wolf of Solomon. The second and third notable men would be Lieutenant Anavel Gato and Captain Kelly Lasner, each piloting a Rickdom equipped with a beam bazooka. Now, let's talk about this Big Zom. The MA-08 Big Zom, or Big Zam, depending on how you pronounce it, is a monster of a mobile armor. Standing 59.6 meters tall and weighing over 19,000 tons when fully equipped, it is easily the single most fearsome mobile armor that Zeon puts forward during the One-Year War. Now, this monster only had a limited deployment time of 20 minutes, but the damage that it would be able to do in such a short time is substantial. It had 4 fusion reactors after all. It had a large megaparticle gun in the center of the body, 28 anti-aircraft megaparticle guns encircling the torso, air-to-air missiles disguised as claws on the legs, and a 105mm Vulcan gun that covered its blind spot. Its other notable feature was its eye field. This force field is something we're going to be seeing more of in Gundam as we go through the franchise, and what it does is form an invisible barrier around whatever machine is using it. This field would disperse weaponry that uses Minovsky particles, so ranged attacks like beam weaponry aren't a good idea. You either have to use ballistic weaponry or get to point-blank range with it. As you would expect, given its armament, getting to point-blank range would not be easy. In the midst of the situation, as some of the crew rest and rearm for battle, we see that Mirai has actually developed a bit of a crush on Giga Chad Lieutenant Slager. I mean, who wouldn't? Dude's a bit rough around the edges, but the guy's been a stand-up individual. And we've sort of seen bits of this fostered as the events went on at Side 6. Regardless, at this point, as Slager realizes Mirai's feelings, he gives Mirai a ring that used to be his mother's. After something rocks the ship and the two are put close to one another, he kisses Mirai, and then takes off back into the fray. At this point, Amuro is leading the assault inside of Solomon with Kai behind him, carving their way through the base. Solomon floods with gems and balls, and has quite a bit of success until the Big Zam finally gets into battle. I can't figure out whether I want to pronounce it Big Zam, Big Zam. Hopefully nobody in the comment section is going to judge me on that. Anyway, this big monster annihilates everything in front of it, to say the least. Also on another ship, as part of Caecilia's fleet, Mikuve is being a cunt, and has to literally be told by the captain of the ship that he's on that soldiers are expected to have each other's backs. Yeah, unfortunately he didn't learn that lesson a while ago. Cough, Rambaral, cough. Prick. Anyway, that fleet picks up Dozel's wife and child so that they're safe. Dozel realizes how bad things are at this point of the battle, though. He decides to lead the Mobile Suit forces as the rest of the fleet there forces their way out in a different direction to fight another day. It's apparently around this time that Captain Kelly Lasner would run into Amuro Ray, and would be swiftly defeated, losing his arm in the battle. Ana Delgato's squad would act as the rear guard of the Deloa in the fleet that was fleeing, as it retreated with Zeon towards Abawaku. It's here that Gato would deal severe damage to the Federation forces that were pursuing the ship, and Gato would then be known, after this day, as the Nightmare of Solomon. Amuro continues his pursuit of the Big Zam throughout Solomon, seeing the carnage that the monster is leaving behind. The solar flare system would fire once again, taking down a significant chunk of the Zeon ships. Dozel and his men then pushed forward, putting him into conflict directly with the Federation fleet. The White Base's pilots realize the threat of this monster, and Amuro, Kai, and Slager move to intercept. At this point, Dozel has ordered a full retreat and tells his men that are on the Big Zam with him to give him complete control of the Big Zam, and to leave. His remaining MS forces will take them away from the battlefield. Now, Amuro and company actually fly past these mobile suits and let them live, with Slager noting that he's starting to get soft. The Big Zam's eye field proves to be a massive boon against the Federation fleet, with Dozel doing ridiculous damage to them. Slager and Amuro form the G-Armor in charge. They attack from below, wrecking shop against Dozel's men. However, Dozel's anti-air defenses damage the G-Fighter when they get close to the Big Zam, which takes the life of Lieutenant Slager. Amuro, however, uses the Gundam's weaponry, disables, and then using his beam saber, destroys the Big Zam. It's at this point that, in defiance of his fate, Dozel grabs a rifle and heads out into space to shoot at the Gundam with it. Amuro senses the intense hatred coming off of Dozel, which manifests as sort of a demonic spirit. After this, the Big Zam explodes, taking the life of a man who could be considered to be the one truly noble member of the Zabi family. Now, for those who are about to comment about something that happened in Origin, keep in mind that's not canonical in the main Gundam universe. Anyway, with this, Mikuve declares that Solomon has fallen. During this battle, both sides lost quite a few people, with the most notable obviously being the deaths of Lieutenant Slager and Dozel Zabi. Aside from Kelly Lasner losing his arm in his brief fight with Amuro Ray, Shin Matsunaga would also be listed as missing in action after this fight, though later on he would be found out to be alive. Now, while this was going on, the aforementioned Pegasus-class ship, the Thoroughbred, captained by Kristen Lombard, was sent out on a mission to intercept reinforcement fleets that were being sent to both Solomon and Abawaku. Their key weapons in these missions were Gundam Units 4 and 5, so let's break them down. Gundam Units 4 and 5 we're actually going to break down simultaneously, because aside from their extra weaponry, they're twin units. Both of them were equipped with weapons that we saw on both the RX-72 and other Gundam units that we've gone over thus far. Both had 60mm Vulcan guns in the heads, both had 2 beam sabers, both had a beam gun mounted on the forearm like the Pale Rider, and both units could be equipped with hyper bazookas on top of each having a shield. The big difference between them and the original Gundam were their beam rifles. The Hyper Beam Rifle was what it sounds like, a bigger and deadlier version of the original Gundam's beam rifle. It was a much more accurate weapon than the original, and had about a 20 to 40% higher output than the original as well. It's kind of funny in hindsight. Hey, you know that beam rifle we made that makes short work of Musais and mobile suits? Fuck it, make it meaner. Both units also used the magnetic coating on the joints that the Gundam Alex had, plus booster packs that made them even more maneuverable in space. Now, the major difference between Units 4 and 5 were that Unit 4 was blue and Unit 5 was red, but as I mentioned, their special weaponry was different too. Unit 4 used a Mega Beam Launcher. This big bastard was a 12-meter-long energy weapon which could do extraordinary damage. However, even a Gundam couldn't power this thing by itself. Unit 4 had to be equipped with an additional energy pack mounted below the backpack. Even so, the energy pack was very, very unstable. Unit 5, on the other hand, had Old Painless. Yeah, I have to make a Predator reference here because this thing has a giant fucking minigun on it that fires the same 90mm rounds that the Gundam Alex's armed chain gun fires. During the Battle of Solomon, the Thoroughbred clashed with that reinforcement fleet I mentioned before that came from Granada. Though the first set of ships they fought got dropped pretty hard, soon after that, they faced an entire reinforcement fleet, with Captain Mallet Sanguine and his squad headed straight for them. And I mean the entire fleet, by the way. Even with 2 Gundams, one Pegasus-class ship isn't going to be able to stop them. Captain Lombard deduces correctly that the first ships were meant to draw them out so that this larger force could drop them like a bad habit, then move on to their target. Their only option was the Mega Beam Launcher. As Luce Cassell, the pilot of Unit 4, falls back to charge the beam, Ford Romfellow and the rest of the Thoroughbred's MS pilots try to buy some time. It's a steep task, considering that Mallet was deploying in an ACT Zaku, and was being backed up by a Zeon mobile armor called the Browbro. Now, the MAN-03 Browbro is a mobile armor type that Amuro and Sayla briefly encountered before the Battle of Solomon, and managed to make it run away. This thing is actually a prototype new type mobile armor. It had a modular separating body, which is why the one Amuro and Sayla fought was able to escape, and had wired 2-barrel megaparticle guns on the top and bottom, and then had single-barrel wired megaparticle guns on the sides. And yes, that is a very difficult sentence to say. The other kicker was, this was a mobile armor with a SciComm system. Now, the SciComm system is something that I briefly went over in Part 1, so I'll refresh everyone's memory. This thing was designed by the Flanagan Institute, the main Zeon new type lab. And since new types have special brainwaves, this technology allowed them to control deployable weapons with their minds, meaning that wired weapons, like what the Browbro had, would allow for one unit, and only one, mind you, to assault you from multiple angles at once. Essentially, imagine a unit, a mobile suit, or a mobile armor, that could attack you straight on, but could flank you at the exact same time. As for the ACT Zaku that Mallet piloted, the MS-11 ACT Zaku was a much more mobile Zaku in comparison to the original, or even the Zaku 2 Kai that Bernie Wiseman piloted. And by original, I mean original Zaku 2. It was definitely much more mobile than the Zaku 1. Anyway, it used field motors for its joints that underwent magnetic coating treatment, like the Gundams, giving it much more mobility. It also had an improved generator, meaning that this machine was beam weapon capable. This mobile suit was developed as part of the Pezun project, under the direction of Kaicilia Zabi. Essentially, Kaicilian knew that they were going to need tougher mobile suits to keep up with the Federation. Like other Zeon suits, it could use any weapons that Zeon mobile suits used, but it had a much larger heat hawk and a prototype beam rifle. It's a fearsome mobile suit, but trust me when I tell you that Zeon had one that's even scarier that we haven't seen yet. Anyway, the battle went on, and unfortunately for Mallet's stupid face, Luce Cassell managed to pull off his job of firing the Mega Beam Launcher, and he successfully annihilated the fleet in front of him. However, it came at the cost of his life. The weapon proved far too unstable. It exploded when it was used, killing loose and destroying his Gundam. After that battle, we start to see division within the Zabi family. Degwin was expecting these results at this point, whereas Gihren, who is both a zealot and a dumbass, somehow thinks he can still win the war. Now let's talk about the logistics of that for a second. You have one major base that stands between the forces of the Federation and Side 3, your homeland, and that's Abawaku. Two of your most notable commanders and younger brothers are dead, and were both killed by the White Base, with an assist from Char on the first one. Most of your forces on the Earth have been beaten, save for a couple of spots that honestly are in places that don't really matter too much to the Federation, and you just lost California Base. You had to run back to space with your tail between your legs. The Federation now has mobile suits that can outperform yours. Like I mentioned before, Gihren is sort of like the dumb commie students from Disco Elysium, who think that believing hard enough is going to be enough to win them the war. Now don't you dare talk to him about logistics, troop strength, things with concrete evidence, or crop rotation. Damn it, facts are for Earthnoids. Anyway, the next fights are going to be at Texas Colony at Side 5. Now, Texas Colony is an old abandoned colony there, which was meant to simulate the American frontier. Like most Side 5 colonies, since this is where Loom was, it is heavily damaged, and there's not many people who live in that sector of space anymore. Now at this point, our old buddy Makuve is going to be taking his men and seeing if he can take out the Gundam by luring it into a one-on-one duel. As you'd expect with Rickdom pilots, Makuve's men are not doing that well. Also on Texas Colony, we see Char and Lala alongside Dr. Flanagan, creator of the Flanagan Institute, who is monitoring Lala's brainwaves as she mentions sensing someone like her. Back out in the battle, Amuro runs into Makuve and his mobile suit, the Gyan. The YMS-15 Gyan is a close combat mobile suit that looks like a fucking dork. Still, even though it looks like a fucking dork, it is a mobile suit with a really solid performance compared to its contemporaries that I'll talk about in a little bit. Now the first thing worth mentioning about this suit is that it had what was called a fluid pulse accelerator. This thing stored excess pressure generated by the reactor, and would transmit it to the actuators, aka the legs, which increased the torque and responsiveness. Basically, it let the mobile suit move with a lot more fluidity, meaning that Makuve, who was known for his fencing skills, could transfer that knowledge and skill into the suit that he was piloting. One thing worth mentioning is that this was one of the few Zeon mobile suits that actually had a beam saber, alongside the Kampfer and one other. It even sported a higher output than most Federation suits had. Its shield also had needle missiles inside of it, which were more than good enough to shred the Gundam's shield, on top of also having floating mines called hide bombs. Now, this mobile suit might look like a Ren Fair nerd, but it was very capable, to say the least. Granted, Makuve wasn't going to give Amuro a fair fight. He had traps set and kept moving to try and keep Gundam off balance, luring him into explosions, things of that nature, trying to whittle him down, basically. Now, at this point, Char is getting ready to dive in as well. He explains also why he never wears a spacesuit in battle. He always expects to come back alive. However, the behemoth that you're seeing behind him as he explains this is the pinnacle of Zeon mobile suit development during the 1 Year War, and my favorite Zeon mobile suit from this era. This is the Gelgoog. The MS-14A Gelgoog is Zeon's true answer to the Gundam. It is a 19.2 meter tall monster that weighed in at 73 metric tons at max weight. Now, like the other Zeon mobile suits, it could use just about any of the weapons that other Zeon suits could use. However, its own weaponry, its standard kit, was a counter to the Gundam's. It carried a beam rifle like the Gundam did, but the downside was that it was still in the prototype stage, meaning it was prone to overheating. It also carried a two-sided beam saber years before Darth Maul ever did in Star Wars, but this was called a beam naginata. It also had a massive shield as well. In technical specs, the commander type that Char has here was a little bit better than the RX-78-2, though it lacks the durability that the Gundam has since it's not made out of Luna titanium. Then again, at this point of the war, Amuro isn't even piloting the best of the RX-78 line, and both suits that he would have been given as replacements, the Gundam Pixie and the Gundam Alex, were never going to reach him at this point. As for the Gelgoog, there were other versions as well. I already mentioned Char's commander type. There was also a high mobility type, which the most notable of was piloted by the Crimson Lightning himself, Johnny Raiden. There was also another variation called the Gelgoog Jaeger that had been deployed outside of battles at Side 6 during Operation Rubicon. At this point, Char joins M'Quve in the fight, but M'Quve doesn't want him there. Char then falls back, and then M'Quve takes on Amuro in close combat alone. Outside of the colony, Kai and Sayla are taking on M'Quve's fleet and decimating them. Amuro, inside the colony, switches to dual-wielding his beam sabers, and is still able to avoid M'Quve's quick fencing attacks. Lala tries to tell Amuro to stop the battle using her abilities, but it's far too late. Amuro destroys M'Quve's Gyan, and Char shields Lala from the blast from the reactor. Go la ding in hell, M'Quve, you fuck. Anyway, Amuro and Lala are able to sense each other as well, which then leads us into the next phase of this battle at Texas Colony. Amuro enters a battle with Char, and Char uses the sandstorm after the explosion to his advantage. Even with just his beam sabers, Amuro and his Gundam are able to keep Char guessing. At this point, Char realizes that Amuro is indeed a new type. Even with just his beam sabers, Amuro is able to keep pace with Char, who still has his beam rifle at this point. He even lands key blows on the Gelgoog, forcing Char to retreat. Now luckily for Char, Amuro runs out of energy. Amuro also makes mention that the Gundam's performance isn't quite where it needs to be during this fight too. Now I know for some people there's like a weird legend that Char had beaten Amuro at some point with the Gelgoog, but I'm gonna spoil you and tell you right now, he actually never does. I don't know where that came from either, and I don't know where we're at with the Char versus Amuro counter, but this one's obviously Amuro's. He made Char retreat, while Char had an MS that's just as good, and with more working weapons than Amuro had at the moment, and Amuro gets him to retreat with just his beam sabers. That's insane. Outside the colony, the White Base's forces drop the Zeon ships outside Texas, and are reinforced by the Federation forces. Sayla lands inside the colony to look for the Gundam, and runs into her brother. Char doesn't realize that she's actually been talking to Bright, who can actually overhear the entire conversation between the two. Here we get confirmation that Jaburo did know that Degwin killed their father. The conversation basically goes into new type theory, but Char's not going to stop fighting the war. He offers to pay for Sayla to get a trip home, and that Char's basically saying he's not the same guy he was before. His priorities are different, and how he wants to see this through is different. Now after he leaves his sister, Sayla is able to find Amuro, and then White Base can retrieve the Gundam. Side note, I love how on the bridge, Mirai and Bright already sound like a married couple. Listen to this.
Huh? Bright, what's the matter? Did something happen to Amuro?
No, it was nothing at all. It was just static interference.
Really?
After that, as Char tries to leave the Texas colony and he clashes with Joaquin's cruiser, he defeats it. The White Base then finds Char's gold deposit for Sayla right before they find what's left of Joaquin's ship. Sayla is up front with Bright about things as well in regards to what's going on. This is also one of the few times you'll see Char actually call himself Casval as well, which he does in his letter to Sayla that leaves her in tears. Now afterwards, something weird happens at Solomon. There's a strange resonance that goes on, with both cruisers and mobile suits alike getting wrecked. What's doing the damage is the MAN-08 Elmeth, a mobile armor piloted by the new type Lala Soon. The Elmeth is kind of an unassuming looking mobile armor. Looking at it from the outside, you'd almost think that it's some sort of a troop transport or something. The most it just carries for armaments are a couple of retractable megaparticle cannons. However, the other weapon that it had were bits. Now, what are bits, you might ask? Well, bits are remote weapons that each have rocket thrusters, verniers, a power generator, a beam gun, and a receptor. Like the brow bow, the Elmeth had a Psychomu system, meaning that Lala is able to control all these weapons with her mind alone, no need for wired connections to these mobile weapons. The Elmeth had 12 bits that could be sustained out in space by themselves, launched out of the rear hatch, and as you've seen already, they can do substantial damage. Now, one thing that's interesting is that Mirai is able to sense the Elmeth's presence, which hints that she's a new type as well. The mobile suit team of White Base heads out to intercept. Here things get a little bit trippy as the resonance that the Elmeth and Lala put out screw with Amuro's head a bit. Doesn't work for long though. Amuro moves to intercept, but Char's forces retreat. Elsewhere, Giran Zabi has brought in Lieutenant Shalia Bull, who Giran already knows is a new type as well. Shalia gets reassigned to Kaecilia's command, and is given a brow bow of his own. If he outperforms Lala, Kaecilia actually wants him on the Elmeth instead of her. We also do see a bit of communication between new types here, between Char, Shalia, and Lala. And it goes into something I need to explain about new types and the theory around them. In real life, some people have the ability to read, quote-unquote, others. But for those of us who are able to do it, it's not some psychic ability. If so, I doubt I'm actually a new type, because I'm somebody who's pretty decent at reading people, right? The thing is, people who can do this, we can notice things like voice tone, posture, body language, facial expression, things like that. Process all that information, and then it kind of gives us an idea of what somebody's really thinking, and also helps in figuring out if somebody's lying to you. Now, let's imagine for a second that the process that people who can read others, you know, is more along the lines of a true empath. Somebody that can actually just look at somebody and read their emotions and their intent. Imagine being able to do that. Communication would be 10 times easier, because you understand the temperature of the room so much better and what people are feeling just by looking at them. And you'll notice in this conversation between these people, between these new types, that it's stupid easy for them to get on the same page very quickly. Now over on White Base, Sayla comes clean about her background, and gives the gold that Char gave her to the rest of the crew. She's gonna stay and fight till the end. Now White Base is then sent to intercept a ship that's been detected, which, as you'd imagine, is the Jaburo. One thing that's notable here is that Amuro is reacting quite well to the all-range attack of the Jaburo, but the Gundam's not able to keep up with him. Amuro tells everyone to fall back, and he does eventually manage to drop the mobile armor and kill Shalia Bol, despite the struggles he's having with the Gundam's performance. Once the White Base enters Solomon, Dr. Mas Khan comes onto the ship to give the Gundam magnetic coating. Now we've talked about magnetic coating already, because other Gundams have had similar coatings, like the Gundam Alex and Gundam Units 4 and 5. So this is essentially bringing the Gundam up to the same speed as some other RX-78 units at that point. Over in Zeon Space, they're moving out all the civilians of the colony Mahal at Side 3 to turn it into a superweapon. Oh, and they're treating their civilians oh so well. God, I fucking hate Zeon. Anyway, I guess it's an improvement that, you know, they're not gassing them at least. Now at this point, Degwin says what we're all thinking, and calls Gihren an incompetent idiot, and compares him to Hitler, because Gihren wants to repopulate the human race with the master races. No, that's literally what he says. Gihren's fucking stupid, and he doesn't realize that in comparing him to Hitler, his father's insulting him. It is at this point where Operation Star 1 finally begins. Now, the Federation forces are now set into 3 different columns, and are going to invade Zeon's homeland directly. As for the Gundam, the Doctor finishes his upgrades on Gundam and wishes him well. The Zeon forces have begun to prepare their defenses, and Char reports directly to Kycilia, who is going to have him take command of the assault force. The White Base comes across that exact assault force, and they scramble mobile suits. Now, Amuro is immediately able to deduce that Char is on the battlefield, on top of Lala as well. At this point, Amuro engages both the Gelgoog and the Elmeth simultaneously on top of other Rickdoms. Amuro blasts the Gelgoog's arm off with ease and forces Char to retreat. Another win for Amuro. On the new type front, the mental presence of Amuro is actually hurting Lala, who assumes that Amuro is evil. Yeah, that's fucking rich, lady. Hey, Char, do me a favor. Tell her what you guys told Seema Garahow was in that bazooka. Then tell Lala what was really in it. Anyway, we find that Degwin has left Zeon and plans to initiate peace talks. You know, the smart thing, since you're gonna fucking lose. We also find out that the solar array that Gihren's spending all these resources on and evacuating a whole colony for can only be fired once, because Gihren's a fucking idiot. Over with Char, Kycilia lets Char know something shocking. She knows he's Casval Daikun. Now, Kycilia knows 2 things that are related to this. The first is that Char at this point is pretty much laser focused on new types, and fostering them mostly due to his fascination with Lala Soon and her abilities. As we've seen, among new types, she is very special, both with that unique resonance that she carries, but also her ability to communicate with others even easier than other new types can. The second is that revenge on the Zabi family for Char is on the back burner for now. So, Kycilia simply asks if Char can hold off on his grudge until after the war is over. Now, White Base has been briefed on new types at this point, and since Amuro is a new type himself, he's been tasked with dropping the Elmeth, because he's the one guy who can do it. Now, Amuro thinks that the whole White Base crew might be new types, given what they've pulled off during the course of the war, but that's really just supposition. Char and Lala head out to the field, and we realize that Char's actually fallen in love with her. That's why his priorities have really changed. He finally kisses her and agrees to put on a spacesuit to keep her fears at bay. He doesn't do it though, because this is Char we're talking about. The assault forces of Zeon mobilize, as do the White Base and the Federation forces. The White Base starts creaming the enemy ships, forcing Zeon to send out their mobile suits after the Federation had already done so. Amuro senses Lala and heads out. On top of knowing where she is, he can even predict the movements of the bits and start shooting them down without much trouble. At this point, Lala has to fight the Gundam directly, and the two are able to sense each other and communicate. Now this is a key moment because the conversation between Lala is pretty telling about Amuro at the point that he's at in his life and what Lala can sense about him. He's basically a pilot because that's all he has. His mom thinks he's a monster and his dad has drain bramage. This is another example of how new types are able to form bonds with one another very quickly. While the two are basically parsing out the unfortunate nature of the war, where it, takes people that otherwise would have been friends with one another and turns them into enemies, Char attacks. Now Sayla tries to help out, but Char ends up damaging the G-Fighter. But the battle keeps going, with Amuro and Sayla having to fight the Gelgoog and the Elmeth. At this point, Char actually almost kills his sister, and probably would have if Lala didn't tell him to stop. Amuro then cuts the arm off the Gelgoog and moves in to kill Char. Lala then sacrifices herself to keep Char from dying, giving her life to protect the man she loved. Now as Lala passes away, she and Amuro muse on the future, as Lala says that she's able to see time itself as she passes away. Her spirit leaves for somewhere that we see as an island floating in space, and both Char and Amuro are devastated by the results of the battle. Can't really put this one anywhere on the Char vs. Amuro card, because everybody lost here. As for the Zeon forces, they lost too, because the only ship that's left of that assault force was Caecilia's. They got stomped. Then, Zeon uses the solar ray on the main Federation fleet, where Degwin was planning to meet his father. In one move, Gihren assassinates both his own father and General Revel, on top of taking out 1/3 of all the Federation forces. At this point, Gihren has taken command of all of Zeon. After that, the final battle of the war commences at Abawaku. Here it is, folks. This is for all the marbles. On Caecilia's ship, her men have detected that Degwin's ship was with the Federation at the time of the firing of this solar weapon, and they all realize that this is pretty fishy. Now at this point, Gihren begins his usual speech, but you'll notice something that he says to his forces that's a little weird. He says that half of the Federation forces were destroyed, which, as we in the audience know, isn't true. With the Federation, they have begun to center themselves around White Base. At this time, a new plan is formed, and the Federation forces begin the assault against Abawaku. Elsewhere, our old friends at the Jotunheim are being deployed along with these stupid little things called Augos. I'm not going to go into detail on them. They're shit. They suck. All they have are just anti-ship missiles and machine guns. These things are stupid. Ugh, whatever. They were just throwing stuff at the wall at this point. Granted, Zeon's been doing that this whole fucking time. Oh my god, I hate Zeon so fucking much. Have you guys noticed that yet? I hate Zeon. Anyway, they do have a big mobile armor though, called the Big Rang. Now this thing was a repurposed Big Road that also had a skirt system that allowed it to deploy Augos on top of protect forces with anti-beam fields. It had all the same weapons as a Big Road, but also had a Gatling cannon, an anti-ship missile system, and like I mentioned, anti-beam dispersal missiles. At this point, the Jotunheim had suffered a loss of their own. Zeon at this point was deploying children straight out of the academy as pilots to bolster their numbers, sticking them in Augos, or really anything, and seeing what they could do. One of those kids was Monique Cadillac's little brother, who died in a previous battle. This team was led, quote-unquote, by Ammon Goth cosplayer Herbert von Cuspin, who didn't actually lead the kids into the battle where they died, because I guess the asshole thought a Gelgoog wouldn't make a difference. I don't fucking know with this guy. Anyway, the Mobile Suit team's sortie and the fight begins. One thing I should also mention is that the Federation's just as low on pilots as Zeon is at this point, also deploying cadets in mobile suits to go fight. Now over with Gihren, he's starting to notice that the intel that he got on how many Federation ships are out there isn't quite correct, and that info, oddly enough, was fed to him by Caecilia. Something's going on here. Speaking of which, Caecilia and Char head into Abawaku. Caecilia assigns the Zeong to Char, letting him know that it's only about 80% done, but it is a Saikamu-capable mobile suit. Now, that really wasn't the case. It was complete. It's meant to be a space-exclusive mobile suit. The MSN-02 Zeong, even without its legs, was 17.3 meters tall and weighed over 230 metric tons at full weight. Both of its hands were wired 5-barrel megaparticle cannons more than capable of dropping mobile suits and ships without much trouble. It also had another megaparticle cannon in the waist, and on top of that, there was another in the mouth of the mobile suit's head, which is also where the cockpit was. At this point, Kycilia confronts her brother on the death of their father, with Gihren flat out admitting that he's the one who assassinated him. Gihren thinks that he's got the fight won, but another Federation fleet flanks them from a direction they weren't expecting. Kycilia sends Char with the 34th Mobile Suit Corps to try and take it out. Thing is, this is the fleet with the white base at its front. Now, Char does have a lot of success with the Zeong, wrecking Salamis-class ships like an afterthought. He does force the fleet to alter its course, but after that, Amuro goes straight after him with 2 bazookas. Inside of Bawaku, Kycilia asks why Gihren killed their father, basically using his zealotry as an excuse for patricide. And he doesn't take Kycilia's threat seriously, even though she's got a gun pointed to him. Well, how'd that turn out for you, you dumb fuck?
Enough of the jokes.
You aren't usually this naive, my dear brother.
Oh yeah, you get shot in the head. And God, is that satisfying to see. The Zeon forces inside of Bawaku are shocked by this, because a lot of them were the same kind of zealots. Elsewhere, Gihren loyalist Colonel Aguila Galaz is given news of Giren's death. He saw this as an attempted coup d'etat. Anavel Gato in his custom Gelgoog is attempting to keep the fight up, but his MS gets damaged and he goes for resupply. Attempting to re-sortie from the Delaz's fleet in a prototype version of a Rickdom, he's stopped by Delaz, telling him that his men are withdrawing from the battle, that the ship that Anavel was protecting is gone, and that they're going to need the Nightmare of Solomon for a future fight. As such, the Delaz fleet fucks off. At this point, Federation forces had largely broken the defense and were landing on Bawaku. At this point, Zeon simply didn't have the technology or the ace pilots to keep up with the Federation and what they were sending out. At the same time, the death of Gihren seems to have shaken the Zeon forces as well, giving the Federation the gap that they needed to pull off what they were pulling off. Granted, Amuro's doing a big chunk of damage. Kycilia also mentions the fact that they just don't have many seasoned pilots at all, which goes into why the now dead Gihren is such a fucking moron. Let's look at Giren's floating corpse while I talk about this. Zeon wasn't short of ace pilots. Out of Bawaku, they had quite a few. They had Nordit Bauer, Johnny Ryden, Eric Mansfield, Gabby Hazard, Robert Gilliam, and Anavel Gato all deployed. But the problem is that none of them were ever cycled back to train new recruits. The only one of the top Zeon pilots in the war that they did this with was Brennus Ox, who, oddly enough, was the guy who trained Johnny Ryden. That's it, though. You see Amuro essentially murk ace pilot after ace pilot after ace pilot throughout the course of this show, when those aces could have been back training pilots back on the homeland to prepare for more waves of Federation coming at them. But because Gihren is so stupid, he just assumed that they were going to steamroll them, even when they were getting steamrolled themselves. Heck, they didn't even have Char train new pilots when he was on the sidelines. Now, again, you could say the same thing about the Federation, but the difference is that the Federation had more resources than Zeon did, plus better mobile suits. So when you've got guys like Amuro Ray in his Gundam, Charles Kissingham in a Jim, Kenneth Young, Lido Wolf, and Lon Ko in different flavors of Jim snipers, and Heinz Bear in a full-armor Gundam, how the fuck can you expect your untrained forces to hold off that kind of offensive power? Zeon didn't have the tech or the experience to fight them at this point. It's also around this point that the Pale Rider, another highly advanced mobile suit, fights against what's left of the Marcosius team. Shockingly, though, the team actually manages to win. It's at this point, after disabling the Gundam, they open its cockpit, only to find that Grave had been using a 15-year-old girl named Chloe Croce as the pilot of the suit, subjecting her to drug cocktails to control her. At this point, the Marcosius team takes her in, and then they retreat. Now, Char attempts to get his eyes back on Amuro, and the two men finally begin their last battle in the 1-year war. The two have an incredibly fierce fight, which luckily for the Federation forces keeps the Zeong off the backs of the rest of the Federation fleet. Even though White Base begins to pierce the outskirts of Bawaku, the fight is still fierce. Back with Amuro and Char, Amuro asks the armor-piercing question to Char. Why get Lala involved in the war? You see throughout the show she's not 100% comfortable in being a soldier, for God's sake. and it's honestly a question that Char can't answer. The white base takes a hard hit, and it's forced to make an emergency landing on Abawaku, and they prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Amuro and Char keep battling, with the two beating the piss out of each other's mobile suits. Amuro destroys the Zeong, but the Zeong takes out the Gundam's head. All over Abawaku, fields are falling. Kycilia orders for the forces to surrender 15 minutes after she departs, and prepares to evacuate, knowing that the war is over. Amuro takes what's left of the Gundam to hunt Char, and programs it to fire what is known as last shooting. The Gundam damages and destroys what's left of the Zeong, as the Zeong destroys the Gundam in turn, and Amuro is set for his final duel with Char. Char's of the belief that without war, Lala's potential would have never awakened, and Amuro calls BS. He also assumes that because he's a trained soldier, and new types physically are no different than humans, that he's got an advantage here. So the two fight it out throughout Abawaku, culminating in a sword fight between the two. Meanwhile, the rest of White Base's MS have been badly damaged on top of that. Sayla abandons the G-Fighter to go search for her brother. Now, Sayla does find him and tries to talk the both of them down, with Char and Amuro breaking their sabers on each other. It's at this point that the new typing begins, and we get that Char is a bit stubborn about this whole Age of New Types thing he's got himself set on, and what this war has essentially turned him into. An explosion ends up sending everybody in different directions, with Amuro going one way and Char and his sister going in another. But Char realizes that his sister's right about one thing. He can't let the zombies go. No way. So, he tells Sayla to go to Amuro, and he walks off. It's at this point that Char finds Kycilia about to take off, and then he lands the greatest headshot in all of anime history.
Is that Char? Huh?
The Zabi family is dead. Amuro heads back to what's left of the Gundam and takes the core fighter out of it. Lala encourages Amuro from her place in the afterlife to keep going, and Amuro is able to sense where the rest of the White Base crew is. Sayla senses his sentiment, and Amuro is able to guide her to where White Base's crew is. He's also able to signal to the White Base crew to evacuate on top of that, helping them to survive the battle. Though the White Base inevitably gets destroyed, most of the crew does survive. They fear Amuro's death as Abawaku begins to burn. The thing is, the kids can sense him. Out of the flames of Abawaku, Amuro's core fighter emerges. Amuro flies over and reunites with the crew of the White Base. At this point, their battle is over, and Amuro leaves the core fighter. We say goodbye to the Gundam, as the core fighter floats away in space, but Amuro does get to say hello to his friends once again. For the White Base's crew, the war is over. Elsewhere, some forces refuse to stop fighting after finding out that the battle is done. Federation forces, frustrated by the war, refuse to let some Zeon forces get away and continue to battle against the Jotunheim and its crew. With luck, and after the sacrifice of Herbert von Cuspin that nobody's crying about, they do manage to escape. Elsewhere in space, a peace envoy, which has Zeon's prime minister, is guarded by the Thoroughbred. Gundam Unit 5 faces off against Mallet Sanguine's forces, defeats him, and they're able to proceed to Granada for peace talks. On Earth, the White Dingo team managed to stop the Astaroth plan in their Jim Sniper 2s and defeat Machamondo and ace pilot Vish Donahue, who displays his regret that he had not met the White Dingo team on more friendly terms. He sacrifices his life so that the Zeon forces that are still there can escape the war and go back to their homes in space. The Noisy Fairy team defends their position at Cape Canaveral in Florida against incoming Federation forces. However, when the news of Zeon's surrender came to the Earth Federation, it was Alma Sterner who laid down her arms and opened the cockpit of her Titania, surrendering to her rival Lilith Aiden in her Gundam Pixie, as the Witch Hunter team accepted the surrender. As Matt Healy and Ken Benderstadt fought, they received the news of the surrender as well, ending their battle and their rivalry. In another area, Lieutenant Agar went in peace to his rivals in the Midnight Thunder, and they surrendered as well in the end. Universal Century 0080. On January 1st, the Federation and Zeon sign an armistice, bringing an end to the war. It is here that we talk about the aftermath. 5.9 billion people died during the course of the war, most of whom were living on Earth. The war effectively saw the death of over half of the human race. Sides 1, 2, 4, and 5 were mostly wrecked save for a few colonies. There were also lives lost on sides 6 and 7 due to Zeon attacks. Because of all this death, the Earth gained a massive hatred of space noids, and to be honest, it's kind of understandable. the vast majority of humans still lived on Earth. For Side 3 to kill that many people on Earth, not to mention fellow people in the colonies, it's pretty obvious there was going to be a grudge. Zeon was a genocidal force led by an absolute madman in GRINDSTONE that we're going to watch get shot in the head one more time for being a fuckstick. Okay, that was nice, but now let's do it in slow motion. Okay, double speed. Alright, now with a funny sound effect. Now a Wilhelm scream. Now Harry Ord screaming universe. Now back to Girin being shot in the head. Even after watching the montage from the Igloo review, that still doesn't get old. Anyway, there's still remnants of Zeon out there. There's the Invisible Knights, who would attempt an operation of their own later on. The same could be said of both the Delaz fleet and Simagarahouse MAU. On top of that, like I mentioned before, there's one surviving member of the Zabi family still out there in Mineva, who is now under the care of the Karn family at Axis. The fact is that when I say that this is the most important conflict in Gundam history, it is true. Every single Gundam war after this one will trace its beginnings to the 1 Year War. From here, all the way to Gundam Hathaway and UC-105. With that said, though, this war is over, and we say a fond farewell to both Char and Amuro. Well, more like a see you later.